Good morning. Happy Wednesday, everyone. I'm Alternate Jer. Thank you for joining me. Don't worry, we are not missing anything in the Alec Baldwin trial, which is what we're going to be covering today, but I will do just a quick intro. I paused it as Mr. Baldwin was walking into the courtroom. Here's kind of messy. Well, it is windy outside. And I haven't been out there. Good morning, Gabby. How you doing? How you doing? Long time no chat. What's up with that? It's been like 2 hours. And Bob, thank you so much, Bob. I hope I get 11 more subs today too, because apparently you were in Jody's chat this morning. I had 11 more subs. I was there. I was at the 1,000 mark. According to Jody, she said she saw it. Love you, YouTube. Love you so much. George, good to see you. I hope you are doing well. Yeah. YouTube did this to me once. I was at $5.99 when I went to bed one night. 600 was what I needed to be monetized. Already had my watch hours in. Woke up, I was at 587. So apparently the same thing happened this time too, because apparently overnight I bumped back because when I woke up, I was at 987. So I don't know, but it's what they do. Whatever. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Can't fire them. Again with the mofos. We all mofos sometimes. Alrighty, I'm going to jump into this because, like I said, Mr. Baldwin is walking into the courtroom. And if you guys don't know, we are watching the Alec Baldwin trial. He is on trial, charged with involuntary manslaughter. See if that brings Chrissy in again. For the death of Halyna Hutchins on the set of his movie Rust for firing a weapon that he said he thought was cold. Very split opinions on this and on whether he is, guilty of her death or not. I don't know. It's kind of all over the place. Let's just play him walking into the court. I know I don't have any sound on. Yesterday during jury duty, apparently jury duty was 2 hours late start because I think the air conditioner wasn't working. I think that's his wife there in the cream colored shirt. But I was surprised they got a jury seated yesterday, and that was good. One lady said she hated firearms, so I'm sure she was excused immediately. And I think 3 others said they could not be impartial. So I'm sure they were also excused immediately. Like, bye. And a couple people said they had never even heard of this. So they live under rocks. Apparently, I'm just kidding. There's lots of things out there that I have never heard of. So that wasn't very nice. Let me see if we've got sound. We do not. We have the state seal. So I'll leave the sound up, boosted everything. I'm sure it's going to come in there and blast my ears out. I don't know. Let's see what else happened yesterday. Oh, there was people kind of not happy with the way that he showed up to court yesterday for the jury selection, because him and his wife and their youngest child, who's a year, they show up. He pulls up, gets out of the SUV. He's curbside. So he walks, gets out, goes inside. For whatever reason, I don't know, she gets out of the driver's side, comes around the car, carrying the child. There's people all over the place. So freak the kid out, of course, right? So the baby starts crying. And then she gets back in the car. I'm like, I hope your child was buckled in before you exited the vehicle to only get back in the vehicle. And I hope to buckle in your child again. Uh, some people are saying that he did that to garner sympathy, to have the child crying. I don't know. I mean, these people, and I'm by these people, I mean celebrities and those types of higher uh strike that. I don't know where it's going.
One,
Never
two,
mind.
1 2, 1 2, 1 2, 1 2, 1 2.
Okay. Well, test, test. Weird. Uh, but they have PR people all over the place. They have people out there trying to do everything um, for them to make their appearance the best that it can be and everything else. So, their handlers, I guess is the word I'm looking for. They have them all out there trying to get that best foot forward. And they do come up with these weird scenarios like, let's make your kid scared and cry to get some sympathy. It's, I'm not saying that's what happened. It just didn't was not a good look for most of the people that were standing around apparently out there. They didn't like it. Jody, dang it, what are you doing awake? But thank you for being here. And you lurk away and go to bed. Yes, Bob, that is the question of the minute right here. Why aren't you sleeping? I figured she was crashed. Figured she had crashed. Yes, Jody, I was going to tell you that when you asked where Gabby was this morning. I think you asked at 7:05. I'm like, 25 minutes from now, she'll be here. And then she's going to be sad because you're not. Shame, shame, Jody. She knows your name. Thank you, Gabby. Also, everyone, don't forget to head on over to Jody's at the Defense Rest. Gabby will put the link up here shortly, I'm sure. She's very good at doing that. Jody is great at doing deep dives. She did great coverage on the Karen Reed case and continues to cover everything that continues to happen and all the fallout, which I am shocked by every day because generally I've seen detectives do horrible, horrible jobs and investigations and get promoted. So this is nice to kind of see somebody get held accountable for doing an awful job and incorrect and doing it incorrectly and trying to set up an innocent person to go to prison, probably for the rest of her life. So it's nice. Good morning, Bri. Thank you so much for being here. I don't know if you should be sleeping too, like Jody should be sleeping. Oh, and poof, here I am. Thank you, kitty cat. Oh, Jody, yesterday we were laughing because you were just making so many comments about your cats. There was so many things that we wanted to say, but we didn't. We kept it PG. We didn't even put PG-13 there. We just kept I text Gabby my comments. I would text you if you weren't across the ocean. All right, come on, people. Um, I know I'm gonna start telling you this, and then they're gonna come on. So I'm gonna get like middle of my story, and then I'm gonna have to stop. Yes, I thought you were working nights. I thought I saw that you were working nights. My daughter-in-law was on that shift. She liked the money, but we were like, "Hey, you're about to have a baby. You need to get off that shift, and you're gonna be happier." She does not like the money difference, but she is happier. There's no way she could do this with the new baby. Not that she's working right now. She's not back yet, but hats off to you, Bri, because night shift is hard. It is, yep, it is money. But it's hard. It's hard on the body. It's hard on your mind. My daughter works nights again, hopefully just temporarily. And she is she's struggling. Of course, I'm not going to tell you my story right at the moment, but because did you say one of your non PG thoughts, Jody? Because I kept waiting and I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear, but I was laughing. I was laughing. So my daughter, so hurricane, I think they're calling it Beryl, even though to me it looks like Burl. They didn't ask me, but which is rude. It came through. I am so sorry. I cannot put that comment. It will be on replay, and I apologize for not turning on the chat replay Monday. I was in a hurry and I forgot, and I remembered yesterday. Oh, Jody. But it'll be on there if you want to see something about cats. And there's a link to the defense. It's gonna be one of those. I'm so sorry. I'm s- yep. Anyway, so the hurricane went past my daughter. They just we're on the outer band, so a lot of rain, no flooding. Um, but they are without power, have been without power since Monday. And they said she called last night and said that another 4 days, and it's over 100 degrees there right now. So I feel really bad for them. There's nothing I can do. I couldn't get there even if I wanted to. But I mean, not that I don't want to see her, but I don't really want to go to Texas right at the moment. Oh, we do have fun here. We do have fun here. But so all of you that are in the path of that storm, were in the path of that storm. It passed through here last night. We had some tornadoes down south of me, down by Kentucky, Illinois, Indiana, tri-state area. I think there was some uh, damage down there. I don't think there was any loss of life. I haven't seen any reports of that yet, but stay safe because this thing, even though I think is moving your way, Gabby, Bry, Bob, oh, you're in Chicago. So you would have had it yesterday if you got it at all. Um, Stay safe because it's still spawning crap up. You guys, I love it. You guys are great. Also, hey Christine, how you doing? Um, if you have been sub to me, make sure you still are because lovely YouTube decided apparently to steal some subs from me again. So please make sure that you are still subbed. I appreciate it. Hello, Adair. How you doing? I know you're waiting for this. I'm not live, but we ain't missing anything. It's just a seal. Um, because I am almost at that 1,000 benchmark, that 1,000K subs, which is just another, tier that YouTube's like wants you to get to. But at the end of the day, I can't do it. And I don't mean to sound like a celebrity, like at an Oscars speech, but I can't do it without any of you. So whether you watch live, replay, whatever, one, check to make sure you're still sub. Two, thank you so much. But I seriously cannot sit here in this chair. Well, I can sit here, but it would be bored. Um, but thank you for being here and supporting this channel and watching this channel. I have so much fun with you guys. It's like I can't express it enough. You guys make me smile, and you just you just kind of, I don't know, love seeing you guys every day. I enjoy seeing you guys every day. I don't want to have to get a tissue out. But so thank you. We'll get there. We will reach that 1,000 subscriber mark. I'm gonna go over it a little bit, and then we'll do a 1,000K subscriber celebration stream. But I want to make sure that I'm there before I do it because I don't trust YouTube all that much. Yes, a dare. That's a perfect way to put it. Having subs is like getting pregnant. You cannot do it alone. You cannot. Or maybe there's some ways you can. We won't go there for either thing. We'll leave that alone. Um, I shared this fun fact with Gabby yesterday, and I can't share much of it, and I feel really bad. But fun fact, one of the state's expert witnesses, I have actually met before. I've dealt with before. Um, very smart, very good at what they do, except for when it comes to uh, climbing ladders and when it's snowing and they're on a metal ladder. That did not turn out well for him. I just happened to be there when he fell off the ladder, and the person that was there with him was an attorney and not from here. She's actually from your state, Brian. Uh, did not want to take him to the hospital. And we were like, you have to take him to the hospital. She's like, well, okay, we'll be back in 30 minutes. I'm like, it's going to take you 30 minutes to get there. You have no idea where you are, lady. You are insane. Take him to the hospital so this man does not have any serious injuries that we don't know about because he decided to climb a ladder in the snow. So it is one of their firearm experts and probably a super nice guy. Don't know. I just was dealing with him in another fact. So it is not muted. That's them. But here we go. That's the end of my story. I don't think I'm muted. Court TV, you're freaking me out, man. Don't sit like that, Mr. Baldwin. I told my husband, like, I know you guys all sit like this, but he just looks pissed. And he said, well, he probably is. I'm like, but don't show it. Like, don't come across that way. It's not going to go well with the jury if you just look like you are too good to be there. He looks better today without his glasses on. I like this suit better than what he had on during the motions hearing. All that should not matter on guilt or innocence, but we know it. Good grief. We know it does. They are freaking me out. All right, all my sound is on. I don't know what they're doing. Oh, yeah, she does have a frown face. Um, that is, I printed this out. Judge Mary Marlowe Sommer. It's Sommer, so maybe it's Summer. I don't know. It says that her decades-long career has included work as a law clerk, a defense attorney, and a hearing officer who's handled thousands of cases involving domestic violence and family matters. 2010, she was appointed to the First Judicial District Court by then Governor Bill Richardson when sentencing Gutierrez Reed, which is who got sentenced first. In April, the judge told the defendant that anything less than the maximum sentence would not be appropriate, citing what she called recklessness. If Gutierrez's trial is any indication, this judge will keep the attorneys on track and on schedule in what will be a high-profile proceeding. So, yeah, I think this judge is going to keep us right on time. I just wish she would tell us what the time is. Like, are we going 8:30 to 4 your time, which is 6 my time? What are we doing? I need her to tell me. So when I was looking for the defense witnesses, the only thing I could find, and I don't know if he still is or not, was David Halls was their only witness listed. So I have no idea, but he was also listed for the state. Hannah Gutierrez Reed is supposedly scheduled to be there Friday. She's going to, according to her attorney, she's going to invoke her Fifth Amendment right because she does not want to do anything to hurt her appeal that's upcoming, which, like, your appeal is going to take longer than you're going to serve, but whatever. Yeah, try. Uh, the state tried to get immunity for her so that she could testify and it not affect her appeal, and the judge said nope. So there is prison transport scheduled for her. So we'll see. See if she shows up. I mean, if she ignores her subpoena, what are they going to do? She's already in prison. Never, 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 never. Mr. Bocanegra is never, ever, ever testifying ever again. There's Mr. Baldwin's brother. Ah, see, that's the problem. Like, you try to do these streams and you find all these interesting things, and they're like, no, we're not doing it. I hate that. Hopefully, we can find it somewhere, Jody. Ugh. Well, I guess if the county isn't doing it, never mind. I've had that happen to me so many times. Or you get ready to go and they're like, oh, they walked in and took a plea deal this morning. Like, why'd you wait? Why did you wait? Do you know how hard it is to schedule these things? So I have, if for lunch, if we need something to do, Judge Fleischer is back in court today. So that's good news. That means Houston's getting their power back on, which hopefully means my daughter will be getting hers back soon. We can watch Judge Fleischer if we need to. I do have the probable cause printed out, and I do have Mr. Baldwin's cross complaint that he filed against Hannah Gutierrez Reed, David Halls, Seth Kinney, PDQ Arm and Prop LLC, and Sarah Zachary. I haven't read through it all because it's quite long, but the first two paragraphs were quite interesting. And so many things he didn't know, supposedly. So I don't know. I know there was a juror that said, at least one juror, potential juror yesterday, that said that they were always taught to handle any firearm as though it was live. And that's what they believed. And then I know they were asked a question if somebody that was highly trained handed them the firearm, would they still treat it that way? And they said yes, but one said that he or she, I don't know, or as Jody was saying yesterday, he, she, which was cracking me up because it was like one word, did that with a firearms instructor when they were getting their permit. Yes, there is so far no fan, and apparently yesterday no AC, which in New Mexico at this time of year, yikes. Does he have different glasses on today? They look a little purpley, a little more red. Yes, the fan is on a date with the smoke detector. I have firsthand knowledge. Good heavens. All right. So I think the defense attorney that's up um, talking to the judge, he, I think, is a graduate of Harvard Law School and a partner in the New York office of one of the world's largest law firms. So that's exciting. Um, he is best known for his work in the art world, having represented museums, galleries, auction houses, and collectors. Not sure what that has to do with this. Uh, he also recovered works of art by Andy Warhol and Pablo Picasso and led the defense in a forgery case that rocked New York's art world. Like, didn't have time to look up what that was. So if anybody is more cultured than I am, you can let me know what it was, because some of that high class art is a little weird for me. Like, they do. We had Turtle Boy last trial. Now we have Turtle Mouth this trial. What could be better? We are building a turtle. Our little turtle boy is becoming a man. Yes, turtle. Oh my goodness. Also, side note, Judge Wolf is going to do, I think next week, he had a sob sit in his courtroom yesterday. He don't put up with them, but he's going to trial next week. So I'm going to have to save that, because Judge Wolf and a sob sit is a match made in heaven. We are rising for the jury. You're not turtly enough for the turtle club. I gotta let it go. I gotta let it go. All right. We are rising for the jury, but we have no sound. Guess I can pretend to tell you what they're saying. Alec Baldwin standing over there. I am Alec Baldwin. Why am I here? I am above you. All of you. His attorney's like, I'm a fairly decent looking younger man and loaded with money. Also, I can get you an art collection, or I can recover an art collection. Which one would you like? Oh man, it does, doesn't it? Every day this week. Every day this week. I saw it on Law Talk with Mike, so I'm assuming it was sometime yesterday because it was his stream from yesterday. So I think, or not yesterday. No, yesterday. Was that Monday? I don't know. Don't ask me what day it is. I'll find it. I will find it. I generally don't even know the day of the week until tomorrow gets here. And then I'm like, oh yeah, it's Thursday. Every day feels like some other day until Thursday gets here for some reason. I don't know. I can't answer it. But I'm getting nervous about my sound. Court TV, you're muted. I'm gonna go long crime if they don't quit. I only stayed here because they had closed captionings.
The
There we go. Thank you.
matter I'm calling is D101CR 2024-13, State of New Mexico versus Alexander Ray Baldwin. All right, jury. What are you doing? Oh, I have it on. So I have already sworn you in, if you'll recall, yesterday. Okay.
Thank you.
And now I'm going to explain some trial procedure. First of all, I want you to know this trial is being filmed, but you are not being filmed, and you will not be filmed at all throughout within the courtroom, okay? All right. So I'm going to, this is a criminal case, as you know. I'm going to reread the grand jury indictment. It's very formal, so we'll go with that. Count 1, involuntary manslaughter, negligent use of a firearm, in that on or about October 21, 2021, in Santa Fe County, New Mexico, state of New Mexico, at Bonanza Creek Ranch, located at 545 Bonanza Creek Road, Santa Fe, NM 87508. The above named defendant did cause the death of Halyna Hutchins in the commission of negligent use of a firearm. Count 1 in the alternative, involuntary manslaughter, without due caution or circumspection, in that on or about October 21, 2021, in Santa Fe County, state of New Mexico, at Bonanza Creek Ranch, located at 545 Bonanza Creek Road, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87507. The above named defendant did cause the death of Halyna Hutchins by an act committed with the total disregard or indifference for the safety of others, and the act was such that an ordinary person would anticipate that death might occur under the circumstances. Again, Mr. Baldwin is presumed innocent. The burden is always on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. What I say now is the introduction of the case and the instructions.
Be careful how you type that, Gabby.
All right. Along with those instructions previously given, these are preliminary only and may be changed during or at the end of trial. First of all of you must pay close attention to the evidence. After you've heard all of the evidence in the case, I will read the final instructions of law to you. You will also receive a written copy of the instructions. You must follow the final instructions in deciding this case. And just so you know, there's going to be no transcript available to you. Juries have asked me that, so I'm telling you up front, okay? Again, the trial is expected to last 8 days, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of this week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of next week. That's the trial. That does not include your deliberation time. The usual hours of trial will be from 8:30 to 5, typically, with a half hour for lunch. No, an hour for lunch, and then a morning break and an afternoon break. Again, please report to the jury lounge no later than 8:30, unless we're instructing you otherwise for different reasons. But in your mind, you can always expect 8:30 to be here, okay?
Going late.
Do
That's
not
7
come into
o'clock
the
our
courtroom unless you are accompanied by my bailiff, Steve, okay? You may take water into the courtroom with you, and you can also take coffee or tea, or if you have a lid on your cup, okay? We stand up out of respect for you because you are the ultimate decision makers as to the facts in this particular case. So when you come into the courtroom, you can go ahead and be seated, and then we will take our seats. And again, it's important to hear. So please raise your hand at any time you can't hear. Don't be self-conscious about it. Don't wait until a couple of questions have been asked. You've got to, if you can't hear, you've got to shoot that hand up right away, okay? All right, this is a public proceeding, so people may go in and out. You may find yourself looking at who goes in and out, but after a while, you'll get used to it. But if there is anything that is distracting you from being able to listen and be involved in this case, please tell Steve immediately. He'll let me know, and I'll do my best to get rid of the distraction. As you know, the temperature we cannot control. All right, so sorry, we'll try to get the county in here if it plummets too high. I doubt it'll plummet too low. You are allowed but not required to take notes during trial. Steve has given you a pen and a pen. Okay. Please put your name on the front page of your pad and then take notes beginning on the second page. On breaks, follow Steve's instruction on whether to take the pad with you or whether to leave it on your chair. You don't have to worry about confidentiality. They'll be locked up at night, and when the trial is finished, they'll be shredded. Okay. Don't let your notes take the place of your independent memory of the evidence. When taking notes, please do not forget to pay close attention to the trial. Listening and watching witnesses during their testimony will help you assess their appearance, behavior, memory, and whatever else bears on their credibility. Let's go through the order of trial for those that have not engaged in a criminal trial before. A criminal trial generally begins with the lawyers telling you what they expect the evidence to show. These statements and the statements made by the lawyers during the course of the trial can be of considerable assistance to you in understanding the evidence as it is presented at trial. Is there something distracting you, juror?
No.
I'm talking to the other one. Okay. Statements of the lawyers, however, are not themselves evidence. The evidence will be the testimony of the witnesses, exhibits, and any facts agreed to by the parties.
She's gonna whack him on the
After you
head.
have heard all of the evidence, I will give you final instructions on the law. The lawyers will argue the case, and then you will retire to the jury room to arrive at a verdict. It is my duty to decide what evidence you may consider. Your job is to find and determine the facts in this case, which you must do solely upon the evidence received here in court. It is the duty of a lawyer to object to questions, testimony, or exhibits the lawyer believes may not be proper, and you must not hold such objection against the objecting party. I will sustain objections if the question or evidence sought is improper for you to consider. If I sustain an objection to evidence, you must not consider such evidence, nor may you consider any evidence I have told you to disregard. By itself, a question is not evidence. You must not speculate about what would be the answer to a question that I rule cannot be answered. It is for you to decide whether the witnesses know what they are talking about and whether they are being truthful. You may give the testimony of any witness whatever weight you believe it merits. You may take into account, among other things, the witness's ability and opportunities to observe, memory, manner, or any bias or prejudice that the witness may have, and the reasonableness of the testimony considered in light of all of the evidence of the case. No ruling, gesture, or comment I make during the course of the trial should influence your decision in this case. At times, I may ask questions of witnesses. If I do, such questions do not in any way indicate my opinion about the facts or indicate the weight I feel you should give to the testimony of the witnesses. Questions by jurors. Ordinarily, the attorneys will develop all pertinent evidence. It is the exception rather than the rule that an individual juror will have an unanswered question after all of the evidence is presented. However, if you feel an important question has not been asked or answered, write it down on a piece of your notepaper and give it to Steve before this is important, before the witness leaves the stand. Okay? I will decide whether or when your question will be asked. Rules of evidence or other considerations apply to questions you submit and may prevent the question from being asked. If the question is not asked, please do not give it any further consideration. Do not discuss it with the other jurors, and please do not hold it against either side that you did not get an answer. Conduct of jurors. Again, very important. You must decide the case solely upon the evidence received here in court. You must not consider anything you may have read or heard about the case outside the courtroom. During the trial and your deliberations, you must avoid news accounts of the trial, whether they be on radio, television, the internet, or in a newspaper or other written publication. You must not visit the scene of the incident on your own. You cannot make experiments with reference to the case, and in this day and age, you cannot Google or research any of the subject matter of this case. Until you retire to deliberate the case, you must not discuss this case or the evidence with anyone, including each other. Very important, as I said yesterday, when you go in that room, you don't talk about the case. You wait until you are a jury that is deliberating, okay? If an exhibit is admitted in evidence, you should examine it yourself and not talk about it with other jurors until you retire to deliberate. It is important that you keep an open mind and not decide any part of the case until the entire case has been completed and submitted to you. Your special responsibility as jurors demands that throughout this trial, you exercise your judgment impartially and without regard to any sympathy bias, or prejudice. To minimize the risk of accidentally overhearing something that is not evidence in this case, please continue to wear your juror's badges while in and around the courthouse. If someone happens to discuss the case in your presence, report that fact immediately to Steve. Although it is natural to visit with people you meet, please do not talk with any of the attorneys, parties, witnesses, or spectators, either in or out of the courtroom. If you meet in the hallways or elevators, there's nothing wrong with saying a good morning or a good afternoon, but your conversation should end there. If the attorneys, parties, and witnesses do not greet you outside of court or avoid riding in the same elevator with you, they're not being rude. They are just carefully observing this rule. All right, so we're going to begin the case. The case starts with opening statements. The state begins first because they have the burden of proof, and then the defendant. All right, go ahead, counsel.
Judge, just one quick housekeeping matter while Ms. Johnson's getting set up.
All right.
Hey, Jody, since you're still here, those last few screen overlays you sent me were really good, except for the fact that they cover my whole, they cover the lower part of the screen. All of it is black, and I can't, even if when I add the camera, it doesn't show me. So, are you trying to tell me something? It's just, it has the banner, and then it's black, and I can't be seen. Nothing can be seen. But I liked them, except for that part. Then I was like, Jody, are you trying to tell me I need to stay hidden? So I just wanted you to know that's why I didn't have any of them up, because you can't see me. Okay. Well, and you wouldn't be able to see this either. Can't see anything. It's like a ghost. I would just be a voice coming out like on the radio. Like haunting you. Yeah, she's like, it's not all about you. I wanted to show my screen overlay. She did great. I love them. Until I thought something was wrong with my camera. I was looking and looking, so I'm like, let me try this other one.
Good
And
morning.
it worked.
When someone plays make-believe with a real gun in a real-life workplace, and while playing make-believe with that gun violates the cardinal rules of firearm safety, people's lives are endangered, and someone could be killed. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what this case is about. It's simple, it's straightforward. The evidence will show that someone who played make-believe with a real gun and violated the cardinal rules of firearm safety is the defendant, Alexander Baldwin. You will hear over the course of the next few days that in the fall of 2021, a movie called Rust began filming at the Bonanza Creek Ranch just south of Santa Fe in Santa Fe County. You will learn that this movie was a Western with a lot of gun action. And while it was a movie set, it was a real life workplace for many people. But you will hear this workplace was on a tight budget. And you will learn that some of the people who were hired to work at this workplace were very inexperienced. And one of those was the armorer, a very young woman named Hannah Gutierrez Reed. You will hear testimony from crew members who worked on the set, who will tell you that to them, Ms. Gutierrez's inexperience was obvious. You will also learn that this workplace has some talented people. And one of those was the director of photography, a vibrant 42-year-old rising star named Halyna Hutchins. You will also learn that the director of this film was Joel Souza, another talented individual who cares deeply for his projects. The evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that like in many workplaces, there are people who act in a reckless manner and place other individuals in danger and act without due regard for the safety of others. That, you will hear, was the defendant, Alexander Baldwin, the lead actor on this film. You will learn that this movie began filming on or about October 6, 2021. But the defendant did not arrive on set to begin working until about October 13. And you will learn that prior to arriving on the set to work, he requested to be assigned the biggest gun available. So he was assigned this revolver, a replica of an 1873 single action revolver manufactured by Pieta Firearms in Italy. You will hear from Alessandro Pieta, who will tell you he manufactured this gun. And he will tell you he manufactured it in 2015. And he will explain the quality control measures that Pieta Firearms follows in order to ensure that firearms that are manufactured by Pieta Firearms don't have any problems or issues. Mr. Pieta will tell you that this firearm he himself manufactured, and that when Pieta sent it to EMF, which is the company that distributes firearms for Pieta Firearms in the United States, this gun was in perfect working condition. You will hear from Justin Neal, who is a representative of EMF, a company out of California that has historically been known to provide firearms to the movie industry. Mr. Neal will tell you that when EMF received this firearm in 2017, it was in perfect working order. And in fact, when EMF had this firearm, it was subjected to numerous quality control inspections because it was used as a show gun at gun shows. The evidence will show that in September of 2021, an individual by the name of Seth Kenny was contacted by the folks with Rust Production. They asked Mr. Kenny if he would be able to provide some firearms for the filming, for use during the filming of Rust. You will learn that Mr. Kenny owns PDQ Firearm and Prop. It's a duly licensed firearms dealership. Mr. Kenny then contacted EMF and ordered several single action replica revolvers. And in September, or on September 29, 2021, Mr. Kenny purchased this gun. And you will hear that Mr. Kenny received it from EMF and it was in perfect working order. The only thing that Mr. Kenny did to this gun was to insert the firing pin, because since it was a show gun, it didn't have a firing pin. But you'll learn that that's a very easy step. All he had to do was just insert the pin, and that's it. And then Mr. Kenny had the firearms, this one and some other firearms, transferred to the set of Rust at the Bonanza Creek Ranch. And on October 13th, 2021, the defendant was supposed to have a training session with this gun and this young armorer. But you will see that during this training session, the defendant had somebody or a couple of people filming him while he's running around shooting this gun. You will learn, ladies and gentlemen, or you'll hear during this trial the use of the words prop gun. And you'll learn a prop gun is this real gun. It's not a toy. It's not made of rubber. It's a real gun. You will also see evidence, ladies and gentlemen, that during the days before that fateful October 21st day, the defendant handled this firearm multiple occasions. You will see video footage of the defendant firing this firearm, working perfectly fine. But you'll see evidence, ladies and gentlemen, that each time the defendant handled this firearm, he did not do a safety check with that inexperienced armorer. And you'll hear that the reason he didn't do a safety check is because he didn't want to offend her. The evidence you will see will paint a real-life picture of a real-life workplace where this defendant mishandled this gun. You will see him using this gun as a pointer to point at people, to point at things. You will see him cock the hammer when he's not supposed to cock the hammer. You will see him put his finger on the trigger when his finger's not supposed to be on the trigger. You will hear about numerous breaches of firearm safety with this defendant and this use of this firearm. And the evidence will show that on the morning of October 21st, 2021, the camera crew walked off set. And you will learn that one of the reasons that camera crew walked out is because they were concerned over safety breaches with the use of firearms. The evidence will show that the morning of October 21st started out a couple of hours behind. They filmed some scenes at this church on the Bonanza Creek Ranch.
Sorry, I had to show Jody that.
And you will see that one of those scenes required the defendant to pull out his gun. This was in the morning. Pull out his gun, and you'll hear the director tell him, pull it out and hold it. And the first time, you'll see evidence the defendant does what the director tells him. But you will hear the director tell you that many times the defendant would do his own thing. So then the director in the morning asked him, okay, do it again, just like you did now. The defendant pulls out the gun, but this time he cocks the hammer. The evidence will show they then broke for lunch. And around 1:30 or so, they came back to this church to do what's called a blocking. The evidence will show that Ms. Hutchins wanted to do a blocking for an insert. And you will learn what a blocking is, just working out the details of the moves of the actor. It wasn't even a rehearsal. You will hear from one of the witnesses who walked into the church and saw the defendant kind of playing with his gun. And then you will see evidence or hear evidence that Ms. Hutchins and Mr. Souza were talking to the defendant about doing this insert. And the insert was just supposed to be from here to here. And it was supposed to be of the defendant just slowly taking his gun out of his holster, and just holding it at an angle. The evidence will show that someone asked the armorer to bring the defendant's gun to him. And she did. She brought it into the church, showed it to David Halls, who you will learn was the first assistant director. The gun was empty. Ms. Gutierrez then handed the gun to the defendant. But then you will hear that Ms. Gutierrez was given the gun back, and she took it and loaded it with dummy rounds. And what you will learn is that dummy rounds are inert rounds. They look like real rounds, but they are very easy to tell that they are not because they'll rattle. Ms. Gutierrez then went back to the church, showed the revolver to the first assistant director very fast. They only checked about 3 rounds, very quick. And they missed 1 round. You will learn that one of the rounds in that revolver was a real round. And the evidence will show that Ms. Gutierrez then handed the gun to the defendant. And what you will learn is that once again, the defendant failed to do a gun check or a safety check with this armor. So he takes the firearm, puts it in his holster. Then Ms. Hutchins and Mr. Souza were doing this blocking. And the evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that the defendant, again, did his own thing. You will hear from an individual by the name of Kent Jorgensen. Mr. Jorgensen will tell you that he's been involved in drafting and revising movie set safety rules. You will learn that these movie set safety rules require actors, like the defendant, to treat every firearm as though it's loaded, to never point a firearm at another person, and to never put your finger on the trigger unless you're prepared to shoot or to destroy whatever's in front of you. The evidence will show that on October 21st, 2021, after that lunch break, the defendant once again violated those set safety rules. And during this blocking, the director had instructed him to just slowly take out that gun and just hold it at an angle. But you will see that the defendant takes it out quickly the first time, points it. And you will hear witness testimony who will tell you the first time he does it, his finger is on or around the trigger. He does it again, takes it out very fast, points it. And once again, you will hear testimony that his finger was on or around the trigger. And the evidence will show that that third and fatal time, he takes it out once again, fast, hammer's cocked, he cocks the hammer, points it straight at Ms. Hutchins, and fires that gun, sending that live bullet right into Ms. Hutchins' body. You will learn that this bullet was a .45 caliber round that entered Ms. Hutchins' body right underneath her right underarm. It perforated her right lung. It traveled through her spine, lacerating her spinal cord, and then it exited on the left side of her back. That bullet then went into Joel Souza's right shoulder, and it came to rest in his back, from where doctors removed it once he was transported to St. Vincent's Hospital here in Santa Fe. You will learn, ladies and gentlemen, that Ms. Hutchins did not have the same fate. You will see the aftermath of the shooting, and you will see medics frantically working to save Ms. Hutchins, to stabilize her, to transport her, to airlift her to UNM Hospital. But the damage from that bullet was too much. Ms. Hutchins succumbed to her injuries and bled to death. The evidence.
Sorry, I got to pause real quick. Thank you. Welcome to Ping Ping and Pew Pew, or Ping and Pew Pews about Ping Ping. Thank you so much. I appreciate that so much. I will get the name of my my members right here. It is Ping and Pew Pew. Got it. But I appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. You guys are awesome. Sorry, we'll get back to this.
This will show that meanwhile, after the shooting, the defendant began to claim he didn't pull the trigger. The evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that's not possible. You will hear from Mr. Pieta himself, who will tell you that gun will not discharge without a pull of the trigger. You will hear from firearms experts who will tell you that gun will not discharge without a pull of that trigger. The evidence will show that law enforcement officials arrived at the scene on October 21st after the shooting and immediately took this gun into their custody. Then later, they asked the FBI for assistance in processing this gun for forensics and examination. You will learn that the gun and some ammunition that was taken from the set and from PDQ arms were sent to the FBI for analysis. You will learn that the gun first went to the DNA section of the lab, where a DNA analyst found the defendant's DNA on this gun. And then the gun was transferred to the firearms and tool mark section of the lab, where a firearms examiner examined this gun very carefully and closely. Bryce Ziegler, who is the firearms examiner for the FBI, will tell you that when he received this firearm, he first examined it. He didn't see any defects, didn't see any modifications. He tried and he checked the hammer in the 3 different positions, cocking positions. He checked the quarter cock position, fine. Checked the half cock position, fine. Checked the full cock position, fine. And when he held it in the full cock position, you will hear that hammer held
Yes, he does.
until he pulled the trigger.
Thank you again, Bri.
You will also hear that Mr. Ziegler test fired this gun 12 different times. And each time that gun fired as it was designed. Each time when he pulled that trigger, it fired. And he will tell you that not once did this gun malfunction or discharge on its own. Now, the evidence will show that because the defendant had been claiming that he didn't pull the trigger, Mr. Ziegler suggested one last test to the sheriff's department. Mr. Ziegler told the sheriff's department that he could do what's called an accidental discharge test. He obtained authorization to do this test, and you will hear that he left that test for last because that test could potentially damage the gun. Mr. Ziegler went forward after he received this authorization and conducted the accidental discharge test. And you will hear, ladies and gentlemen, that during that test, a couple of the internal components of this firearm damaged. You will hear that the trigger sear and the full cock hammer notch were damaged during the accidental discharge testing. The evidence will show, however, that before this accidental discharge testing by the FBI, this gun functioned and worked perfectly fine. You'll see the video footage of the multiple occasions during which the defendant used this firearm on the set, and each time he fired it, it was working just fine. And in fact, you'll hear evidence that the defendant himself admitted in December of 2021 that this gun didn't have any mechanical problems. You will hear from the 2 of the country's leading experts on firearms forensics, Michael Hague and Lucian Hague. And they will tell you that they examined the revolver and the damaged pieces extensively. They will tell you that the damage to the full cock trigger notch is consistent with the accidental discharge testing that was conducted by the FBI. Lucian Hague will tell you that in August of 2023, he examined the trigger sear, the other piece, and that when he looked at it initially with the naked eye, there was nothing wrong with it. He couldn't see anything. But then he put it under the microscope, and he noticed some kind of rough microscopic diagonal lines on the surface of the trigger sear. And since at the time he did not know how Mr. Ziegler had conducted the accidental discharge test, he opined that these very small microscopic lines were likely not caused by the FBI accidental discharge testing, but he could not exclude that as the source of those lines. Then a few weeks ago, Mr. Hague will tell you that he spoke with Mr. Ziegler and he learned how Mr. Ziegler had conducted the accidental discharge test. Mr. Ziegler explained that he affixed that firearm onto a fixed platform and then struck the firearm on 6 different planes with a rubber mallet. And Mr. Ziegler explained to Mr. Haig that he had not affixed the mallet to another fixed device. Instead, he did it freehand. Mr. Haig will tell you, with his 50 plus years of experience as a firearms forensics expert, he opined or concluded that those very tiny microscopic diagonal lines on the surface of the trigger sear were likely caused by the FBI's accidental discharge test. The evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that regardless of how those tiny microscopic lines got on that trigger sear, these firearms experts will tell you that those would not affect the functionality of this firearm. At the end of this case, ladies and gentlemen, you are going to conclude and be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that on October 21st, 2021, that gun the defendant had asked to be assigned worked perfectly fine as it was designed, and that the fatal and one of the main problems that afternoon of October 21st was that the defendant didn't do a gun safety check with that inexperienced armorer. He pointed the gun at another human being, cocked the hammer, and pulled that trigger in reckless disregard for Ms. Hutchins' safety. And you will be convinced that the only true and just verdict in this case, so that true justice can be served, is a verdict of guilty to involuntary manslaughter. Thank you.
Mr. Spiro?
Lawyers and tech. It's like, I'm used to paintings. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, we've muted. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. So yes, everyone, please remember to check out Jody. The link is up on the screen. It's in the chat.
Thank you, Your Honor.
She's great.
Good morning.
Awesome.
This was an unspeakable tragedy, but Alec Baldwin committed no crime. He was an actor acting, playing the role of Harlan Rust. An actor playing a character can act in ways that are lethal, that just aren't lethal on a movie set. These cardinal rules, they're not cardinal rules on a movie set. And I don't have to tell you much more about this because you've all seen gunfights in movies. And the reason that can happen is because safety is ensured before the actor. On this movie set, there were people responsible for ensuring the safety of the set and the firearm. Those people failed in their duties, but Alec Baldwin committed no crime. The most critical issue in this case is how a real bullet got on a movie set. The evidence will show that real bullets are never supposed to be on movie sets. Movie sets use dummies and blanks. Movie sets use dummies, fake inert bullets that look like real bullets, they don't go bang, for when you want a close-up of the gun. You can't tell them apart from live bullets by looking at them, which is why live bullets can be nowhere near a movie set. And if the director wants a shot of the gun going, bang, poof, there's blanks that they can use. And those blanks look nothing like real bullets. And they are used for those shooting scenes. And, they'll play these videos that they described of Alec's, firearm in the movie going bang, poof, and people are conditioned to seeing people firing weapons and thinking that's a dangerous act. That's a dangerous act. And they will play those videos and give you that image to try to tarnish him in your eyes. But that's not what happened here. On this set, there was a real bullet, something that should never be on a movie set, something which has nothing to do with making a movie. And you will hear no evidence, not one word, that Alec Baldwin had anything to do with that real bullet being brought onto that set. The second critical issue in this case is, why did a real bullet get loaded into a prop movie gun? It is undisputed that the bullet was loaded into the gun by the armorer, the person on set whose responsibility it was to ensure the gun was safe. And so picture that moment of the armorer placing a live bullet into that firearm. You hear the prosecutor say, he did this, or he performed in a certain way. He picked out the biggest gun as his prop. It's to tarnish him in your eyes. You will hear no evidence whatsoever. No evidence that anything Mr. Baldwin did, that something he did in that moment, that horrible moment when she put that bullet in that gun, none of it had anything to do with Alec Baldwin. And finally, the first assistant director's job, the head of safety, Dave Halls, checks it before it goes to the actor.
Unalived people on
And he
set.
will tell you he made a tragic mistake. He failed to detect a live bullet. And Alec Baldwin had nothing to do with that either. So all this evidence that the prosecutor just outlined, all of it, has nothing to do with these critical issues. Nothing. Which leads us to this. The evidence will show that on a movie set, safety has to occur before the gun is placed in the actor's hands. In this case, this unique case on a movie set, the prop gun was placed in Mr. Baldwin's hands and cold gun was announced, meaning it had been checked and double checked by those responsible to ensure the gun was safe. It was just a prop. They all thought it was just a prop and could do no harm. The actor's job is to act, to rehearse, to choreograph his moves, to memorize his lines. He's Harlan Rust. He's an outlaw running for his life, who in the incident in question, he's pulling a six-shooter to try to defend himself. That's why the gun has to be safe before it gets into the actor's hands. His mind is somewhere else, in the being of another, a century away, an outlaw. He must be able to take that weapon and use it as the person he's acting would. To wave it, to point it, to pull the trigger like actors do, in ways that would be lethal in the real world, but are not lethal on a movie set. And I'm going to show you that scene now before lunch. And if we could just play action.
Jody always like says, thank goodness for the mute button.
I'm gonna go find some help.
I don't need no damn help.
You're gonna die if you don't.
He's wounded and on the run. Play again. Continue.
Harlan Rust. Need you stand up nice and slow. Toss any weapons you have.
He's on the church pew, bleeding, his hand gripping the revolver. He would defend himself against the men in the movie. Play.
One more. You good? Ready? Harlan Rust. Did you get up nice and slow, tossing the weapons you have?
Well, how close can I get right there?
Joel, you want me to wait to give you that line till he lands, till camera lands?
Yeah.
Yep.
7 minutes, draw your gun and look up. Point your gun, okay?
Okay, which way? Camera right or left?
This way.
So camera left for now.
I'll stand right here for you, Alec.
So whip it out.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let me get this all greased. Ready?
Yeah.
Okay, ready? Okay, ready? Ready.
And set. Ready, and action.
Harlan Rust.
Do one more looks like that. You got one more? Yeah.
Ready, ready, ready,
They
ready.
want him to do it again. There's no danger. They want him to do it again.
And set, ready, and action. Harlan Rust. Nice.
It's a scene similar to scenes we've all seen in movies and television, performed by thousands of actors. And the scene that continues after lunch is the same scene. It's just not, unfortunately, captured on videotape. And the scene they envisioned and acted out, that prop gun was positioned in the afternoon so close to the camera that you could see inside, that you could feel it. You could feel that it was loaded. And it was loaded, of course, with dummies. Dummies to make it look like a real gun. But this one time, one of those dummies was a real bullet. The real bullet was not known to anyone in that church. Amongst the actors, directors, and crew in the scene, everyone was doing exactly how they go about their business every day on a movie, not as if some lethal element had been included in the environment. You will see creativity and movement and everyone talking and vibrant. No one had any idea that this venomous, toxic element had been inserted into this magic they were creating. But it did. It entered that place. It killed an amazing person. It wounded another, and it changed lives forever. And so to find out what happened on that movie set, you need to do something that the prosecutors could never do. You have to step back and remember what they were doing on a movie set. What were Halyna Hutchins, the cinematographer, Joel Souza, the director, and Alec Baldwin, the actor, doing on Bonanza Creek Ranch? You know, movies and magic have always been closely associated. The first people that made movies were magicians. And this imagination that happens in movies, you know, King Kong, he can stand above a city, and Superman can fly, horses and snakes and gun battles. For this to all work, for cinematography, what Halyna did to work, for acting to work, you have to be so close to the barrier of real and imagined that the viewer feels that they're there, that it's real. The viewer can't see strings from the stuntman. The stuntman must leap. The snake must hiss. And guns happen in movies all over this country for many decades. Bang, bang. You've all seen it. Guns have been an element of theater and film and television since the earliest of times. Depictions of war and combat, Spartacus, it stirs audiences because it feels real. Later films, Platoon, Apocalypse Now, they showed the unvarnished realities of war. This ranch in Santa Fe, it had been the scene to many gunfights and movie scenes well before Alec was even born. Laramie, Butch and the Sundance Kid, and these westerns.
Your Honor, may we approach?
FYI, I will be over here on mute. I'll be over here on mute this stream. If you want to know why I'm laughing, it's not at this serious thing on the screen up here. It's because my chat is amazing and awesome and they're hilarious. So make sure you have your chat on replay turned on.
The evidence will show that guns are in movies because movies are about people's lives and guns are in people's lives. So let's talk about the evidence and how the lethal bullet got there. How did this happen and how did it unfold? The evidence will be the following. Everybody on a movie set has a role. The armor armors, the director directs, the actor acts. They work in harmony, but they have a division of responsibility. Safety being important has the first assistant director, whose name is Dave Halls, above the armorer and is sort of the safety of the set. And on that day in question, the cast and the creative directors and crew in the church, it's a fake church. Their actors are not in their normal clothes, it's costumes. There's debris falling from the ceiling, it's fake debris. And they yell out cold gun. And that is an important term you're going to learn in this case. It means that the gun is cold. No one need worry. But even that requires a little bit more explanation. Cold gun doesn't mean no live bullets. There are for sure 100% no live bullets on movie sets. That's unimaginable. Cold means you don't even have the fake blank poof in it. You don't need to worry even about, eye gear or earplugs for that fake bang. It means it's empty, inert, cosmetic, can do no harm. Cold guns can't hurt people. It's impossible, literally impossible for a cold gun to hurt somebody. You could hurt you more by dropping it on your foot. And that's why these artists are carrying on in their art.
So then it's
Cold
not-
gun, all clear to go. And the armorer on this set hands a prop gun to Alec, like she had done times before, like people have done with him in movies for a generation. And he's there. He's in the movie set church with his movie set gear and his holster, and he takes his movie set gun. And he's deeply focused in that moment on his character. The artists, the crew members, they're moving around him. Again, no eye gear or earplugs, nothing to protect against. They carry on. They practice. They rehearse. They take a lunch break. Some folks leave, some don't. They continue the scene. Dave Halls, the head of safety, is actually practicing the movement so they can frame the footage that will happen after lunch. And the prop cold gun comes back. The prop cold gun comes back, cold gun. They call it again. Same gun, again, safe. The first assistant director, Dave Halls, head of safety for the entire film, a man with decades of experience, comes and takes the additional step and inspects the gun, verifies again, cold gun. Everyone relax. Go back to focus on the making of a movie. There's nothing in the gun that can hurt anybody. And Alex sits on that pew. And the creative directors, the crew, they're moving around him, in front of him. And Harlan Rust, he begins, like the prosecutor told you, rehearsing, acting. This is a completely mundane, uneventful, routine act on a movie set. And so everybody carries on. Nobody fathomed, imagined, foresaw any possible danger. They moved around Alec as he practiced his draw. As the prosecutor put it, working out the details of the move in the actor. He does it again, does it in a different way. Nobody bats an eye. And they will tell you that the investigation revealed that Baldwin was practicing drawing and pointing the weapon of the scene with guidance and instruction from Halyna Hutchins and Joel Souza. The gun goes off. Everybody's shocked. Alec is startled. He immediately says, I didn't mean to shoot I didn't pull the trigger. Immediately. What the hell just happened? They collectively exclaim. Shock turns to panic. 911 is called.
Ambulance out at Bonanza Creek Ranch right now. We've had 2 people shot on a movie set accidentally. You said someone was shot? 2 people accidentally with gunshots out on movie set, Bonanza Creek Ranch. Send it. I'll connect you with medical dispatch. Don't need that. San Jose Fire and EMS, what's the location of the emergency? No, Bonanza Creek Ranch has had 2 people accidentally shot on a movie set by a prop gun. We need help immediately. Okay. This fucking AG that yelled at me at lunch because asking about revisions. This motherfucker. Did you see him lean over my table and yell at me? He's got disgusted guns. He's responsible for what happened in the film. Now, Mimi? No. I'm a script supervisor. How many people are injured? 2 that I know of. I was sitting, we were rehearsing, and it went off, and I ran out.
Accidentally shot on a movie set with a prop gun. The fucking AD, it was his responsibility. Not a word about Alec Baldwin. While they're en route, police, EMS, the cast and crew are outside trying to figure out what happened, frantic, talking to those responsible for the prop and its safety. The armorer is yelling, sorry. Halls, the first assistant director, is panicked. The prop master, Sarah Zachary, I don't know exactly where she is at that point, but they check the gun feverishly. They take the ammo out of the gun. They look at it. What the heck happened? They go back to the prop cart that houses the ammo. They're touching the gun and manipulating the gun, emptying it. They go and move some stuff off the prop cart, trying to figure it out. Sarah Zachary, the head of props, will tell you she threw some stuff out. And eventually, of course, EMS and police arrive pretty soon thereafter. And Halyna Hutchins and Joel Souza, the director, are transported to the hospital where Halyna tragically passes away. And I'm not going to be asking questions about her condition after she was wounded or the medical interventions that followed. Her injuries, the efforts to revive her, are not in dispute in this case. The evidence will be there. The prosecutor may present some of these emotionally charged images, but we're not going to be asking questions about that, and it's not an issue in dispute in this case. You jurors are allowed to ask yourselves whether or not that should be the focus or the focus should be the evidence. So police enter the scene. They have lapel cameras. Thank God they have lapel cameras. You want to see what happens? The evidence will show you can play the videotape. Want to see if they take the right gun? Play the videotape. Want to make sure what the people said or did, they're remembering correctly? Play the videotape. And so they immediately recover the prop gun and they secure it. That's off to the side. And the reason that you preserve things in the moment is so that you know what existed in the moment, the evidence in the moment, the people and the witnesses and what they said in the moment. These folks, the members of Rust, they'd never been through anything like this before. That is why what they originally said matters so much in this case. If you remember anything I say today as the evidence proceeds, remember that. Look at the evidence of what the people of Rust said and did that day. Life changes, memories change. There are human motivations, internal pressure, external pressure. That's why preservation is so important. So the police continue. In terms of the prop cart and the prop ammo that's on the cart, it's manipulated, altered, kind of messy. At this accidental shooting on a movie set, the police begin to make some mistakes. No one had ever investigated a prop gun on a movie set before. They recover the prop gun, but they don't wear gloves. They don't have the prop car inside the crime scene. Someone moves it onto the crime scene. People start touching it and showing, okay, this is a dummy, this is a blank. And then they make another mistake that matters in this case with some more significance, which is that they don't secure the prop truck that houses the cart. See, that cart that they roll off comes from a truck where all of the ammunition, all of the firearms are, and that's where they're stored. They don't secure the prop truck for several days. And then the prop house that supplies the truck, that supplies the cart, they don't secure for over a month. A lot of mistakes. They had never investigated a case in a movie set. But they had the prop gun. That was key. And so they needed to figure out where the live bullet came from. They had the shell casing, Starline brass. That's the sort of make. You'll hear that phrase, Starline brass. And the police were right to focus on that. That was the lethal element. And so they work outward. Makes good enough sense. Folks around the ammo and the gun to be interviewed at the precinct. The armorer at the precinct. She loaded the live bullet. Halls, head of safety, he double checked. And Alec walks up to the police. You'll see this early today. And he says, I'm here, whatever you want to do, whatever you need me to do. Just tell me where to go. And Sarah Zachary, the prop master who threw out the stuff at the cart, they missed her that night to bring to the precinct. But the rest of them at the precinct. And thankfully, we have the lapel cameras.
And then they cleared the gun outside after at his request, and I witnessed them clear it and saw the bullets.
Okay. So only one was,
the one that was missing, the one that fired, we don't know, but all the other ones were proper.
I can pause this. I can turn this off. Move on. That was just a quick snapshot of the scene.
Let's approach.
I was going to say, I thought I heard objection.
They consented to the exhibit.
I thought I was like hearing somebody say objection. Then I just thought I was hearing things because there's some stuff going on. I kind of thought his opening would be better so far. It's not been wonderful, in my opinion. I think the States was better. I don't know. What do you guys think? Yes, only 11 more, and then hopefully they don't take them away again. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there.
The remaining witnesses from inside the church are interviewed on the scene. They're interviewed with lapel cameras. They're interviewed by the lead detective, Detective Cano. And those witnesses, some of them will come in here and testify. And not a single one of them will tell you anything different than what I'm about to tell you about the evidence. The gun was double checked, verified it was a Colt gun, not an actor's responsibility to check. Safety was ensured before. Alec was doing his practicing, his rehearsing, his movements. People manipulate and point guns on movie sets. The gun went off during the rehearsal. No one saw him intentionally pull the trigger. It was obviously a tragic accident, but Alec committed no homicide. Alec took the gun from those charged with its safety. He did not tamper with it. He did not load it himself. He did not leave it unattended. It completed his costume and his character. It was an actor handling a prop and integrating it into the character of Harlan Rust. There was a dedicated professional there, off camera, whose sole sacred responsibility was that prop safety. And Dave Halls, the head of safety, was there by her side. Everyone relied on that. And it was tragic that they let them down. He was just acting as he has done for generations, and it was the safety apparatus that failed them all. So law enforcement continues. They need to find the live bullet. That was the lethal element. So they, led by Detective Cano, execute a search warrant on the church. And that's what law enforcement does. They immediately go to a judge. They say, this is what we need to do. They go into the church urgently before anything can be altered. They're confirming it was an accident, not a crime in the church. They search for guns and ammunition, videos and photos. There was no further answer in the church. They had the prop gun. They had all those witnesses secured. Their statements are clear. Alec had committed no crime, but the bullet was a mystery. And so they focus on the bullet, the critical lethal bullet, and how did it enter the movie set. So they had the prop cart, and then they go do the warrant on the prop truck. And so at that point, and I'm going to put up a photo so that you can see who some of these individuals are. They're trying to figure out when they go to the truck, what is the source of the lethal bullet? And so they execute a warrant on the truck approximately a week later. The Seth Kenny that you heard about in the prosecutor's opening, the supplier for the set, he's there. Sarah Zachary, the prop master, she's there. And they walk through what's inside of the prop truck with law enforcement. But there's no answer to the lethal bullet. And this case then takes on, all this pressure. The media begins swirling. Where is the lethal bullet? How did it get on that movie set? And what about that actor, Alec Baldwin, who had nothing to do with why the bullet got on the movie set? And so police and prosecutors, they work hand in hand, meeting after meeting, trying to find the lethal bullet, meeting with Seth Kenny, meeting with Sarah Zachary, the prop master, the supplier. Where is it? And about a month after the incident, Sarah Zachary finally sits down with law enforcement to answer some questions. And she explains to them that she threw away some stuff. She disposed of some stuff. And the prosecutors and police keep meeting, swirling media. And then at that point, they go to the last step, right? Done the cart, gone to the truck, met with Sarah Zachary, and they go execute a search warrant on, as the prosecutor told you, PDQ, the prop house. And again, Seth Kenny's there to greet them, let them in, and they don't find the lethal bullet. They never did. They never did. And as things roll into police and prosecutors, cell phones and photos and forensics, looking for this shiny object, they found another shiny object. Instead of trying to find the source of the lethal bullet, they focused on Mr. Baldwin. But Mr. Baldwin was like every other actor. He goes bang bang in movies. He's told when guns are cold or not. He rehearses and acts as his character. Safety proceeds before the actor. Once the actor...
Sorry. Ugh. Thank you, Gabby, for your super sticker. And for your super chat. I appreciate it. Again, listen, I needed a break from this guy for a second. The super sticker is, what did I do? I'm not doing it. You almost got me. You almost got me. That would look bad. That would look bad. This guy and this whole actor thing is driving me nuts because Bob, you're correct. If he had to put that to his head and pull the trigger, he would have absolutely checked it. We all would, because we all know that you cannot ever treat it as it's not loaded, ever. Unless it's like Gabby said, made of wood, which using wood with this chat today is really bad idea. But unless it's 100% fake. So I have a question, because you guys may know the answer to this and I don't, because until I started kind of reading some articles here in the last few days, had never heard, just there's news organizations, I will use that term lightly, saying this was a prop. He's now saying it's a prop. I did not ever hear until here recently, seeing these recent articles, that was a prop. I heard it was a replica, just like the state said. I heard it was working, was a firearm that worked. Obviously, it could fire real rounds. So this whole thing about being a prop all of a sudden seems to be, is it a narrative they're just trying to put out there to protect him? Did I dismiss it earlier? Because honestly, I really did not. I didn't follow it a lot because I honestly didn't think he was ever going to get charged because who he is. We all would have been charged, convicted, and sent to prison for a longer than 18 months that he's facing. But yeah. So I don't know. I needed just a break. And thank you, Gabby, for your super chat and your 2 super stickers. I do appreciate it very, very much. It's very generous. You guys are being awesome. And I will continue. So, okay, that's kind of how I was thinking about it too. Yes, that it was a real gun being used as a prop. Yes. Somatics. Yes. But when you put the word prop to the jury, are they going to see it that way? Or are they going to think, well, this was a prop gun. This was a prop firearm. This was a prop thingy. A banana. He should have never had to think about it because it was a prop. Like, I don't know. An Old West, what were you in? You were in an Old Western card game shootout and it got shut down. Well, if you were using prop guns or non-prop guns, I'm glad it did. Yes, exactly. Right. Trying to make it sound like it was a toy. It's not real. It's not real. It's not real. It's a prop. And I mean, he's doing his job, so whatever. But he has to do his job. If he keeps saying that word, I may go to New Mexico and just be like, here's duct tape. Shh. You don't say that again. Of course, I think Alec Baldwin's wife would try to beat me up. Hey, we got 10 more to go and we are at 1K. Awesome. Thank you. All right. I will hit play now that my brain has had a break from listening.
Has the prop gun. He can handle it however a person he's acting as would. A properly cleared gun can't hurt anybody. And so they told you about some of the things that Alex said in the statements that they will take or picked out a few lines from. But he won't tell you anything different, that he took a gun loaded and cleared by the armor and the AD. He made motions with the gun as he was rehearsing. He didn't intentionally pull the trigger. The gun just went off. And he does say, I didn't have a problem with the gun before. And this idea, that they said that he didn't want to check because he would offend them. In this moment, he's been doing this for 40 years, the evidence will show. And he has habits. And there are also SAG guidelines that tell actors what to do and what not to do. And the SAG guidelines don't tell actors to check the gun. You will see them. That's not the actor's role. And so I guess the point that they're trying to make is that why in this specific moment he doesn't break his habit of 40 years and check it differently and sort of insult them this one time. If he had done that and started playing with the gun in that way, they'd be saying, arrogant actor, why is he doing that? So they will play these statements, Alec's statements. You're going to hear a man in shock and grief, a father, an artist, worried about his family. You hear he's, on one of the calls, he's going to meet with the decedent's family, the Hutchins family, and he's upset about that. He will talk to law enforcement. He will call them. He doesn't need a lawyer. He didn't commit a crime. He will call them and offer to meet and speak over and over again. And ask anyone in the acting world. Actors know. Actors rely on armorers and point guns and shoot guns. The Armorers Act, what they did is clear and proven. The head of safety, you will learn, took responsibility for his verification failure. But Alec committed no homicide. So law enforcement didn't have a homicide case against Alec Baldwin, but they changed the question. You heard the prosecutor tell you about this. Did he pull the trigger? Did he pull the trigger? Did he intentionally pull the trigger? And if he did, of course, that would only make his statement incorrect, right? That would mean he would have misspoke, been incorrect. And I want to stop for a moment and just tell you, because you're going to hear a lot of testimony, expert testimony, like the prosecutor told you, about the gun functioning imperfectly. Did he let the hammer down when he cocked it? Did he hit the trigger? Did he, in a calculated manner, as the prosecutor made a motion, fire?
Okay, I don't think it was calculated. Also, Brian, did I say semantics? I meant semantics. If that was just hit my head. Gabby, you are spoiling me absolutely freaking rotten today, and I love it. Thank you so, so much. And thank you for all that you do, because you are always there, one of my biggest supporters. And I love that we have become friends outside of YouTube. I know you will hold your Crocs and go get anybody at any time if they do anything to me. And thank you, thank you, thank you. I just appreciate you so much. So back to this. That's going to just drive me nuts. Just finish your opening statement, Lord.
Fire the gun like that. And when this issue is discussed, it's easy to sort of pull yourself into courtroom land and away from a movie set. On a movie set, you're allowed to pull the trigger. So even if he intentionally pulled the trigger, like the prosecutor just demonstrated, that doesn't make him guilty of homicide. He did not know or have any reason to know that gun was loaded with a live bullet. That's the key. That live bullet is the key. That is the lethal element. But again, as the prosecutor told you, if they could prove that he intentionally pulled the trigger and he was imperfect, imprecise, wrong with what he said, then maybe you take that and you say he's lying. And if he's a liar, he committed homicide. And so what they do is they take the prop gun. They're blinded by the shine. They're blinded by trying to disprove Alec. They take it and they order a destructive test on the firearm. They order the FBI to take a test that they know will destroy the firearm. It's a pointless, unnecessary test where they blindly try to make this big case by taking a mallet and smashing the firearm. At the time that they did that.
Thank you, Brian. Oh my goodness. What am I going to do with you guys? What am I going to do? Adair, you were gifted a membership by Brian. Please say thank you. George, if you're hanging out, you were gifted a membership. Tammy Majors, Grandma's house. Oh, Becky Boo. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, you guys, that is a gift from Bry Bear. Thank you so much. You guys are just, I don't know what to do with you, but it's amazing. So thank you. Adair, I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you. We're going to have to just wait, see what they have. The biggest thing that's going to help them right now is the fact that the judge ruled that they cannot bring up the fact that was a producer on the film. That's going to help the defense, I think, a lot, because now they can just go, George, have you been back there lurking, sir? Mr. Bry. Bry Bear did it, George. It's George, stop being a lurker. We miss having you in chat. Yeah, I thought you went to bed, Jody. Silly me. Oh, well, George, at least you're honest. No, I wasn't here. George, I miss you. Whatever you're doing, I hope you're enjoying it. But anyway, they cannot talk about him being a producer, so he gets to just be like, I'm just an actor. And that's going to help them, I think, because the actor isn't, like he was saying, they're told not to check the gun, the thingy, the weapon, that thing, the banana. I'm just going to call it a banana because they called it a banana. George. Hey, there's a reason for that, George, because for a long time, until Bob and Bry came here, you and Adair, who we were not even, you two never showed up at the same time, so we weren't sure that you guys weren't the same person. You guys, I didn't have any men in here. I had no men. I couldn't mod any men. There wasn't any. When YouTube gives me all my little breakdowns of everything, my subs were like 96% women. So that's why. That is why. It's not my fault. With this hair thing. Well, you can have all the you have all the equal rights for your dangly bits. I do not discriminate. I do not. No matter what you've heard, it's a lie. It's all lies. Oh my goodness. I can't argue with the stats. That's right. I can't do it. That's what they are. It doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me there was more women here than men. But it's okay. You guys are starting to show up, and I appreciate it all. Appreciate all of you. Equally. You see that woman sitting there in the yellow and the look she's giving the defense attorney? That's kind of how I feel right now, too. Well, yeah, probably. We probably do prefer this over car engines. I like looking at cars. My husband won't like to hear that. Dare. I do like you, Adair. Like everyone equally. Well, that is true. That is true, Bri. That, however, sometimes you guys have some free time that you do probably something more productive than watch a streamer on YouTube with. Oh, George. See, the men are rising up. We may have to put you back in your place. Yes, unless working nights. Then you should be sleeping, but I'm glad you're hanging out. Oh, what are you going to do? All right, I'm pushing play. And I'm going to sit and look like that woman right there in the yellow.
They knew that Alec had adamantly maintained that he was manipulating the hammer and the gun just went off. That the witnesses said it went off out of nowhere. That there are these accidental discharges that happen on the set. That guns have issues in the real world. That this gun had a hair trigger. And the owner's manual of this specific gun actually says that if you load it with a live round or any round in the chamber, in that last position, and you drop it like you see a cowboy in a movie, this type of old cowboy gun can accidentally go off. I don't remember hearing anything about that. The evidence will show that. So rather than trying to answer the question of what happened, they proceed with the destructive test. They eliminate the one item that could prove what Alex said and believed. They didn't offer him a chance to test the gun. They didn't take the gun apart before they broke it and destroyed it and look at its inner workings. They didn't turn on their videotape. They just destroyed it. Can't ever be tested in the same condition it was in that day. Won't ever allow Alec to show his truth. And the destruction of this gun that you will hear in this evidence is symbolic of this entire case. Because the officers will tell you at that point, they weren't really investigating anymore. They were trying to disprove Alec, to get Alec to have this day. And so after the destruction of the firearm, they hired some expert witnesses you heard about to pick up the pieces, so to speak. And the state retained Lucian Haig, an expert with over half a century of experience. And he will come into court and he will tell you he's never seen anything like this in his entire career. They conducted a pointless test, a test that would lead to inevitable destruction of the firearm. There were other correct tests that they could have done to prove whether or not it could have accidentally discharged. None of the experts can test the gun in the condition it was in on the day in question. Why? Not because of something that Alec Baldwin or the crew members of Rust did. They were all clear. The gun just went off. But because of something that law enforcement did. And they deprived him of that opportunity. However, Lucian Haig will tell you that in his analysis, he did find modification that he thought likely pre-existed the FBI testing. And what that modification means and how it impacted the gun is hard to perfectly know, of course. But it was a modification on an important part, the critical part of the firearm. And it was important enough for them to put into a report and to write a new opinion about. They felt this revelation had to be sent to prosecutors. And they maintained that position, that this modification was a matter of import for almost a year. And then a few weeks ago, before trial, they just took it back. They just took it back. You will get to see the circumstances of that take back. How far they would go for the shiny object. They never solved the question of the lethal bullet. They destroyed the gun, and all they were left with is Alec Baldwin and the movie they intend to put on. But because they never solved the lethal bullet, they eliminated the prop gun. There will not be one witness, not one shred of evidence in this trial that Alec knew or should have known the gun was loaded with a live round. So they can't prove They can't prove they're high-profile homicide case. So they will proceed to then here and now tell you about other things, other evidence that you will hear that has nothing to do with what happened in the church on October 21st. That the movie set as a whole was improper or anything, that they hired the wrong armorer. I think I heard in opening. The evidence will show that the armorer was hired by somebody else, trained by somebody else, had done gun scenes on Rust with somebody else before Alec even got there. She was the daughter and the apprentice of the most famous and well-respected armorer in Hollywood, and she had just left service.
All right, so before he moves on to this, Lucian Hague, who he is talking about, is really, really knowledgeable about what he does, with the exception of climbing ladders in a snowstorm. He's very, very knowledgeable. Him and his son, I don't know why both of them need to be there, because they're good. They are very, very good. So I will be very curious to see Mr. Hague's testimony, because I do know how well they know their stuff. And the FBI did destroy it. They destroyed the firearm. I don't know if it was purposely or not purposely, but they could not make it do what Alec said it did. They never were able to recreate that. So that's why, because of that, we don't know. Mr. Hague can't test it. So I'm very curious what he will have to say, and I hope he has the right information.
Being an armorer for Nicolas Cage on another Western. Then they'll come in and they'll say, but what about the movie guidelines? You heard about Mr. Jorgensen and the movie guidelines, that one of the protocols wasn't followed, or there was a set safety issue about something unrelated to this, like these movie guidelines on a set, or the things of Navy SEALs and NASA. The guidelines were followed. They followed the safety guidelines. Actors don't check the weapons. Safety is ensured by dedicated personnel. So they will say, but there had been accidental discharges on the set, that guns had fired accidentally prior, not related to Alec, by the way. But again, that's the people we looked at. Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's fault, Sandra Zachary's fault, perhaps, Dave Hall's faults, workplace issues. Some of them will end up, and you will hear the witnesses in this case, many of them have brought civil lawsuits. And you'll hear that, in those civil lawsuits, they're presenting evidence to try to meet a burden, not a criminal beyond a reasonable doubt homicide trial burden, but they're going to try to prove their cases in civil courts. And that's where faults and accidents are at worst 99% worked out. Not here. But you'll hear these members of the Rust crew come in here. They'll try to make sense of this for you. Some of them have sued. Some of them are in grief. Some of them are in grief and have sued. And part of this grief they feel, that everybody feels, is understandable. And what they will do is they will tell you, if only we had had a second armorer. One of them will say, if only Dave Halls had checked better. If only the camera hadn't been right there and Ms. Hutchins wasn't leaning over the camera. If only I myself did this. If only Alec did that. This is natural, their testimony. It's part of the human condition. It's part of grief.
Objection, Your Honor.
None of them knew.
Yes.
So, Jody, it will not surprise me if Mr. Hague doesn't have something that he could do a reenactment with. Like I said, he's very, very good at what he does. Very knowledgeable. And
as I was saying, the witnesses in their grief will look for reasons to try to make sense of this tragedy. But again, none of them knew or should have known about the lethal bullet either. No one had any idea that it was on that set or in that gun. In that world, they were all in it together. And you will hear that none of this other stuff has anything to do with those two critical questions we started with. Why there was a live bullet on set, why the armorer placed it in the gun, and of course, why the head of safety failed to detect it. None of it speaks to whether Alec knew or should have known those things. He didn't. No one on that set did. It was not foreseeable. You will hear that word from the witnesses and from eventually the instructions. Foreseeable. This was anything other than foreseeable. And they must prove beyond any and all reasonable doubt that this was foreseeable. Total indifference to human life, that death might occur. He's an actor. He's an actor. But here we are at a homicide trial. And so they will pull witnesses, and witnesses will be cross-examined. They will push themselves to the edge of truth and beyond. These things about, Alec didn't notice this or Alec didn't notice that. I want to make sure that you're clear on something that the evidence will show. He had been filming on that set for a handful of days. The evidence will show he had just gotten there. It's not as if he had been there for months and months and noticed things and failed things, and he had just gotten there. You don't notice every little thing when you start at a new place and when you're in the character of Harlan Rust. But they will push forward, and they will have gaps in the evidence as well. Don't expect you to be hearing and for them to call the first AD head of safety. I don't know if you'll be hearing from the lead detective, Cannell, who investigated this case, the lead detective, or the sergeant that supervised him, Sergeant Zook. I don't think you'll hear from Mr. Schilling, who was the lead investigator for the prosecutors. And so as you hear this, you jurors can assess about that gap of evidence. And there's one thing that I can tell you will not hear also. You will not hear from an actor or an expert in acting. And so they will play the videotapes of Alec Baldwin, the actor, acting. They will show you perhaps over and over again him in shooting scenes. Bad Alec shooting a gun the wrong way in a movie scene. They will try to get you to picture that and forget that this was a movie set in the first place. And you will see actors in a Western acting. And your mind might go to your favorite gun scene in your favorite movie. You may picture actors and actresses doing exactly what you see here. The other actors in Rust doing the same thing that Mr. Baldwin was doing. But when you come back from that moment, remember, this is a homicide trial. And you will see soon that the reason they play those videos of him over and over is because they don't have any evidence of actual homicide. And you will learn the truth. Not a day goes by when we don't wish Alec had saved her life. But never, the witnesses will tell you, in the history, is something that an actor has done. Intercepted a live bullet from a prop gun. No actor in history. No one could have imagined or expected an actor to do that. So just remember that truth. So when they cry out justice, justice is truth. This was an unspeakable tragedy. Alec Baldwin committed no crime. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
So
What
I
we're
guess
going to do now is we're going to take our morning bathroom break. So please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence.
Note to Alec. You know how you were just sitting there and you were just so engaged with what your attorney was just saying? Maybe look that way the entire time, not like freaking crab that you are. I don't know. That defense opening did nothing for me. I really thought it'd be better. A little disappointed. I think the bald guy would have done better. Oh, yeah, his whole demeanor, and I said the other day they should fix his face, and I kind of felt bad about saying that because it's his face. He can't help it. But they say it about women all the time. I know I can have a horrible RBF. I know it. I try to be aware of it. I'm not always. When I'm out and about in public, it's whatever. Maybe that's why people stay away from me. I don't know. But yeah, the jury's going to be watching. Do you convict on that? No. Have people been convicted on that? Yeah. So absolutely. Bald guys don't. They do not. That is good point, Bry. Well, that's true too, Bob. But this guy was, listen, if I was standing in front of a jury, I'd probably be pretty stumbly too. He was just a little stumbly for me. But the whole, I see what you did there, Jody. Baldwin. But the whole, he's an actor, so he's just like exempt from all. All right, well, I'm going to identify as an actor from now on, and I am exempt from all. Nobody can touch me. Do what I want. As my husband might tell you, I already do. It's not true though. Don't listen. But yeah, I didn't like that. I didn't like the whole, he's an actor. He didn't have to do this. He didn't want to appear arrogant, so she's in the ground. Sorry. Yeah, I don't. Give me something different. Either the way I kind of see it with Hannah Gutierrez, the fact that she's already been convicted and is already serving the same amount of time he's facing, and I'm not downplaying the amount of time he's facing. They took the firearm enhancer off of there. So that took 5 years automatically off of his sentence if he is found guilty. He's facing the same 18 months as she is facing. Would that suck? Yes. Would I want to do 18 months in prison? No. Would I rather be facing 18 months than 18 years or life? Absolutely. So it's not like, he's 66 years old. It's not like it's a life sentence for him. It's not like 20 years, which could be a life sentence for him or something like that. It's 18 months. So either her conviction, in my opinion, is either going to be like, she's already been held accountable. He doesn't need to be held accountable. Or she's been held accountable and he should have double checked. He's also accountable. I think it could go either way. Sorry, Carmen, were we boring you? Rude. Just kidding. Just kidding. I can't be mean to you. You have no power. I've got the power. All right. We fast forward, get through the state seal. All right, still on state seal. We've missed nothing. Well, he won't fess up because he doesn't think he did anything wrong. So he doesn't think there's anything to fess up to. Oh yeah, he's definitely hoping not guilty. I've seen a lot of people say that he's going to be found not guilty. I haven't watched it, but I've just seen kind of the, names on like the titles on the streams or whatever here lately saying he needs to testify. I've seen some articles that says he must testify. I don't know that we're going to see that. It's like, I think it could hurt him to get him on the stand because I think Morrissey, the blonde-haired prosecutor, would come at him hard to make him lose his temper, and that would not go well for him. That would not be good for him to lose his temper. I know Adair. Adair's like, guilty all day, guilty all day. I'm not saying I don't agree with you. And the but the reasons I agree with you aren't going to be brought into this trial. So it's not going to be brought up that his dad was the shooting coach for 25 years, that he actually died from lead poisoning because of all the rounds and the dust and everything he was around with poor ventilation. So Alec knows how to handle these things. He knows the safety. He knows all this stuff. None of that's going to be brought up. It's not going to be allowed. And I haven't even heard anybody talk about it. But the fact of the matter is, that's there. That's in his background. That makes him know more. The other part of this argument, and I'm not going to get political, I've seen this political in Court TV's chat and Law and Crimes chat. I'm not going there. I just don't like the hypocrisy of, he is a big, huge anti-Second Amendment person out there, like most actors are, that think that should be gone, yet want their private security, yet want to do movies with them. I don't work that way. If it's not good enough for me to have one, it's not good enough for you to have one. I don't care who you are. Your life is not worth more than mine or anybody else's. So that bugs me. The whole he's an actor, so he's exempt bugs me, because again, your life is not any better than mine. All of us here, we'd already, like I said, we'd already be in prison. This would have never taken 3 years almost to get to court. It wouldn't have happened. I guess, there was a plea deal for him that was rescinded. And I think it was rescinded because he wouldn't stop talking. And he was going to make a documentary about this incident. And the state saw it as him trying to intimidate witnesses because he wanted to talk to witnesses. And I think, from what I gathered, it ticked the state off. And then that's when these charges were refiled. Because honestly, I thought when they dropped everything, what was it, last fall? Or before that? I don't remember, but I didn't figure he was ever going to see the inside of a courtroom. And I thought he deserved to see an inside of the courtroom. My husband and I have actually argued about this because he does not think he was responsible. And I'm like, you have been trained in firearms. It just blows my mind you're telling me this, because you know better. If I took a firearm that I knew was empty, nothing in it at all, and I pointed it at him, he would not be happy. He would ask me what I was doing, and that I know better than to do that. So that just tells me, because you treat them as they're always live, always. And so he would not be happy if I did that. But he's on the other side of this, and I don't understand it. He doesn't understand how I'm not on that side. So we quit talking about this a long time ago because we got in a fight. He's like, you're wrong. And then I was just like, he's like, you're wrong. I'm like, you know what? I'm not fighting about freaking Alec Baldwin ever again. It's not happening. It's not happening. No way. Like, there we go. Carmen, I don't know what you sent me a picture of. What is that thing? Are they approaching first thing? Lord. It's going to be one of those trials, isn't it? I know he asked to not have to approach, but she said they had to approach. So far, the sound's been good. I hope it's been good for you guys. It's not blasting my ears out. Why am I waiting days? Oh. And for 66, his kids are young. At least maybe the kids he has with this wife. because I know he has older kids. I don't know how many kids total. Is it 6 kids with this woman? Because remember the voicemail of the daughter that who's at Ireland? That he absolutely was nasty to her, calling her a pig and calling she wears that face well. But that uh voicemail that he left his daughter when he was on some drunken night was awful. They supposedly laugh about it now. I don't think my dad and I would ever laugh about something like that. If it ever happened between us, which it wouldn't, we would just forget about it and be like, we're never talking about this again, we'll move on. But we're not going to laugh about it, because if we laugh about it, that means we brought it back up. And he was horrible to her. Not to eat my strawberries, my stomach's growling. Yeah, she looks cold. Also, guys, don't forget to watch their new reality show, We Are the Baldwins, coming out next year, apparently. Maybe he'll be an orange or stripes, whatever that prison has. Sleepy. Who? Steven? Are you talking about Steven? He does look a little sleepy, doesn't he? Maybe he does it. Maybe he does have a hearing issue. I don't know. Oh, Gloria Allred. I saw her on the she's not on the list. Somebody there in care of Gloria Allred. I don't know why she's there. This doesn't have anything to do. I don't know why she is there. So yes, he does look very sleepy. I don't, I don't know. Oh my gosh. I dare you don't have to. I get it. I am with you. I understand it all. I agree with you. But there are people that don't. There are people that say it was not his job. That was her job. That was David Hall's job. So I don't know. Anyway, I don't remember whose witness Gloria Allred, because it was some like person that was supposed to testify and then care of Gloria Allred. And I was like, oh my gosh, really? Is this woman only involved because a woman was unalived? Like, she is just, I can't with that woman. She she drives me nuts. I would not want her defending me, even as a woman. Yes, please hit the like and subscribe button. We are getting close. I think last check was 10 more to go. Getting there. There's Sleepy again, George. There's somebody that has an RBF as bad as mine. Don't know who he is. Yes, Carmen, I did look at your picture. I said, I don't know what that is. Somebody who doesn't know how to dress for court was sitting behind him. So his other lawyer, while we're waiting, is, turn my page over, Alex Spiro, I think is his name. He's also a Harvard graduate. He's also, let's see, he's a partner with the other lawyer at the same huge law firm in New York. He works on white collar and government enforcement cases, as well as sports and entertainment litigation. So he makes sense. He previously served as a Manhattan prosecutor, having a hand in the conviction of 2 notorious unalivers. His client list, while in private practice, has included Elon Musk, Jay-Z, and Robert Kraft, owner of the New England Patriots. The dude with the glasses looks fake. He did. He did look fake. Well, we all can't be sharp dressers. I don't want them, Bri. I know those are scary. Dark web, scary web. It has stinger? I didn't see it. Oh goodness. Sorry guys, I'm gonna have to eat my strawberry so my stomach quits growling. Where's the stinger? I've seen something familiar like that, Carmen, but I can't think of where. That it looks familiar. It's a moth. Carmen is showing me a moth. Some kind of that kind of flying insect from her part of the world that is the Australia of America. It wants to unalive you. The great state of Texas, which has tried everything to unalive her with rattlesnakes, copperheads, cottonmouths, tarantulas that aren't actually poisonous, bullet ants, hurricanes, flooding, and she's only been there since October. Whew. I just have sugar on my strawberries, make them a little sweeter, but I'm going to eat some. So I'm going to be sitting here, but I'm going to take myself off the camera so you guys don't have to watch me eat food. Oh yeah, it's been a blast. Every day I wake up, I'm so glad my daughter's in Texas where it's trying to unalive her. It's great. I don't worry about anything. Surprised I don't have spitting cobras there and black mambas because why not? Everything else is there. Gators. Forgot the gators. Oh my gosh. It's like a Simpson character. Hey, Von. I bet you want to watch me eat. I'm having strawberries, just so you know what I'm having for lunch. It's strawberries. How you doing, Bon? Good to see you. It's always great to see you. Bon's like Lisa or Bon, not Bon. You're not Bon. The prosecutor is like Lisa Simpson if she went rogue and picked up some cigarettes and didn't have spiky hair. Although we did see, what was that trial we were watching? The friggin' court reporter, Carmen, you may know this. She looks just like Lisa Simpson if Lisa Simpson was real life. Yes, I know. I'm sorry. I'm just waiting for court TV to unmute. Hey, put your jacket back on, officer. Don't you know you're in court? Lisa, Liza, it's all good, Bon. Sitting on Mr. Baldwin's side a lot. Sitting on the normal side, with the exception of Gloria Allred, not that much. They just finished opening statements, Bon. The defense wasn't great at opening statements. I thought the prosecutor did better. The defense was like, he's an actor. This was a prop. This was not his fault. And then they took a break. So I haven't missed anything. Haven't called witness number 1 yet. Half the recycling plant. But I do think Mr. Baldwin needs to sit up and look attentive. Don't sit back. When that state calls their first witness, do not sit back and cross your arms, sir. I like his look today. He looks good today. Gross, Carmen. Yes. Good summary, Bri. Prosecution says he did it. Defense says he didn't. Well, Carmen, I'm glad you figured that out. And I hate that word. I'm about to say a word you hate. Oh, she's great. She is good. She's becoming more, staying awake longer, so she's more alert every day. Um, I got to stay with her by myself last week, not last weekend. Was it last week? July 4th weekend. Um, Bree and Brandon uh, ventured out for a couple hours by themselves, and Bree got back and told me mom guilt was real, and it is, and it never goes away. So she is growing and doing just fine. Uh, the pediatrician said she should be eating, this much by this time and this much at this time. Yeah, she's blown right past that. That girl likes to eat. She's like, I want to grow. Maybe we should get some sound back here. But thank you for asking. Here we go.
Call your first witness.
Uh, State calls Nicholas LaFleur.
I don't know who this
Sir, please,
Raise your right hand.
Uh-oh.
You swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, have a seat, talk into the microphone. Sure.
I thought they were kicking somebody out of the courtroom.
I'm sorry? With regard to the invocation of the rule, our case agent is in the room. We just wanted to put that on the record.
The prosecutor indicated that they'd be calling the case agent early in the case. So given that, I did not continue my objection I had earlier to her being present. Thank you.
Case agents allowed in.
What are they staring at?
Sir, state your name and spell your last name for the court record, please.
My name is Nicholas LaFleur. My last name is spelled Lefleur.
Did that guy in the back get kicked out? What's happening? They were all standing there. They had the Alec Baldwin look. Doug McClure.
And how are you currently employed?
The City of Santa Fe Police Department.
And what do you do there?
Police officer.
How long have you been employed at the city of Santa Fe?
2 years.
Can everyone hear Officer LaFleur? Okay.
Yeah, they looked angry.
And prior to working for the Santa Fe Police Department, did you work anywhere else?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you work?
The Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department.
And how long did you work at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department?
About 2 years.
And were you on duty on October 21st of 2021?
Yes.
Did you receive a dispatch call?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you received and what you did?
A call came in that there was someone shot at a movie set. Unclear who shot, how many were shot. I happened to be the closest person to the call and arrived on scene first.
So when you arrived on scene, when you say first, were there other law enforcement officers there?
No, not at the time when I got there.
Were there any other first responders present?
There was some fire personnel
Not
and
me, that's them. on
what
the
they called the
audio.
scene medic for the movie set, I guess.
You said a scene medic?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you, let me ask you, when you receive a call for a shooting, what's your primary concern?
Priority life.
And what do you
And to
mean when
make
you say priority life?
Make sure whoever needs help gets help and that the threat is stopped.
And when you arrived on the scene, and where was it?
Bonanza Creek movie set, I guess. It's quite a ways off the interstate.
Okay. And what county and state is that in?
Santa Fe County, state of Mexico.
Okay. So when when you arrived there, give us an idea of what you saw. What was going on?
It was a big, old, like cowboy western theme, like city or a town. There's a bunch of people running everywhere, bunch of cars, bunch of people pointing. When I got there, people were pointing towards a church, and I got out. And I attempted to grab my medical bag and went in and saw.
Hang on, I'm gonna stop you there. Approximately how many people were there on scene?
I don't have the direct number, but there was more than 100 people.
Have you ever been called to a shooting where there were 100 people already on scene?
No.
Did that present any specific challenges for you?
Yes.
Explain to us what those challenges were.
Just there's a lot of moving parts. Just got to take it one piece at a time. See who's hurt. Make sure that one, that nobody's continually getting hurt, and then two, the person who's hurt, medical attention is being given to them, and then go from there.
Okay. And when you arrived on scene that day, were you running your body-worn camera?
Yes.
The state moves for the admission of State's Exhibit 4.
No further objections, Your Honor.
All right. If we watch it,
I
remember
want to just make sure I'm connected. I'm ready to play it.
a little delayed.
Permission to publish?
Was you gonna recognize it first, or are you satisfied with the foundation?
Yes, Your Honor, we've consented to both lapel videos
All right.
today.
That's fine. So you
I
make
don't know.
publish. This is States 1?
Or
States 4.
how do I get the monitors to come on?
Ryan's going to do it.
Okay.
Oh, come on. Lawyers and tech. Lawyers and tech. I need to
You
make
know
a
how to
song
do it? Go
about
ahead,
that.
do it.
Yeah, you got all the stickers, but I can't show them over here on StreamYard. Won't pull them up. I said Prince, not Michael Jackson.
All right.
All right, keep coming in like what?
Looks like comments are here at the gate. Tell them that I'll stop and tell them they can follow him.
Hold on, his monitor's not on. Are your monitors on? Yes.
My ears
This
are now
one's not.
bleeding. Thank you.
Turn it on.
It's on, but
I need to add that
green
one.
light.
Green light's on.
We can go get the adapter.
Well, can he redo it from here while he's looking? Or do you want?
Sure, the monitor won't just come on?
will just come on.
He's got to get the adapter. Go get the adapter.
Okay. Officer LaFleur, do you want to turn around and just look at the monitor on the wall behind you?
It doesn't matter, man.
Okay, let's do that.
Do you suppose he ever gets excited about anything? Like, oh, I'm getting married and I'm having
You got your tunnel kit? Yeah, I'm trying to get it out. Stupid new truck. Are we inside with the BBMs?
Officer LaFleur, tell us what's going on in the video right now.
I'm looking for my other medic bag. I handed the individual a trauma pack for shooting, and I'm attempting to open one of the storage boxes in the back of the truck.
Who was the individual that you handed something to?
I believe it was a fire personnel that I followed in, a volunteer firefighter maybe.
And I thought I heard the word, is it BVM?
It's for CPR. It's a bag valve mask.
Bag valve mask.
BVM.
Okay, thank you.
We need where you at? A seal. You have a seal? A seal? A seal. I got a sterile glove and a packing gloves. Okay. Right here. Over there? Yep. Okay, that's on it. We're gonna get you up. Who she shot at? She came in here and went across her chest. And came out back and went into the... You want air flight? Yeah, we all went in route. Okay.
And what are you talking about there when you say air flight?
Helicopter that's designed to transport people that need advanced treatment faster than ambulance. It's a helicopter that air paramedics basically.
Did you call for the helicopter or did someone else do that? Do you know?
That individual said that they had already called one, but I called one for one as well.
You called also?
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you feel that it was necessary to have a helicopter arrive?
Someone who was shot across the chest. We're quite a ways out for an ambulance in reference to where the hospital is. So. And
when you say you were quite a ways out, how far away is Bonanza Creek?
From a hospital?
Sure.
Running lights and sirens, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes or more.
Okay.
.32 Santa Fe, one female shot in the chest, male shot in the stomach, requesting air flight.
Requesting air flight.
I heard you there say male shot in the stomach. Is that what you said?
I'm not sure. I didn't really hear it.
Well, as you sit here today, do you recall where the other person was shot?
Somewhere in the chest.
Okay.
Or shoulder area.
Thank you.
It's okay.
I got you right here. 2432, how many people yell at me there?
32, I got just Santa Fe medics.
And as soon as we can get any additional at the time, requesting that information.
In your video, sir, can you identify who the set medic is?
It's a little blurry, but I believe it's this lady, right? The one that's bent over with her blondish brown hair.
Is the monitor working now?
Yeah. Yes. This monitor is working now.
Oh, it is?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know how to touch it to put it? There you go. Thank you. I appreciate you. You can go ahead and remove that.
Oh,
No comments. No comments
Can
to
you
that
show me how to
question.
remove it?
Oh, push on the menu button. And then there's a clear view.
Okay.
And if it's in the way, just push menu.
Do you know who these other people are that are in the room?
No, I know that that person, and somebody over here, the battalion chief, they were wearing Santa Fe medic, county fire medic shirts. So, and they came in the vehicle in front of me.
You don't know who the other people are that are in the room?
I know the other person shot, and then Halyna Hutchins, or I maybe misspelled her name or pronounced it, and then the other assistant director, and that's about it.
Okay. And you mentioned that there was a truck pulling in ahead of you.
It was a volunteer firefighter truck.
So did the first responders that we see here in this scene, did they arrive about the same time you did?
Yes.
32 Santa Fe Bolt, approximately 140 pounds. elderly male and young female. Would he need me? No.
All right. See you, Brian. Get some sleep. Thank you again for the gifted memberships and for becoming a member. I appreciate that so, so much. I'm sure I will see you tomorrow on Jody's stream if she's there, if she's up and doing it. The stream, that is. People, thank you again so much for being here. Get some sleep. Dear. I'm going back to eat my strawberries.
You want a BBM?
He's good. He's got cross control. This is repeat your information. Are you flying her out? Yeah, she'll be fine. All right.
Officer LaFleur, tell us what you're doing now and why.
I looked over it and seen that they were getting the oxygen tank out. Noticed that they were using on a bag valve mask, which was more appropriate for that situation than the one that goes around their face. I'm just helping them, doing as much as I can to help.
So give us a little bit more information. What causes you to believe that the bag valve mask is more appropriate than the one that goes around your face? And when you say the one that goes around your face, what do you mean?
If the oxygen were to run out or they had to use manual breaths, they could use the bag. The other one is just something that's over their face.
Okay. And what made you think that the bag valve mask was more appropriate?
Nothing really. I just believe it's more, I don't know.
Officer LaFleur, are you trained in life-saving measures?
To an extent, yes.
Okay. Was it anything about your training that caused you to think that that would be more appropriate?
It's just what we've been trained with versus the one that was already on her.
Okay.
Gabby, can you just make sure nobody else comes in?
Yeah, we got air.
Do you have ears, ma'am? Do you have stethoscope? Yes, they're in that bag.
Hang in there.
Right there at the top.
Hang in there.
Purple? Nope, at the top. Halyna.
Is anybody allowed to go with her in the helicopter?
No.
Halyna, deep breath. Deep breath, Halyna. There you go. Deep breath, Halyna. Deep breath.
Be okay.
Good girl.
There you go. Good girl. Deep breath. Entrance is here. Exit's back here.
Okay. You guys pack it?
No.
What do you guys need?
I just need another dog tag.
Dog tag?
Something for pressure. I think a big one.
This one?
No, this one's good.
This one?
No. App pad, you have an app pad?
Underneath the right shoulder blade,
You're not taking anything. All right, thank you. I just need something big. Thank you.
You got a stretcher?
Not me here, no.
Okay. Let me help you get the stretcher. Stretcher.
What are you doing now?
Just Trying to stay busy, help clear the way for the stretcher. The ambulance is here.
Here's priority number one. Okay.
Let's start clearing it, all this stuff out of there. We get everything in here and get it out. All right, yeah, we got air flight en route.
Not on me here. We can get a few. Halyna?
Halyna? This is Halyna Hutchins. What's that? Okay.
So I got the air. Thank you.
Get all that out? I'm not gonna good. All right, so we're gonna need to get going right away.
Officer LaFleur, have additional first responders now arrived?
Yes.
Can you give us an idea of who's on set assisting now?
So it looks like more paramedics have arrived, and Lieutenant Benavides is right there.
Okay, and do you mean this gentleman here?
Yes, ma'am.
That my cursor's on? And who was Lieutenant Benavides?
He was our day shift lieutenant at the time.
Was he a supervisor?
Yes, ma'am.
We got it through and through on her. We went through and through on her, through the chest, and then you got one in the arm over there.
Everybody stops what they're doing right now. This is a crime scene. Okay, everybody stop.
Whose voice is that we're hearing?
Lieutenant Benavides.
Okay, roll it back. Roll it to the other side. One, two, three. Underneath, cool. Really good. I'll strap it down, let it go. All right, good there here, okay? You keep your eyes on me, keep looking at me. All right, we got some stairs, guys. Couple stairs, the first step.
So what is your understanding about where Ms. Hutchins is being taken now?
Into the back of the ambulance.
And can you explain why is she going into the back of an ambulance rather than the helicopter?
The helicopter hasn't arrived yet, and my understanding is that they have additional medicines and equipment and measures they can take inside of an ambulance.
All right, thank you.
Disconnect there. You got it?
Hey, take over that.
You guys want to see Vincent? 32 Santa Fe, what's ETA on the bird?
What did you just say?
I asked them ETA in the helicopter.
And who are you speaking to?
Santa Fe dispatch.
Do you recall how they responded?
It's been a minute since I watched this video, so.
All right.
Oh, we got the bird right here.
Is the helicopter now arriving?
Yes, ma'am.
What are you doing now?
Appears I'm grabbing crime scene tape.
Why are you grabbing crime scene tape?
to start the crime scene. I don't know if anybody had told me to grab the tape yet, but I knew we needed to start one.
You felt that you needed to put up crime scene tape.
Yes, ma'am. Or somebody may have asked for it.
What's that? I'm sorry.
Or somebody may have asked me for it. I'm just not too sure.
Okay. And what's crime scene tape used for?
To mark the perimeter or the inner perimeter of essentially what a crime scene, which they want to tape off and only allow certain people in and out.
Okay. And was that an issue in this scene?
The crime scene?
Well, cordoning off the crime scene, was that an issue here?
Yeah, it was a unique situation because of the you can't really tie crime scene tape to nothing. So I think in one point they actually used our patrol units as to tie the tape around and go to the next one.
And why is it important to cordon that off?
Just for evidence purposes, allow only certain people in and out, because at this point we didn't know what was going on. So.
And were there people in that area that were not first responders?
Yes.
Approximately how many, if you recall?
I don't know. I couldn't give you a number really. There was just a lot of people on the outside that I hadn't seen originally inside the church. So.
Okay, and did you know who those people were?
No.
Okay. Do you see this person here in the gray shirt?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that a first responder?
No.
So when the crime scene tape goes up, what happens to that person?
I can't recall. I haven't watched the video yet.
Hypothetically, is that person allowed to stay inside the crime scene?
No.
Okay. Who are the people that are allowed to stay inside the tape?
Medical and for first responders.
Okay.
What do you need, Chief?
I'm radioing for my tell you guys, this is in the middle of a shot, and I have live ordnance on the ceiling up there. It's safe.
Okay.
But it is here, right above here.
Okay.
Right there. That's
okay.
And if you get to the point where you say you want me to move,
all right.
I'll hold my guys.
Okay.
Where's the bird?
It's right here. Okay.
Yeah, poor thing.
What are you doing now?
I talked with the paramedics inside the ambulance, and they asked me where the helicopter was. I told them it was landing, and he asked them to bring the paramedics to them.
So you're bringing the paramedic from the helicopter to the ambulance?
Yes.
All right.
We got approximately 23-year-old female in the back of the ambulance right now. Gunshot underneath the right arm. Went through all the way to the back left. Can you carry this back, please, sir? I got it. You got it? This one's priority.
Breathing on their own? Got a weak respiratory rate.
So, we don't have to go with here.
Guys, just get a couple IDs. They're not sure whether they're IOs or not.
Here, grab the IO stuff, man.
Can you open your eyes for me? Awesome. Yep. There. Yeah, I'll have to work on the IO and then come around. That's it.
Here, if I could just have you guys just step over there for us, okay? Can I have you guys get over there for us? We're going to have to gather everybody up, get everybody's names, everybody who's on scene, okay?
What are you doing now?
Just trying to think what's next. I think I'm putting one of the pilot's headgear inside the ambulance on the other side of the door.
Why are you telling those people to move?
Just to start to gather people up because they're just standing around the church where the said incident happened.
Why didn't you do that when you initially got there?
Just went in and made sure that medical that people were receiving medical treatment, and then slowly go with the flow, see what it could do next.
Are you trained to take action to save lives before moving witnesses around?
Yes, ma'am.
How's it going, sir? I believe you guys will be taking this one.
Did she go in the bird?
No, not yet. They did an IVs, get an IO, and then they're going to take in the bird.
I don't even have to tell my. They're coming out like it's out.
They're moving it from this one? Yeah. Yeah.
A couple of them go.
Is that your stuff? Okay, what got it? So,
And whose jacket is that?
Joel.
Joel's? Okay.
It's got his phone. Hey, be careful, it is bloody.
Okay.
It's got his phone, it's got his other stuff in it.
Okay, well, we're going to just keep it here. So, he was.
Even his phone?
Officer LaFleur, this woman who's speaking right now, she's not a police officer, right?
No.
Was she employed with the fire department?
No, she was their set medic, I'm guessing.
When you say set medic, do you mean she's the medic on the movie set?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, he was wearing it. Well, where's his phone at?
I don't know.
Do you have any idea why movie sets would have medical personnel on scene?
Probably for safety reasons. Someone closer than the paramedics or fire department.
For safety reasons?
Yeah.
Phone.
Anybody have Joel's phone?
All right, gentlemen.
yeah, how can we help you?
I just need your IDs, and then have you guys step outside and wait for the investigators to get here. Okay? Cool.
This is.
Any idea who these guys are?
Just more people involved with the movie set.
Movie set employees?
Yeah.
Is that your impression?
Yes, ma'am.
And who's the props guy? Who's in charge of props?
She has green and purple hair. You can't miss her.
Okay.
I was here when it happened.
You were here when it happened?
Yes, sir.
Who else was here when it happened? The camera operator. How many people do you think were in here when it happened?
3, maybe 4.
4?
Maybe.
Okay. So 2 more other than you two?
Reed, as soon as I see him, he was camera operator.
Reed, yes, sir. Okay, who else?
Reed Russell was here. Alec Baldwin was the actor on set that pulled the trigger.
Alec Baldwin?
Yes, sir.
Where's he at?
We got one.
Yeah, you help me find him?
Yes, sir. Alec Baldwin's right there on the cell phone with the cowboy hat.
Okay. How's it going, sir? So my understanding, you were in the room when someone was shot?
The gun, yeah.
Okay, alrighty.
What do you need?
Well, I know your name, so
Pursuant to the stipulation, I'm going to go ahead and jump ahead. Very good. I want to make sure this is the right part. Okay.
Let me get with my lieutenant and see where we want you to hang out, okay?
Whatever you want to do.
Yes, sir. All right, give me just a second. LT. So
apparently I was not given the appropriate reaction. You want me to jump ahead 5 seconds now? What? I need to know what to do, or I just press play. What do I do?
Tell me I'm gonna press the button. It's just kind of like intense. We'll make the judge mad. Y'all get in trouble. Y'all be in the corner, timeout.
You want to pull the trigger? You want me to have him sit tight or?
Yeah, you have to sit tight.
Sit tight in the
I
unit?
have the armor in here. This is all their stuff. I have the gun used is in there.
And I got the 2 people that were in the room.
Okay.
You may have Alec Baldwin take a seat in the back of my unit or?
No, we know where he's at. We know who he is.
Yeah.
We just need to say, is he in a trailer?
No, he's right there in the gray and black.
It's not funny because I think he has stopped drinking, but it said alcoholic Baldwin. It's better than what it said last week. I'll take it. Still funny because of who he is.
Okay. All right. So try to keep him away from everybody.
Okay.
Have him talk to anybody.
Okay. I can just have him sit. I can sit with him in my unit. That's fine. Okay. Okay.
Officer LaFleur, at this point in time, what's your intention?
I was going to go back to where Mr. Baldwin was and then escort him to my unit. When I got there, I realized my unit is over here being used as a post for the crime scene.
So what did you do when you realized that?
Just had him sit where he was and had everybody just hang out there. Started writing down people's names.
Okay.
Ready to shoot. You already strapped. Yeah. Earplugs. Everything.
All right.
What are these people doing?
Seems like they're talking about what happened.
Now, as a law enforcement officer, is that something that concerns you?
Yes.
And why? Why does that concern you?
They could be, one person could be telling them what they saw and mess up what they have to say, what they saw. So it could essentially coerce testimony, I guess. People would say the same thing because the other person said it rather than saying their own their own opinion, their own view of what they saw.
Okay.
Mr. Baldwin, who's the director on scene? The guy that was shot. The guy that was shot? Okay. Where is he now? I think he's in the ambulance. Do you guys have a production car? Or? There's an AD. I'm happy to stay right here and do everything that is. Well, my lieutenant just wants you to stay away from everybody and not to talk to nobody. So I was wait right here. We can wait right here and have everybody step back, or we can wait in the back on patrol unit. But I prefer to not put you there. Okay.
Alex, you want water or something now? I want to find props to get a cigarette.
So why did you let Mr. Baldwin sit there instead of putting him in some vehicle and separating him from the other witnesses?
Like I said, my unit was clear across being used as a post, and just because I didn't know what we had right there, came to maintain cooperation with people involved.
Well, it sounds like you gave him an option. You let him choose. Is that right?
Yeah, he wanted to stay right there, and I figured if I could keep him there, I didn't see a big problem with it until later on when people were talking and whatnot.
And did you give Mr. Baldwin instructions about whether or not he could speak to people?
I did tell him to stop talking.
And did you give instructions to the other witnesses that were around?
I didn't tell them, but I told them he had to sit there and not talk to nobody.
Okay.
I got a big one. What do you got? You got medium? Marble medium? We'll take it.
Sure you don't want us to go up?
For sure.
Yes, sir.
Right, I'm right there. The silver car is Alec's vehicle. If you want to put him in there.
Mr. Baldwin, is that your car?
Yeah.
We can wait in there.
You want me to stay here?
We can wait in your car if you want to.
I can't smoke in the car.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, we can wait. Hang out right here then.
Is Joe gone? Are they both gone?
Yeah. Well, they're still working on the female. If you haven't seen the helicopter take off, then they're not gone yet.
If you know, Officer LaFleur, why hadn't the helicopter taken off yet?
I don't know exactly why, but my guess is they have to stabilize the patient before they can put him in the air.
In the air, okay.
Inquire with Dave where
Why are you just standing there?
Just standing with Mr. Baldwin, allowing him to smoke a cigarette, making
And
sure.
why is it important for you to be standing there?
Essentially, he's detained, not free to leave. So I'm there with him.
3710 interrupt Bonanza Creek. Myself there, 65, 75.
He took his radio off. That's our first AV.
That one there?
Right here. Running that sheriff's car with the gray hair kind of in the
Okay.
shirt.
Okay.
Thanks, Dave. Yeah, you're not sure you're by now.
Why do you have these two gentlemen standing over there that we can see? What is there something important about them?
The guy in the gray I had him stand over there because he was inside the room when I had first got at the church, and the other guy in the brown apparently was in the church too. So I just wanted everybody who was in the church in one area so we could easily be found.
So you wanted everyone that was in the church in one area.
Yes, ma'am.
And are we looking at that area?
To the left of Baldwin is where majority of everybody was. Yes.
Okay. And those were the witnesses that were in the church?
From what I was told, yes.
Okay.
So, Mr. Baldwin, how many people were in the room when it happened?
It's a crew.
It's a crew?
You've got some people, but a lot of it was outside. Inside that building, he'll tell you.
Okay.
He's the one that knows what was outside. He's asking how many people were in the room at the time.
How's it going, sir? Deputy LaFleur. How many people were in the room at the time? Six?
7.
Officer LaFleur, who's this gentleman who's speaking now in the blue jean shirt?
From what I was told, he was on one of the other directors.
6 or 7? I need a definite answer.
I don't know.
Okay. So I got 1 here, the 2 that were injured, that makes 3, and then these 2 gentlemen, 4, 5. So who would be the other 2?
Yeah, he's got Ross.
More than 6?
Supervisor, I keep track of the narrative and how many square. I can tell you who's in the room.
Okay. Were you in the room? I was at the door. You were at the door? Can I get your ID?
Do you know whether or not the person in the jean shirt was inside the church and witnessed the incident?
I do not know.
Okay, why don't you come on over to the back of Three T to T4. I have 3 ADs for concussion.
Just really good. He's down everybody was screaming. Well, he was inside.
Does it appear to you that Mr. Baldwin is speaking to the other witnesses?
I think he was talking about who would know who's in the room.
Okay.
I can't really hear it. And then apparently the guy's son was working there as well.
Okay. Is this an ideal way to separate someone from witnesses?
After looking at it, probably not, but that's what happened.
Okay. Understood.
You're right at the door? Do you have an ID on you, sir? As of right now, her status is questionable. That's why we called the air light. Like, where were you at, sir?
I was right behind him.
Right behind him? Okay.
Yeah, I was right behind him right when it happened.
All right. So just have you guys hang out for me right here. We'll get someone to get your statement in just a second, okay?
And then they cleared the gun outside after on his request, and I witnessed them clear it and saw the bullets.
Okay. So
the one that was missing, the one that fired, we don't know, but all the other ones were proper. They had loads.
Officer LaFleur, does it seem to you right now that they're talking about the incident?
Seems like they're talking about the gun that was used in the incident.
All right.
They were low claims.
They had loads.
They didn't know. They were supposed to do their shake test before they put the guns lowered.
Officer, do you know what this conversation is about that we're watching right here?
Something about a shake test. I don't know. Maybe the rounds, dummy rounds, maybe.
Okay.
I'm not too entirely sure.
Do you agree with me that, well, was Mr. Baldwin supposed to be talking about the incident?
No, ma'am.
Does he appear to be doing it anyway?
Yes, ma'am.
We were rehearsing, you give me the empty gun.
we don't use any of the lows. That's not until we're ready to shoot. So we put earplugs in. Right? No, I'm worried about her. Yeah, well, me as well, but it's just a situation. She's stable now. I think get her in there. Both of them took it in the shoulder. Hers came out the other shoulder, which is why it's not good. His, the shoulder blade stopped it. So shattered. There's basically a rotting. It's a blank, but because I think it was based on the sound of how much ringing I had, I think it was a half.
Officer, are they still talking about the incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a reason that you didn't stop them since you told them not to?
I think as time goes on, I tell them to stop.
Okay.
So who knows what else is in the room? My other hand.
You were in the room?
Effects crew.
Okay. Can you get your ID, sir?
That's what I said. I think there was more than 6 or 7 guys. I think it was about 8.
You see this gentleman over here on the left?
Yes, ma'am.
Any reason to believe he was inside the room at the time?
I'm not sure at this point.
Okay.
Were you in the room too, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay.
You're fit. She was breathing. She had a clear lungs. And that needs to be for me. But he potentially has got air in his breath. It's not stuck here.
Where did he take them to medical bills?
He took it to the right shoulder. His right shoulder blade stopped it, but they're hearing stuff in his head.
And where did she went after that?
Did they take him as he got? As soon as they were allowed to. So they'll stabilize both. And then once the sheriff says you're good to go, they'll let them go.
Well, she's going to you and
So she basically they're trying to stabilize her vital signs enough for the flight.
Sure.
And administer any kind of narcotics or anything they need, blood thinners, or that may be. Then they'll load her up in the helicopter and they'll fly her there. I believe the other ambulance is on the other side, and he seems to be doing better than she was, so
Absolutely.
they might drive him in an ambulance.
I heard him wave off the other bed, so.
And where did they take her? She went out and got her.
Both of them took it in the shoulder.
When I was up in Joel, I didn't see nothing on it before they put the ambulance.
You just went over.
Yeah,
I ran out.
I came back in the fuse and I was helping him and I didn't see nothing. I was asking if he was all right. He couldn't hear me.
You and him at the trauma hospital.
Still at St. Vincent's. They're both trauma ones.
Thanks for the information. I was curious.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna step away and come on.
Yeah, no problem.
You got more out.
Get him out of my life. There's nobody in his life. He walked around.
Officer LaFleur, have more first responders now arrived?
Off to your right, you can see. There it is. Off to your right, you can see more patrol units.
You enjoy that, Bond. My husband would probably love that. I know my daughter just said it sounds delicious. So you enjoy. We'll be here because this is going to like 7 o'clock my time. So we'll be here. We will be here for a while. Sometimes I know I'm not back when you get back from, or I'm not here when you get back from lunch, but I'll still be here. I'll just be sitting here. So we'll see you later. So also, other than the showing he doesn't follow directions, even from police, I don't know what the point of showing this is. So that's the only thing that I can see. We've got a red arrow up there, so maybe we'll see in a minute. But other than just her showing he doesn't follow directions, however, this cop was not saying anything. I don't know if he was intimidated because maybe he's aware of his ego and how it goes. It's to bore us to death. I have felt myself getting kind of sleepy, Bob. Body cam footage is usually a lot better than this, but it's like, come on, hurry up. I kind of want to see cross-examination. That's my favorite part of everything is cross-examination.
Showing up. This deputy showed up, but this corporal had been there for a minute.
And approximately how long have you now been on scene?
According to my body cam, a little over 25 minutes.
Okay.
Hey, Corporal. I got 7 people there in the room when it happened, all their IDs, so.
Okay. Get it all brought that down. I'm not sure what CID came out there.
It's okay.
At that point in time, what was your understanding of how many people were in the room and witnessed it?
I believe I said 7.
Okay. Do you know whether or not that turned out to be true?
Greater point.
I think there was actually more. I wrote all the people who said that they were in the room in my report.
Okay.
Hey, sir. And I'm just hanging out with him because he's the one who pulled the trigger. So.
Okay. Yeah, he tried it. Sorry, I was trying to set things up a while ago and. What you been done? What you What are you smoking? You got one on you?
You got a notepad? Ready? All right. Do you have a notepad?
Officer LaFleur, at this point in time, I know he's no longer in the frame, but the gentleman in the blue denim shirt, do you know whether or not he was in the room at the time?
I don't recall if he was in the room or not.
Okay.
I know there was some director or whatnot there.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have mine either. Yeah, so I start. Yeah, I know. It came off when I was given, trying to pack wounds. Yeah. Okay.
Officer LaFleur, does it look like Mr. Baldwin is speaking to a potential witness?
He just looks like he's talking to the guy who says his name is one of the directors. Yes.
Okay. Is that what you had in mind when you asked Mr. Baldwin not to speak to anyone?
No,
Do you know what they're talking about?
I couldn't hear what they were talking about. I did hear him ask him what cigarettes he was smoking and if he could have one. So.
careful. He has a bunch of loose cards in there.
Oh, geez. All right.
Or do you want me to try some pages off?
No, because I'm going to be writing quite a bit. Everybody's in the room. I mean, on my phone on me. Yeah. It's all right. I'll just, yeah, all right now.
Do you see the gentleman in the denim shirt gesturing? You want me to back it up?
Yeah, which one? Are we talking about this gentleman?
Yeah. Do you know what he's gesturing?
No, it looks like he picks up his hand. Now that you play it back, it looks like he's shaking his hand.
And had you seen him do that previously?
No, not until just now.
I thought you testified earlier about a shake test.
The gentleman was talking about a shake test,
Okay.
but I had not seen the director do it until reviewing the footage now.
Okay.
My eyes aren't always exactly where the body cam's pointed, so.
Absolutely. When you tell people not to talk about the incident, do you have an expectation that they'll follow your instructions?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it look like they're following your instructions?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm telling you, that's the only reason she keeps playing this, because you're not following instructions.
Officer LaFleur, I'm going to stop the video there. What else did you do on scene that day?
I helped essentially just wait with other witnesses, I guess, or people that wanted to give a statement or they needed a statement from at a different location. It was their base camp is what they called it.
So you needed to take statements from people that were at another location? Is that what you said?
No, we took people from where we had them, and they took them down to their base camp. And that's where they started interviews.
And the people that you take to base camp, are those the same people that we see here in the video?
I believe so. Those people, and I don't know how many people they ended up interviewing.
Did at any point in time, did Mr. Baldwin tell you that he didn't pull the trigger of the gun?
I believe he told me he was holding a gun. I believe in the beginning when I was leaving the church, one of the guys said that Baldwin had pulled the trigger. So just off of what was told.
And I know that this sounds ridiculous, but we have to follow some jurisdictional rules. Do you see Mr. Baldwin in this frame here?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you point him out, please? And do you see that same gentleman in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you point him out, please?
He's sitting in the middle with the glasses.
Okay. Anything else that you did of import that you can think of that you think the jury should hear about?
I think that's about it.
How long were you on scene, if you recall?
From when I got there was, I don't know, about 10 hours maybe or so. I was there until dark.
You were there for 10 hours?
Yeah, until they were done interviewing people.
Is that typical?
It is if that's what they need to be done. So.
Okay. Your Honor, just for the record, we would ask that the record reflect that Officer LaFleur has identified the defendant.
Yes.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Thank you. Did he really need to be that long? Oh, I don't bring a binder. Bring a little binder.
May I proceed?
Sorry, Mr. Spiro.
Oh, sorry.
Get that out of your way.
always fine when the court interrupts me. May I proceed?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
At least they have a guy there to help with the tech.
When you got to the scene, Mr. Baldwin walked up to you and said, I was holding a gun. He blurted it out, right?
Yes.
And in fact, he was very shocked, if you could picture Alec Baldwin in a pale state, very unsure of himself. You could say an actor out of character. Fair?
Sure.
Object to the former question. It is Mr. Spyro testifying in the question. Okay. May we approach?
What don't you get about we're not doing speaking objections? Sorry, sir, I'm just jumping to
As it
live.
proceed, it secures all of these statements, and when you're done wearing it for the day,
Sorry, I jumped to live and then it screwed
you
it.
go back to the station, you log it in, and then it exists, right?
Essentially, yeah, but it's more complex than that. It uploads on itself.
Oh, it self-uploads so that it maintains itself?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
And
Guys,
you then talked a little bit about the
we-
securing of the scene, and you talked about crime scene tape going up, right?
Yes.
But as you just told this jury, at the time, you don't know whether this is an accident or not, right?
Yes.
It's not like a crime scene tape is some evidence of a crime, right?
Whether it was an accident or a crime scene is still essential.
And you've been very candid that you made some mistakes at the scene, right?
Yes.
And that you've learned since then about some of these mistakes, right?
Yes.
You've said hindsight's 20/20, right?
Yes.
And you can Monday morning quarterback decisions, but you made them in the field, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you've said that based on your training and experience, you know that if witnesses are left to speak to each other, they can taint each other's memories, right?
Yes.
And sometimes that's incidental and accidental, right?
Yes.
And sometimes it's purposeful, right?
Depends on who's there, yes.
Well, if you were with somebody and somebody was talking to you about the 911 call, right? And they kept saying to you over and over, it wasn't an accident, it wasn't an accident. And then you testify and you leave out the word accident. That could be an example of taint, couldn't it?
Sure.
And also non-witnesses can taint people's memories too. You agree with me?
I guess.
Well, at one point in your testimony previously, you had said that there was a lawyer on the scene that was talking to some of the people that were on the scene.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And if that lawyer told somebody on the scene, I think your understanding is that could have tainted their view or their memory, right?
Essentially, yes.
Mr. Baldwin never asked to speak to that lawyer, did he?
I'm not to my recollection.
And then you went on and you said, that you had told Mr. Baldwin not to speak to the other witnesses. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
And I think you were asked approximately 5 times why Mr. Baldwin was disobeying your orders. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. But in the lapel video that we just saw, you're not going up to Mr. Baldwin or these witnesses, but get out of here. Get out of here. I'm an officer. You got to separate. You don't do that, right?
Nope.
And also in that video, you can see a lot of these people are coming over to Mr. Baldwin, right?
Yes.
One of them comes over and shakes his hand, right?
Yes.
Have you ever seen that in all of your experience? Somebody commit a homicide and everybody and all the witnesses are on the scene, circling around the person, shaking his hand and talking about what happened. Have you ever seen that in your entire career?
No.
And then you went on to say, well, you didn't put him in the cruiser. You didn't put him in the cruiser because your cruiser was being used. Was I guess the reason that you gave? Was that? Did I understand that right?
My patrol unit was being actively used as a post on the other side of the field for a crime scene.
When you say a post, you mean like it goes somewhere else and you put the tape around it? Is that?
The side mirror was wrapped around with crime scene tape.
Uh-huh. You mean there were also another dozen officers on the scene that day that had police cars if they wanted to put Mr. Baldwin in it at any point, right?
Yep.
Okay. And In fact, Mr. Baldwin later on drives himself to the precinct and goes and speaks to the police, right?
I'm not too sure how he got there, but he did get there.
Well, he wasn't under arrest, right?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And so you use this word detained. When Miss Morrissey asked you, well, were you detaining Mr. Baldwin? Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Isn't it true that even today, years later, no police officer has ever arrested Mr. Baldwin or detained him in a police car? True?
I don't know.
I don't think I'd say ever, because I
The
think
police department, the Santa Fe Police Department, has never arrested Mr. Baldwin.
Not the
Back
Santa
to
Fe
the
Police
former
Department.
question, asked and answered.
And one of the things that you do as an officer on the scene is you observe demeanor, right?
Yes.
And you spent 10 hours on the scene, I think I heard you say, right?
Yes.
You got to see the people of Rust that day live, right?
Yes.
And the truth of the matter is that you took it as a way how everybody was acting, and that the individual who claimed to have been holding the firearm was still there, that there was no, the way he was, his demeanor was that there wasn't any intention behind the act, as you could say. Isn't that true?
I wouldn't say there was no intention. I don't know the individual's intentions, but his demeanor was sad, upset.
Okay, well, it's not just his demeanor being sad and upset, right? Okay, we'll move that to the side. And I understand you're not a mind reader, right? Correct?
Yes.
Okay. All you can do is look at the people and look at how they're interacting and make your own judgments, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you do that as a police officer to try to figure out how to interact with a scene. True?
Yes.
Okay, and isn't it true that the way you took it, how everybody was acting, and that the individual who claimed to have been holding the firearm was still there, that there was no, the way he was, his demeanor was that there wasn't any intention behind the act, as you could say. Isn't that true?
Again, the wording you're using, I wouldn't say I
Okay.
had any clue of whose intention was what, but he was sad and upset.
Okay, well, let's play. I'm going to play his statement to that effect. Can you cue that up, please? If that's okay with the court. He's saying he didn't say that he did. I'm going to impeach him. Well, you want me to clarify that? Yeah. Okay. Are you claiming that you didn't say that?
Rephrase what you said?
Sure. Dispatch said it was an accidental shooting by a prop gun. So I didn't know if there was any. I took it as the way how everybody was acting, and that the individual who claimed to have been holding the firearm was still there, that there was no, the way he was, his demeanor was that there wasn't any intention behind the act, as you could say, you know.
Again, I wouldn't say I knew what his intention was.
I understand that. What I'm asking you now, okay, is did you in fact say those words that I just asked you?
At what time? The Gutierrez or PTI?
Yes.
I may have.
Okay. You don't deny saying that?
No.
Sure.
Of course, when I stick a cracker in my mouth, they're gonna go have a sidebar. Rude. They need to schedule things. Let me know. Also, I would hate to be that poor deputy that is sitting right behind the defense table. I'm sure there's one behind the state table too that has to sit with their back to the court so they can watch everybody in the crowd. Boring. I'm also wondering if they will reposition his wife to not be in the camera shot directly behind him, because they both just give off not great things. He's trying. I think he's trying. I don't know about her. They both look
I'm just
annoyed.
going to ask you,
Maybe they
did
are.
you say that statement that I read?
If you're reading the statement and it says my name next to it, then I'm more likely said it. I just don't recall when.
And one of the other things that happened that day that I don't think we've talked about is You spoke to a witness who told you that a woman named Sarah was crying and shaking and going through the bullets and saying, "I don't know how it got in there."
Objection, hearsay.
I'm asking the witness if he had that information.
He's making the statement, the hearsay statement is coming in.
Do you know whether anybody at the scene was, before you got there, shaking and going through the bullets and saying, "I don't know how it got in there"?
I don't know.
Okay. If we could refresh the witness with his lapel, and I would ask that can I put it up on just his screen? Okay.
I don't think you can do that.
I would object because that's not proper refreshment. We don't refresh in front of the jurors. That's my objection.
What do you mean?
Well, if we're refreshing.
You know what, we're gonna take a lunch break real quick, and we're gonna be back at 1:00, okay? Please don't talk among yourself. And then I'll start.
While the jury's going out, Carmen, yes, I am only 10 away. Apparently, according to Jody, I was there. And then YouTube did what they did right before I got monetized with 600 subs, and they took them away, took 13 away again. Or however many it was, because I was not there when I got up this morning. So we're gonna get there, despite them trying to not let me get there for some reason. I have no idea. Where you been, Gabby? So quiet, like doing stuff and doing activities and stuff. Also, I didn't stream last night because there wasn't anything going on in this trial, but I did give Gabby the option to ride her bike by my house and I would throw a stake at her like in Napoleon Dynamite. We could take video of it and show it. But she lives in Massachusetts. I live in Indiana. There's some issues. Alrighty. I can't look at that Baldwin brother and not think of Barney Rubble. I wonder who that woman is. Is that their mom? Because she was sitting beside, I think that is Stephen Baldwin. I'm pretty sure. She was sitting beside him all court, and now she was talking to him. Alrighty. Well, about to get state seal. There it is. Now what? Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Well, Gabby, when you're done doing laundry and dishes and cleaning at your house, my laundry is pretty much done. I just have like 3 things to fold that I didn't get folded before I had to start this stream up. Dishes are done. But boy, could my house use some cleaning. Do you want to come do that? It'd be great. Well, let me see what we got going. Well, storm chasers are out, Carmen. I hope they're not in your neck of the woods. Even Fleischer's done streaming. It is a Bexar. Dang it, Bexar. If I ever start a company, that's what it's going to be called. Bexar. Bexar Pictures. Then I'd get sued by Pixar because Bexar and Pixar would sound too much alike. But my films would do good at the box office. Also, for all of you that don't know, we do know it's Bear and not Bexar. We know it's Bear County. I could let my dog in and show her the state seal and you guys could see her reaction, but I'm not going to. She hates state seals. She might think that eagle's going to attack her. Well, hang on one sec. I have to see something. All right, well, breaking news, the Parkland shooter gives his brain to science. But isn't he still alive? So I'm looking. Judge Fleischer was supposed to have a jury trial today. But hey, you get the news when I get the news. That's the way it is. That's the way it goes. And that's what happens. When I and Long Crime gave me the news, so I gave the news to you. You're welcome. You will that will be somewhere, sometime you will need to know that he is giving his brain to science. All right, well, that's not a jury trial because you're not even on the bench. It's everybody leaving the courtroom. Well, that was Judge Fleischer sitting in the courtroom, I bet chatting by himself. He's sitting in the courtroom by himself. And he's got his little grin on his face that he gets when he chats on his live stream. It's hilarious. All right, let's go back to see what he did this morning. I guess I don't know what else to do. Y'all got super duper quiet. Leave me alone and sitting here with all my thoughts. What the heck's a mutter museum? Earthquake in New Mexico. Am I going to be the dumb one because I don't know what a mutter museum is? Some people are going, no, you're just the dumb one. I know. You don't have to tell me. I basically had am I the a-hole conversation with Carmen the other day. Carmen would not tell me if I was. Anyway. It's called mutter. Is it named after somebody? See, somebody is going to be like, she's an idiot. Because I did not know that the Motor Museum is a medical museum for doctors to learn about anatomy and diseases, which Gabby finds fascinating. That much I do know. All right, give me a sec. Hello. Look it up. It's awesome. Hey, I don't want to do the work. I want you to tell me, not me do it. All right, we'll watch some old flasher while we wait.
I am, and we're live, but I can't do anything. The normal screen that's normally here, it's not. I don't know how to fix it.
All right, Flashy, say something. There you go.
Let's take a look. So what's the extent of what we can do today? Can I go send people a test?
For her, no.
For her, no. Tracy, is everything back to normal over there or no?
No, we can't do it the same day. No testing.
Okay.
I'm
Instruction tomorrow, like if you do interlock, so that's from that.
surprised they're back up and
Well,
running.
we're gonna give a week anyways, right? Okay. Are you Jason Bryant?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bryant, you're charged with driving while intoxicated, second offense. You're facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You also have a gun case as well. On that one, you're also facing up to a year. Please don't say anything. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. On April 23rd, 2024, at approximately 2:30 in the morning, officers were dispatched to a crash call in Harris County. A witness stated that he arrived after the accident, where he observed the defendant sitting in the driver's seat of the vehicle with the engine still on. And then he saw the defendant get out of the vehicle and sit by a tree. Upon arrival, officers observed the defendant to be sitting under a tree near the vehicle, which was and he was being treated by the HFD. The defendant's vehicle was stopped with the right front bumper damage, windshield snap, the windows down, and the glove box open. Officers found a loaded handgun on the sidewalk with another magazine nearby and a single 9mm live munition near the firearm. Officers observed bloodshot, watery eyes, slurred speech, and a strong odor of alcohol coming from the defendant's breath. The defendant was unable to walk due to his injuries. The defendant admitted to driving, crashing, and owning the firearm, and he admitted to consuming alcohol. The defendant was transported to Memorial Hermann by ambulance. The defendant was unable to perform the standard field sobriety tests due to being in the hospital. They did not read the DIC-24 for the same reasons. But at about 5 in the morning, a blood draw was taken pursuant to a warrant. The blood test came back at 0.153.
How many DWIs does this gentleman have besides this one? This is a second. How many other?
First one, it was a aggravated DWI liquor out of Alva, Oklahoma in
How long
2012.
ago? How long ago?
2012.
2012. Any other DWIs?
No, not I see, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Bryan, I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward with your case. Do you have a valid Texas driver license, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you have valid liability insurance in your name? I am now placing a restriction on your driver's license. You're not allowed to drive any vehicle that doesn't have an ignition interlock. If you're caught driving a vehicle that doesn't have an interlock, I'll revoke your bond, put you in jail. You will not get any more PR bonds. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Likewise, you're ordered not to consume alcohol or drugs. We're going to randomly test you. If I find that you're consuming alcohol or any kind of illegal substance, likewise, we'll revoke your bond and put you in jail. No excuse. I don't care where the positive test comes from. I don't care if it's alcohol, a tequila, lollipop. Hair dye, cakes, candies, foods, gums, I don't care. Look at whatever you put in your body because there's no excuse. Do you understand? If you have a drug or alcohol problem, you better address it because if you don't, and I see it becomes a problem, I will do it for you and I will put you in a treatment facility in the jail in a heartbeat. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, sir.
I see that you do have a lawyer. Good job on having a lawyer.
Good job.
Because you do, I will waive your appearance, but it's your responsibility to stay in touch with Ms. Penman. If she tells me she can't get a hold of you because you're ducking and dodging phone calls, I will issue a warrant for your arrest. She'll tell you if and when you have to come back to court. For now, I'll have you go to Victoria. We'll have you sign a reset. After that, you'll get retraced for your bond conditions, and then we'll see you soon. And we'll have you just waiting back for your lawyer as well, okay?
Seems like he's lost his edge just a little bit. The hurricane has softened him. I'm not sure about the whole hair dye thing. That's not the first time I've heard him say that about coming back positive because of hair dye. As somebody who desperately needs their hair dyed and may look like Alec Baldwin by the time this trial is over because I can't get with my hairdresser. We haven't been able to come up with a time. I'm available and she's available while I'm doing this trial. Not that I have to worry about it, but I could do a test and see. I just don't know anybody that would give me the test. That guy looks lost. What you got there?
Everyone will let them know that I'm unable to chat. There's a problem with YouTube or Google or something, perhaps me. I'm gonna try to restart it here in a second after it gets done something right now. Okay.
Also, no tequila
Vic,
lollipop.
who's this?
Oh, this is page 13, Fuentes.
Okay. Luis Fuentes. Mr. Fuentes, you're charged with racing on a highway. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one will be appointed to you, sir.
Judge, I'm sorry, there's a co-defendant that's here also.
Oh, wonderful.
Page 39, Salazar, come on up. There's a third co-defendant.
Hey, did you guys
Really?
just get destroyed by a hurricane?
So
Good.
Salazar's
Sure
on
you're in court.
39,
Okay.
And page 48, Barilla,
Because
Wait,
he's in.
what's the last name?
B like Victoria.
Ooh, he may rip both these guys a good one, or all these
You are
guys. if they've all racing.
Julio Salazar.
Right.
And you are Joe Alexis Varela. All of you guys are charged with racing on the highway. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you, gentlemen. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one will be appointed to you guys. Okay.
On July 2nd, 2024, at approximately 11:50 in the evening, officers observed a black Camaro line up with a blue Mazda and a silver Acura. All three of these vehicles were observed conducting a roll race in which the three vehicles slowed down to match speeds, lined up in lanes 2, 3, and 4 before accelerating at a high rate of speed in an effort to outpace each other in a competitive manner. Officers in unmarked cars were able to maintain visual on the vehicles until marked units could move in to conduct the traffic stops. Defendant Fuentes was the driver and sole occupant of the silver Acura. Defendant Salazar was the driver and sole occupant of the black Camaro. And Rella was the driver and sole occupant of the blue Mazda.
Do we know what kind of speeds they went at?
I made that band and then I didn't put it up.
It doesn't say they were on Molasses Street.
That was recorded, Judge, but they weren't clocked.
Say that again?
They recorded, the officer recorded on their cell phone, but they weren't clocked because they didn't have a set detector.
So we have three basically become stationary and then boom, go.
They lined up with each other at the same rolling speed, and then they.
And then take off.
Distance each other.
Got it. Okay, Mr. Fuentes, Mr. Salazar, and Mr. Varela, I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward on all of your cases. Do you have a Texas driver license, Mr. Salazar? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Fuentes, do you have a Texas driver license? Mr. Salazar, do you have a Texas driver license? Do you have a Texas driver license? Okay, I'm going to tell you now that the Texas legislature, as of last year, made it extremely easy for those who get busted with racing to take your cars away from you, seize it permanently, and take it as fruit of a crime, and you there forfeit that vehicle forever. So you are now on notice. If it continues to happen, at some point, you're going to get an officer that's really going to be gung-ho, and they will take and seize your car from you permanently. Mr. Fuentes, I'm now making it a condition of your bond for you not to participate in any racing, street takeovers, donuts, or any boneheadedness out. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If I find that you do this, I will take your privilege to drive away from you permanently, and you will be barred from driving. Same thing goes for you, Mr. Salazar. You are not to participate in any racing, street takeover, donuts, anything of this nature. Reckless driving you do, I will take your privilege to drive away from you permanently. Mr. Varela, this is your second case. I am now taking away your privilege to drive away from you. You will now sign with me today an affidavit promising me that you're not going to drive. I don't care where you're going. I don't care what you're doing. I don't care what baby has to go to the hospital. You drive, I will have a contempt hearing. You'll be facing an additional 6 months in jail and a $500 fine every time you get in a car and drive. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
My only concern is public safety and every single person in Harris County. And when you do something like this, you put many, many lives in danger. You violate this, I'm going to violate you. Do you understand?
Yikes. Don't ask how, sir. Don't ask how. Also, believe him when he says it. I've seen people
For
violate those.
now, we are
and
going to
keep
reset your
their
cases
license
to give you time
forever.
to hire a lawyer. So I'm going to have you go to Victoria. We will have you sign a reset. After that, I'm going to have you take a seat in the jury box while we get your bond conditions. We will have you sign it, and then you will be on your way. You are going to come up here and swear to me that you're not going to drive. Mr. Varela, take note. I don't care what's going on in your life. I don't care what excuse you have. You cannot justify driving for any reason. And like I said, you do. You will be facing a stiff 6 months in jail. Every time you get into a car, it's an offense in and of itself, punishable. And I'm well within my right to stack it if you do. If you drove here, you may not drive home. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, come up here, swear to this. Gentlemen, if you'd like to go to Victoria, we'll have you sign a reset and then we'll have you take a seat in the jury box. Logan, do you mind?
Naughty, naughty. I will say this about Judge Fleischer. He's the first judge I've ever seen twice now. When somebody's been in front of him for probable cause, dismiss it and say, we don't have enough. You don't have enough. Generally, they're like, oh, whatever. It's like shipping through like cattle. But I think it was last week or the week before. I don't know. Everything's kind of ran together. But just saw him dismiss it twice. Told him to be careful and choose better friends, whatever the situation was. And they went out the door on their way.
If you take note. It looks like Salazar has a lawyer.
Yes, he already emailed me.
And then I think the first gentleman also. Fuentes also has a lawyer.
Also, I don't care if people wear a mask, do what you want, but when you come and stand in front, like in a court, you can't hear it with your face in it.
Okay, what is your name, sir? Lovings?
Page 25, 26.
Thanks. All right, Mr. Lovings, you're charged with indecent exposure and you're charged with evading arrest or detention. On the indecent exposure, you're facing up to 6 months in jail. On your evading, you're facing up to a year in jail. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present during any questions and interviews with the state of Texas. If you cannot afford a lawyer will be appointed to represent you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. July 2nd, 2024, officers met with the complaining witness who stated that she was cutting tree trunks at her home and noticed the defendant sitting on a bench near her residence. The complainant got her mail and then went into her car, and she noticed the defendant approach her car window. The defendant then proceeded to pull out his penis and begin masturbating. The complainant began to call the police. The defendant noticed the complainant on the phone and walked away. When officers arrived, they approached the defendant while in a marked Harris County Constable police car and wearing full uniform. The defendant then confessed to masturbating in front of the complainant to the officer. As the deputy went to detain the suspect took off on foot heading north on Lakeside Estates and then turned west to the backyard of the home. He evaded approximately 450 feet from the intersection. The deputy then deployed her taser and took him into custody.
Had to tase him to put him into custody.
He whipped it out. I've already heard. When I heard somebody had told me
Mr. Lovings, I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward with your case. You're on probation for a very, very, very serious offense where you're facing a second-degree felony. The type of offense where if you're convicted, the offers start at 10 plus years. I would be very, very careful because now that you've picked up these two cases, it's very possible that they file a motion to revoke upstairs in the 263rd. Do you understand, sir? I'm now ordering you as a condition of your bond not to have any contact with the complaining witness and not to go within 1,000 feet of where she lives or where she works. Do you understand? Yes or no? Take it down. I can't hear you. I'm also going to put a GPS monitor so I know where you are at all times. Don't go near these people. Do you understand? Do we know that the felony court has notice of these charges now?
I tried to call the defendant this morning, Your Honor, that I just got an answering machine. She is 76 years old.
Do for a living, Mr. Lovings?
I stay with my mom.
That's not what you do for a living. I asked you, what do you do for a living? Do you work? Are you in school? Why not?
I want to beat him up now.
When's the last time you've had a full-time job, sir?
76.
Doing what?
That's movie team.
Why did you stop?
Because they had a new so they cut me off.
So how are you getting money to eat? Okay, it's time for you to get a full-time job. I am now also making that a condition of your bond as well. Do you understand, sir? When you have too much time on your hands, you become self-destructive, Mr. Lovings, and the time now is killing you. So it's time to get it.
Is this dude's name really Mr. Lovings? You can't make this crap up. Oh my gosh. At first I thought he was recalling a case from last week because last week there was a guy that pulled in beside this woman who was sitting at a Whataburger or whatever that's called there. And she's sitting in the car. Carmen, be careful. It's in your area. She's sitting in the car waiting for her husband to come back outside with their order. This dude pulls up beside her and she sees him trying to get her attention, but she's like trying to ignore him. And then she finally looks over at him and he has also, as Gabby so well put it, freed Willie. And as we heard the attorney say earlier, he has whipped it out and he is doing stuff to himself. And yeah, I bet he was on the news. I was thinking this was the same dude this is not this. I don't believe this is the same dude because I don't remember him having a mask on and he's already been to court. So he wouldn't be back yet unless he did something wrong else. And that's not what he said. So that's what she said. Kidding. Twice in 1 week. What's going on down there? Like, it's the heat frying all your brains. Keep it in your pants. Like, stop it. Do not let it out in public, especially. And in front of a 76-year-old woman. Have some freaking manners. He just doesn't. Mr. Lovins. Gross. I'm with Carmen.
Yeah. I'm also ordering you not to be in possession of any weapons as well. I will provide you a lawyer today so that you can speak to someone about these cases. And I'm telling you, you best be on the lookout. It's any moment. They're going to file a felony warrant on you for your probation case upstairs. Give me questions, sir. I'm not going to talk about the case. I've got a bunch of DAs here. Anything you say, they can use against you. Do you have any other questions? Okay. Would you like me to provide you with a lawyer? You're going to go hire a lawyer. Okay. So for now, I'm going to have you go to Victoria. We're going to have you sign a reset. After that, I'm going to have you take a seat in the jury box while we get your conditions with pre-trial. Don't mess these up. You understand? Because if I find that you act like you're like a fool in the free world, I'm going to take the free world away from you. And chances are, you said you live with your mother. Does your mother work or no? What does she do? Are you mom? Come on up. Hi, Mom. Thank you for coming.
Hi, Your Honor. My name is Tahita Lovings, and
It is Lovings.
and he does live with me.
Let's not talk about the case. Did you hear what happened?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You heard everything?
Yes, sir. We
Okay.
are in the process of working to obtain a lawyer, and we just wanted to get a reset today. And I've already notified the probation of what occurred on last week.
The first thing you need to do is just talk to a lawyer first. I wouldn't do anything else, but because, right now, damage control, and the best thing that you can do is just talk to a lawyer.
Yes.
If you have any issues, I'm happy to give you a lawyer today, because I know it's going to be a financial strain for you, and I don't know what kind of resources you have, but.
Yeah, I'm able to afford it. I work for a multinational beauty company.
Okay. So I have put strict bond conditions on him. I have put a GPS monitor on him. I told him not to go back to the location that he was, not to be in possession of weapons.
Okay. He will not.
Okay. Is there anything else you would like me to add to it?
I just want to make sure that because of his autism, that I have the opportunity to stand with him and because of his understanding and things of that nature. But outside of that, no, sir.
Okay. Is he able to obtain a job? Do you think he can?
He actually, my friend is opening a bakery in September, so she already agreed. Like the day that this stuff happened, she had come by the house to talk to him about a job.
And I think that would be good. As I was telling Mr. Lovings, that too much time he becomes self-destructive, and then I don't know if that's what's happening, where he's just not keeping himself engaged enough with other things to keep him out. I would be careful because, like I told him, he's on probation for a
Yes,
very
sir.
serious case. And so,
Yes, sir. And we were right in the process of getting that tried to early terminated, but yeah, I got the attorney.
I'm with you. If you ever need anything, just come back to us. Let us know. We can help you as much as we can. But so for now, I'm going to have him go sign a reset, and then I'm going to have him take a seat in the jury box. We'll get the bond conditions. We'll have him sign it, and then you guys will be free to go.
Okay.
Tracy, you can waive the fee, please. Okay, waive the fee. Okay. All right. Good luck, Mr. Lovins.
I don't want any. I don't want any. Made Judge Fleischer get off the bench. There he is.
No.
Oh, I do feel bad because he said that guy's autistic. Dang. I don't know a lot of, I mean, that doesn't just make you walk around whipping it out. Where'd you come from? Hey, George, was there a soft sit in Judge Wolf's courtroom yesterday? Because I heard he was gonna go on that he's gonna be, I think, in trial next week, unless what I was watching was way behind. It was. I need to save that because Judge Wolf and a soft sit. Oh, well, that's too bad. He's behaving now. All right. Well, never mind. Yeah, I didn't get to watch all of it, but I saw some of it. I was like, oh, we got to watch that trial, even though we'll be right in the middle of Baldwin, where no woman wants to be.
EAL. Only one more Raymond, that's it? For real?
No, it's my gateway
You lie like a rug.
Silly again when this trial goes ahead.
Jonathan Mueller. Mr. Mueller, you're charged with racing on the highway. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. Oh. 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 Oh.
Judge, counsel sent me an email saying that he was without power and,
Who is counsel?
Blake. Eric Blake, he's on the original case that he's on bond for.
Does he have a phone number so I can call him, perhaps?
So then Judge Wolf never entertains a soft sit because they'd never use the law and they always use fables. I think there's some person sitting somewhere alone in a basement of his mother's or his grandmother's or somebody's, and he's just making all this crap up. And these people are all out there just like, oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yes, Carmen, I was just thinking, please don't go to Houston because people cannot not race. And this guy apparently is in big trouble. He's going to call his lawyer on the phone.
You can try.
Me call him.
He said he had a lot of damage.
I got it right here. Is it the 281435?
That's what I have. Yes.
Hi, are you going to Houston? I thought you had to work tonight. Hello.
Eric Clay's office, Christina.
Hi, this is Judge Fleisch in Court 5. Is Eric around?
No, I'm sorry, he's not. We have no, sir, but I'm in an area. I'm sitting right now at McDonald's.
Does he have a cell phone that it can make a call to us?
It's forwarded over to my phone, and he doesn't answer it to my phone.
Okay, I guess I'm going to appoint someone in the interest of justice to this gentleman because I have to do probable cause and he's picked up another case while he's on bond. So,
Who is that?
Mr. Mueller, this is
Okay.
Jonathan Mueller who's picked up another racing case.
Okay.
So,
No problem. I'll let you know.
You know, and yeah, if you want,
What an idiot.
did you get my phone number from this? Don't say it out loud though, but did you get my phone number?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, you can give him this. This is my cell phone. So you can, if you want, I can put this off for like an hour to give him time. See if he wants to try to call in.
Okay.
Um,
Let me try. I'm gonna do my very best.
No problem. Just, that's all we can do. So if you want, I
Okay.
can put this off for an hour and just get back a hold of me and then we can go from there. I'll just put it in the jury box for now.
That's fine. Either he or I will give you a call right back.
Great. Thank you, man.
Okay, thank you.
What an idiot. Pick
So
up another
next
racing
is
charge
page
when you're already on bond for racing.
34, Homero.
Pomeroy,
Kiss your license goodbye.
good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you?
Pretty good. Are you Carolyn Pomeroy? Ms. Pomeroy, you're charged with assault, bodily injury. You're facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present if you cannot afford one. One will be appointed to you. Okay.
On June 1st, 2024, officers were dispatched to a disturbance call. A group of drunk adults were upset at some kids who had sped through their residence or by the residence in a gated community. Officers made contact with the juveniles, the complaining witnesses, who lived approximately 9 houses down from where the adults lived. All the juveniles were aged 16. The complaining witnesses reported to officers that when they arrived at their home, 2 adult females, including the defendant and an adult male, ran towards the complaining witness. The complaining witness told the witness, who was the driver of the car, to drive around the block. So they got back into the car. Before they took off, the defendant threw an empty seltzer can at the vehicle, hitting it. The complaining witness and the driver exited the car.
They threw empty seltzer cans at
The teenagers.
At the car that was speeding.
Okay.
Complaining witness and the driver of the car, also a juvenile, exited the car to assess damages and see why the adults were chasing them. The defendant approached the complaining witness, accused him of not living in the neighborhood, and accused him of staying at an Airbnb. Complaining witness informed the defendant that he was a minor. The complaining witness then walked back to his residence when he was punched in the back of the head by the defendant, causing dizziness, pain, a visible bump. He indicated to the officer that it was a 7 of 10 on the pain scale. The defendant and an adult male then chased the complaining witness, taunted them by flinching at them. The complaining witness picked up a brick for protection and got to a neighbor's house and sought help. The defendant then came to the complaining witness's house, rang the doorbell, and was screaming for the kids to come outside.
All of which we dispute with the exception of a few facts. Your Honor.
Okay, so you'll get the opportunity to fight your case, obviously. So, Ms. Pomeroy, the only thing I'm going to advise you now is that I'm going to put bond conditions on you. I am going to find that there's probable cause. I'm ordering you not to have any contact with these complaining witnesses and not to be in possession of weapons. That's
May I
it.
address that, Your Honor? Sure. This, not included in the probable cause was your complaining witness coming up to my client prior to anything happening before them, because first of all, when they were motioning them to slow down in this gated community, they were driving 40 miles an hour through. The complaining witness stuck his head out the car and said, "Go," may I use profanity, Your
For
Honor?
sure.
"Fuck yourselves."
Sure.
My client, because of that, threw the empty seltzer can, causing no damage. The complainant approached her, accosted her, bumped into her, and said, "I'll fucking kill you and your fucking family." For those reasons.
The reasonable response would be?
I'm not talking about, I mean, we'll get to the guilt or innocence. So she has a right to defend herself when she's run into. But you're right. I get ran into her, Your Honor, made physical contact, but that's not the point of what I'm saying. I agree. We can litigate all this later. I have a real problem with her being ordered, although she doesn't own any handguns or weapons. Her husband does. This guy has threatened to kill her and her effing family. I would ask that bond condition, I don't care if it's on her, but that they not be forced to remove all weapons from their home.
Well, I'm just ordering her not to be in possession.
Okay, that's fine.
Right.
That's
I
fine.
mean,
As long
the
as
husband didn't get charged,
household
correct?
can be protected.
She's the only one that's charged. I don't have any jurisdiction over the husband. You know, for future reference, call the cops, you know? I mean, I think that, you know, they're 16-year-olds, all 16-year-olds act like what? Right, like a bunch of a-holes, right? I have nearly one. I'm just waiting for when he starts acting like this as well.
I'm racing too.
You know, right. But for future reference, right. So the only thing I'm gonna ask you to do is don't have any contact with these kids. Don't go near them. Chances are, if they were renting an Airbnb, they're probably gone.
They weren't, Your Honor. It turns out there is a house on the street that's rented out to the outrage of the entire community.
So
He
they-
actually lives with his aunt way down the street. My client didn't know that. That's why she asked the question. The only other thing, and I'm sure you'll tell me it's okay for me to have contact with the complainant. I don't really want contact with him, other than to give them a no trespassing warning to not come to their house.
Yeah, just be careful, because remember, they're 16-year-olds. So when you try to go there, and I'm assuming they're just gonna try to butt heads with you like billy goats.
I know
So
how to be careful. We actually asked the constable to deliver them. For whatever reason, they declined.
if you get one that declines, go to the next one. Just keep going until someone, at some point you'll get to someone that responds. If one constable says no, just go right up the chain and just keep calling until someone does, right? At some point they will. And just tell them that, we really have a problem with speeding and this kind of problem in the neighborhood, and hopefully someone will listen. Hopefully.
Thank you.
So the only other thing that I'm gonna advise is that I'm hoping that there's another way out of this subdivision, right?
She lives beyond them, so yes, she goes another way up.
Right, so, I would just try to maintain, because if they call and say, hey, she's harassing me again, what's gonna happen? Right, okay, and I believe that. So for now, I am gonna find probable cause. Like I said, you have a lawyer. Because you have a lawyer, I will waive your appearance. You don't have to waste your time to come into court, but you must stay in touch with counsel. He will tell you if and when you have to come back to court. I will have you go to Victoria Center reset. After that, we'll just have you take you to the jury box. We'll get your bond conditions, and after that, you'll be free to go after you sign it. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. So can you file the contact on the records, please?
All right, nothing going on yet. I know we got a few minutes. Before we got to go back.
Hey, happy Wednesday.
I'm approaching on Thomas Evelyn. I don't want to set it for trial.
You do?
Yes.
Okay.
Ma'am?
Whatever they.
Thank you.
Is he in custody?
He's in custody.
Okay, so the first,
Yes.
whatever you and Pavel can.
Okay.
Mr. Lee.
Judge, how are you?
Hey.
I have a first sitting on a alleged racing case. The cause number is
My God.
2518028.
Mr. Cortez, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Luis Enrique Fuentes, and he.
Yes, we've done probable cause. I found probable cause. I just asked him to not participate in any more racing, street takeovers, donuts, reckless driving, and that's it. I will waive his appearance, so he just has to maintain contact with you, and then.
Very well. My clients and I decry and disagree with being associated with the people who do street takeovers and shoot fireworks at police and block intersections and stuff like that.
I'm signing his bond conditions now, so if you want to bring him up, we can have him sign it, and then you guys are free to go.
Okay.
Okay.
I can't look at the file yet. The paperwork hasn't bubbled up through the pages like.
Okay, we'll have you sign the reset or the bond conditions, and then you guys are free to go.
Very well, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee.
I don't, I, I got it now. Oh, hang on. Bye, Judge Fleischer. Get a drink. Gabby, don't need you passing out. And get over to the trial. Carmen, I don't know what to say. Share, we're live, not muted, boosted, all the good things. You guys. I took Judge Fleischer off and I lost 2 viewers. They're like, ah. Oops. We wanted to watch Judge Fleischer. Yes, watch Judge Fleischer and have some lollipops. Dang it. Sorry. I just crushed everybody's dreams. And they don't even have to be tequila lollipops to be good. Because Carmen, please stop telling me about your adventures. Because I hope the girl is okay. I hope she is okay. I said earlier that I needed to get my hair color and I was having a hard time getting scheduled with trying to do this trial and keep up, so I may look like Alec Baldwin by the time I'm done. Carmen's pushing me there very quick. She's like, you get over there. I don't know how you do that. I mean, obviously, you need fire. But I don't know how you actually set like a grill on fire. This grill is on fire. Sorry. Don't tell me you weren't thinking it. Told you I couldn't sing. Also, let's try to make eggs. Oh, so the eggs are on fire. I'm gonna get loopy. That'll be enough for me to lose 13 more subscribers instead of getting 10. Oh, to take the paint off what? The grill? I hope. Lord. Maybe don't answer that. Don't tell me your car's sitting there naked. Oh yeah, it was lovely. It was fantastic. Uh, you know, it's gonna be a really, really, really long stream. Remember last time we went this long, 11 hours when we were waiting on a freaking verdict. Which, by the way, Jody and I were chatting, and because we were chatting about this trial, and she said that if the verdict should come down on a Tuesday or Thursday, which good grief, let's hope that it doesn't, Karen Reed, that she will try to cover the verdict if I am not around. And of course, you would move your car and not worry about the grill, Carmen. Good choice. So I don't know what that's going to look like, but if we have to, then Jody will do the verdict. But hoping if it goes to jury Friday, I have no idea. I never try to, guess how long a jury's going to deliberate, because that's a dumb guess to try to make. But if they don't come up with one on Friday, I'm hoping that they will come back with one on Monday, a week from this coming Monday. Um, and it will all be good and we won't have to worry about it. You could call her on your way home from work tomorrow morning, Carmen. It's close enough to her time to get up. Don't call me because I have an infusion tomorrow and I will be getting ready because I have to be ready and out of the house early tomorrow because my appointment's at 8:30. So I cannot talk to you tomorrow morning, but Gabby is all ears. You'll be unalived. Well, surely they have generators running down there. I hope. All right, Judge, you said 3. Nah, what's new? Oh, well, at least you got that. Smelly somethings. Smelly somethings. I guess if Jody starts singing about her cats again, we can. She didn't sing about her cats. All I have is smelly cat from Friends going through my mind right now. It's been too much talk about cats. That's true, and you're COVID, so it's all good. I knew she knew what she was doing, but I still couldn't say anything. Don't worry, I won't sing it. I'll only make you suffer once today. All right, Judge Strict. It's time. Let's go. Huh. I would have kept Judge Fleischer up, but he would have gotten in the middle of something really interesting, and then she would have started, and I would have been torn. You keep them storms down there. Actually, it didn't get bad here last night. I don't know why you thought we were having tornadoes because they were way down south by Evansville. We had nothing. We had no thunderstorm watches, warnings, nothing when you asked if I was okay. Somebody keeps hitting the camera because it's like earthquake in New Mexico. Yeah, just gotta like move down. Calm down. Yeah, I don't know. There was nothing on the news. We looked on the news. Weather Channel didn't have anything. Like I said, down south they had them with a tornado. I didn't know New York could get hit with a tornado. But it doesn't surprise me because your storm is still kicking up crap. It's quite windy here today. The power went off this morning. I'm like, yay. Why? Not like you. And then I felt bad because I'm like, well, at least mine came back on. Ew. We had like one day. Why are you getting 3? Carmen, did you know Lagodi is supposedly the hardest town to say in Indiana? I was like, Lagodi? Huh. Well, Yep, it sure says it was heading here, but it didn't. It did not. Yes, you are just naked and afraid in it over there, but you are building character and whatever. Well, when in mass, do as they do, right? Do what you want. Oh, here we go. Lagodi is is it? Is that hard for you? Would you think that was hard to say? It's Lagodi. I don't ever say that right. Nacogdoches is how I want to say it, and I don't think that's right. Would you say Lugudi? I don't know why it's called Lagodi. They didn't ask me. Good, we're starting with the sidebar. Oh, no, it's a town. It's supposedly the name of a town in Indiana that's the hardest to say in the entire state. Hey, Bright, that was a short sleep for you. Short sleep. I can think of, so we have Versailles, which in other places I believe is Versailles. I think that's harder to say than Lagodi. And then we have Rensselaer, which looking at it, you're like, what's that? We have a lot of town. That was a dumb article. Most people agreed. It was stupid. Oh, sorry. I know. I feel for you guys. I feel for you night shift guys. So Carmen has to work tonight and then go to Houston tomorrow. And then do you have to work tomorrow night too, Carmen? Oh, and then Terre Haute. Terre Haute is not hard. I don't know why people can't say it. Like it's to me, Lafayette and Terre Haute are literally Lafayette, 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 Lafayette. It's just Lafayette. It's literally spelled like it's said. People cannot say Terre Haute. They can't say Vigo County. They always say Vigo. I don't know. Team Night Shift, you and Bry. Our Team Night Shift. I feel bad for you guys, especially when there's people making noise. Nope, they didn't move the wife. Thought they might move her out of camera shot. She's just still there glaring. Oh, Gabby, are you here? You guys have to tell me if this works. Jody sent this to me. So you guys have to tell me if it works. Because I boosted the sound in it.
Dear sweet baby Jesus, please don't ever let me get hit by a car in the state of Massachusetts, where any Massachusetts State Police expert is going to reconstruct the accident. Please. Thank you, Jesus. Amen.
Did that work? I boosted it 200% on there, but I can't boost it anymore. All right. Yes, I figured something out. Look at me after the start of yesterday. I figured something out. She's explaining. Wait. Oh, you talking about that girl in the back? I was like, who are you talking about? The one that's very animated. Oh, somebody in front of her. She is very animated. That's funny. You're like me, Brad, because I people watch all the time. I saw her. I did see her. But a lot of times I say something in my head, like if we're watching a baseball game or whatever, I'm watching the people behind the home plate in the stands, and I'm like, "Oh my gosh, did you see that?" And he says no. It's like, "Who are you talking about? Like, how'd you miss it?" For reals, for real, you got people fighting at your lows. Oh my gosh. I hope I hope Cheyenne's not there. She can use her blow dart gun to calm blow dart banana to calm everybody down. I gotta quit that. Oh my gosh. That'd be hilarious. We want to watch the crowd, not you people up at sidebar or sidebar, whatever. Oh. Sorry, that was my growl at my doctor's office or to my doctor's office. Yeah, well, I'm surprised there are generators at Lowe's. It's like Christmas. It used to be when there were stores and they had Black Friday. Well, that would be hard. I'm glad Cheyenne is smart, and that's where she's going. Come on, Judge. Time they get done, it's gonna be time for me to go to bed. She is so intense. I think she's good. I don't know if you saw it, right? Is she the same was a defense attorney in the skiing, like the professional skier unaliving trial? I forget. It had nothing to do with skiing, but it was in New Mexico. I thought she was the defense attorney, and she does like she's a good job. Man, she's intense. Like, calm down. I do a good job of my accent is so confused. I do a good job of Jody impression of doing a Boston accent. It's because I talk to you and I talk to Jody, and my Nebraska, Indiana already mixed up accent is so confused right now. It has no identity. It doesn't know where to go. I'm going to just come up with a whole new one. A cop Hulk just yelled, "Knock it off." Good for him. Good for him. Is it in Houston? Because if it is, I hope they wind up in front of Judge Fleischer. Yeah, it was I don't know, it might have been a year ago or 2 years ago. I don't remember. He used like I said, he used to be a professional skier, moved to New Mexico, ended up unaliving some dude that was in his house for some reason. Yeah, I know. I don't know. I don't hear anything weird. I don't like to listen to myself talk, surprisingly. But I know our accents, like, I don't know. I have a Nebraska, Indiana, Boston, Australian. Uh, somebody told me from somewhere I've never even been northwest part of the United States accent. I'm like, I've never even been there. You definitely have an accent. Gabby has an accent. Never heard Bry, so I can't tell. But there's definitely a difference between Boston and New York accents, which is weird to me. Why are they not the same? Mountain Central, Goat, Whale, Eastern, Western Time. Could you get more Pacific? Carmen, your accent has gotten even worse now that you're in Texas. I'm just waiting for you to say, well, bless your heart. Let's not free Willie. Let's not. we already freed Willie. He's in Judge Fleischer's courtroom. He already freed Willie. And the guy before him last week. Oh yeah, I forgot the Philly. There's Philly accent. Bob would have Chicago accent, which is weird. It's like just in Chicago. Chicago. Weird accent. Yeah, I forgot. I can't. Well, of course you can't say bless your heart to me because I would be upset. I know you would. Da Bears. I love how Jody doesn't know. She's like, what is that? I explained to her because there's I guess a case here. Indiana ex-NFL player. So he played for the Colts. And apparently he started a cult. But his 14-year-old son went missing from Ohio. The grandma called because she thought it was child abuse. They found him 14 days later. He is alive. They're in jail. But I was trying to explain to her that I was following it and that I was like, our football, not your football. Because I know she would be like, I don't know what's a cult player. Uh-oh. Dang it. Who's going to entertain us now? Alec, did they tell you to fix your face at lunch? There's your brother. Yes, culty cults. Oh, it's bad. He's on YouTube, but I've not.
At this time, we would move defense 8 into evidence, which is the 911 dispatch.
Okay, is your witness going to recognize it? Or is it by it's by stipulation?
Right.
Okay.
That's what we agreed.
All right.
Okay, and if we could just, so that the jury can see, page 6, if we could just publish it to the jury.
Yes. States. But defendants 8, is that 8? Defendants 8 is admitted, you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor.
They shouldn't have given him or his wife a bond. Did you see their son? And he admitted he beat him.
Okay. Understood.
Yeah, defense.
Yes, we filed our exhibit list first as.
Okay, so you do.
You guys good to go now? Oh, and they mute you. They just got back from lunch just now, and they don't have it together. So, nope. Just accents and cults. Oh,
Okay, is this page, I can't see the page at the bottom. Is this page 6?
might be 7.
Okay. And
You miss me singing, Vaughn.
do you see how it says accident, accident, accident? I can touch it? Oh, accident.
No, don't comment.
Okay. And then I would ask, the 911 is exhibits 9 and 10, which is now I and J. Exhibits 9 and 10 that was entered into and played at opening by stipulation, and I'd asked to play and enter them and play exhibits I and J.
And this is by stipulation,
Yes, Your Honor.
I and J, which are again.
I wouldn't say you
911
missed it.
calls?
Yes.
Why are they two
It
exhibits?
just splits because of the EMS. It's the same
Okay.
recording.
All right, so upon stipulation, not being corrected otherwise, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, we turn the volume up.
You may publish.
This is 911, what's the location of your emergency? We need an ambulance out at Bonanza Creek Ranch right now. We've had 2 people shot on a movie set accidentally. You said someone was shot? 2 people accidentally with gunshots as on movie set, Bonanza Creek Ranch.
Okay, give me 1 second. I'll connect you with medical dispatch. Don't hang up. Santa Fe Fire and EMS, what's the location of the emergency?
Bonanza Creek Ranch has had 2 people accidentally shot on a movie set by a prop gun. We need help immediately, okay? It's this fucking AD that yelled at me at lunch because asking about revisions. This motherfucker, did you see him lean over my table and yell at me? He's supposed to check the guns. He's responsible for what's happening.
Now, Mimi?
No. I'm a script supervisor.
How many people are injured?
2 that I know of. I was sitting, we were rehearsing, and it went off, and I ran out.
It's my Alec Baldwin impression.
You heard some language, and then that he, the first assistant, was supposed to check the gun. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear anybody on the 911 call mention Alec Baldwin at all?
No.
I asked you before we broke about a prior statement. I asked you if you made a prior statement that we talked about a few times. So I'm just going to approach quickly and refresh your recollection.
I thought that was
This
weird
is
too, Vaughn.
November 30th, 2023, your pretrial interview, Officer LaFleur, and I'm just going to ask you to read down here.
Your Honor, and again, Mr. Spiro is testifying as he's handing it to the witness.
Just identify what the document is and then.
Do what, Gabby?
Does that refresh your recollection, sir?
Yes.
So and I'm just going to take this back. It is fair that you said when asked that it came in as like it appeared to be, and what the dispatch said, it was an accidental shooting by a prop gun. So I didn't know if there was any. I took it as the way how everybody was acting, and that the individual who claimed to have been holding the firearm was still there. That there was
Objection, Your Honor.
the way he was.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, Brian, that's good. That is a good point. It just was weird to me that I guess yes, you are correct, sir. Because I would not be thinking, I would just be like, hey, somebody's been shot. Like, you need to get somebody here now. I wouldn't be thinking to say accident, but that is good to know that I will keep that in my mind. I hope I never have to.
Back, my question was, did that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. And so is it in fact true that in your earlier statement you said, and it came in like and appeared to be what the dispatch said it was, an accidental shooting by a prop gun. So I didn't know if there was any, I took it as the way how everybody was acting, and that the individual who claimed to have been holding the firearm was still there, that there was the way he was, his demeanor was that there wasn't any intention behind the act, as you could say,
Yes.
You made that statement, correct?
Yes.
And I asked you also whether you remembered receiving any information as to the ammunition, whether they be prop or otherwise, that was at the scene. If you recalled Duran Curtin, one of the individuals in the church, giving you information. Do you remember that?
There's a lot of people in the church giving information. Can you identify which one it was?
Sure. I asked you, do you remember whether or not somebody told you that Sarah was shaking and going through the book?
Objection, Your Honor. This is hearsay. This is hearsay coming in. Can we approach? I don't know what to do.
I'll walk back up to the bench. Well, that's a happy fella sitting. Oh, that's a woman. Sorry. Sorry. I looked like a dude until she turned her head and I saw the clip in the back of her hair. She's a happy woman. Residents, clients, it doesn't matter, Carmen. Just don't get in trouble. As soon as these guys get back from sidebar, and I think there might not be a break for 2 seconds because we got to approach the bench. That was embarrassing. As soon as they get going again, I'm gonna take a break, go feed my dogs real quick. And then also maybe compose myself so I'm not confusing men and women because it looks straight up like a dude. And then she turned her head and I was like, great. You're not a dude at all. Telling you, by the end of the stream, Rue doesn't get jack.
As I was saying, officer, did you learn at the scene whether or not Sarah was going through the bullets and saying, I don't know how it got there? Did you learn that information? Do you recall?
I don't remember. If you could refresh my memory to which person said what.
Sure. And I'm just going to approach the witness and show him this lapel recording. Okay. Does that refresh your recollection?
It appears it's a recording type out of what my body-worn camera recorded, yes.
Okay. And when you learned this information, did you do anything with that information?
To be honest, that's the first time I've heard it in that detail. Body cameras pick up more audio than our ears do.
Okay. You also testified that the gentleman in the orange jacket came up to you and said, Alec pulled the trigger, or words to that effect. Remember that testimony?
That's what he said, yes.
Yeah, and you know that witness has stated absolutely he did not say it pulled the trigger, correct?
At that point, I didn't know if he said that or not.
Okay. And then I just want to ask you about one other thing we talked about this morning. Was I asked you about your testimony on direct that Mr. Baldwin was effectively disobeying police orders. Do you remember that testimony on direct?
Yes.
And over the lunch break, have you had a chance to reflect on that testimony?
Sure.
Okay. Do you think it's honestly, sir, a fair characterization to this jury to say that Mr. Baldwin was disobeying police orders at the scene?
He was given an order, but I didn't repeatedly tell him not to. I was on my bad.
And so don't you think that given what actually happened at the scene, that really, in all fairness to Mr. Baldwin, he wasn't really disobeying police orders, was he, sir?
To an extent, yes.
You were the first officer on scene.
Yes.
And you did your best, no question, right?
Yes.
And you're aware, right, because a lot of this testimony I'm not going to get into, you're aware as you sit here that the issue of Ms. Hutchins passing is not a contested issue by the defense. You know that?
Yes.
And you did sort of corral the witnesses, I think you said, right?
Yes.
And then after you did that, you turned them over, in essence, to the lead detective, Detective Cano.
Yes.
Okay. And he interviewed those witnesses, right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know if he's testifying for the state in this case?
Objection.
I don't know.
relevance, Your Honor.
Sure.
Ignore the question and the non-answer, or if we got them.
Do you know how the live bullet got on set?
I do not.
Do you know why the armorer loaded the live bullet into the pop gun?
I do not.
Do you know why the first assistant director, head of safety, failed to detect it?
I do not.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Cross-exam.
Can I use the Elmo, please? You know what, let me do this. Where is the defense exhibit DX?
That's H. This is H, yes.
Okay.
I just have to relabel them.
Okay.
I should relabel them, not here.
There are 3 copies?
Yes,
Okay,
I
maybe.
just gave us extra copies.
Okay. Officer LaFleur, let's back up a little bit, okay? Did I speak with you this morning about the testimony you were going to give?
No, ma'am.
Did Ms. Johnson speak to you this morning about the testimony you were going to give?
No, ma'am.
When was the last time someone from the prosecution spoke to you about the testimony you were going to give today?
I don't believe we've talked about the testimony I was going to give, but just about the pre-trial interview.
So you mentioned a pretrial interview. So let me ask you, do you recall when your pretrial interview was? Would it refresh your memory if I showed you a copy of the transcript?
Yes.
May I? Let me know. Officer, when was your pretrial interview?
In May.
And do you recall who was there?
Somebody from the defense and somebody from the state.
Someone from the defense.
Yeah, it was a female.
Okay, so just to be clear, at your pretrial interview, it wasn't the state just speaking to you. The defense attorneys were there also, right?
Yes.
And they got to ask you almost all the questions, isn't that right?
Yes, if I can recall, the state didn't have anything to ask.
So the prosecutors didn't ask you a single question.
Not that I can remember, no.
Do you agree with the defense attorney's assertion this morning that somehow you were coached to give your testimony?
Can you rephrase that question?
He's objecting to the word assertion, I believe, so why don't you rephrase it?
Did Mr. Spyro indicate to you on cross-examination did he attempt to imply that the prosecution had told you how to testify?
Essentially, it sounded like he asked if I was coached to know my testimony.
But the prosecutors haven't actually told you what to testify to, have they?
No, ma'am.
You were asked several questions on cross-examination about the statement that you made that it didn't seem like Mr. Baldwin intended to commit the act. Do you recall those questions?
Yes,
Do you know what the crime that Mr. Baldwin is charged with?
I believe involuntary manslaughter.
Is involuntary manslaughter an intentional homicide?
No, ma'am. Not to my recollection of the New Mexico State statute.
Are there criminal offenses that are intentional homicides?
Yes.
But that's not what Mr. Baldwin's charged with, right?
No.
Officer LaFleur, when you are speaking to a witness, when you were in fact speaking to witnesses at the scene, you collected their driver's licenses, didn't you?
Yes.
And what do you do when you collect the driver's license? Do you run it through a system?
I put it in our computer system, run it by driver's license in the state. It's easier than name and date of birth.
Is Defendant's Exhibit H, does that contain information about their driver's licenses?
Yes, it appeared that it was a page that showed each person's license being inputted and the return that came back from RACC or NCIC.
So I'm going to go ahead and show you what is page 3 of that. What do we call it? Is it a CAD report?
Yes.
So let me back up for a moment. What does CAD stand for? Do you remember?
I don't know the exact exactly what it stands for, no, but it's a reporting system that we use. The dispatches us through. And
So is this a dispatch log?
yes.
I sleep for 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Right. Loaf is gross. It's gross. Carmen, don't look at your bear.
Sorry, I know that's getting smaller and smaller, but I'm not sure what to do.
Do you want to help me out?
Do you see, no, it's not quite there yet. At the top of the page, do you see number 16? And there's a 16 and then there's a parentheses.
Yes.
What does it say?
Posted speed limit and actual.
What does posted speed limit and actual have to do with this incident?
I'm not too sure. It looks like the individual who ran it, their name, I don't know who that is.
Well, that's okay. Does this have anything to do with the incident involving Ms. Hutchins?
No.
So I want to take you down here to number 5, parentheses. What does that say?
It says non-commercial class code D.
What is that person talking about? Does it have anything to do with the shooting of Ms. Hutchins?
No, that's the return. It came back for a driver's license, it appears.
That's the return that came back for a driver's license? Is that what you said?
That's what it appears like, yes.
Let's go down to number 10. Do you see that?
Yes.
What does that say?
Accident quantity.
Keep reading.
3, withdrawal. It looks like it's going to try to say withdrawal.
Does that have anything to do with this incident?
No.
And Luke, I want you to look down here at number 21. Do you see that?
Yes.
What does that say?
Of alcohol or drugs.
That you're aware of? Does that have anything to do with this incident?
No.
Let's jump down to number 26. 6, what does that say?
Objection, relevance, cumulative.
Go ahead, sir.
Says drinking and driving at 0.0.
Did you read it all?
Yeah, per se, I think it's what it's saying at the beginning. Dash drinking and driving at 0.0. I think the next line is the blood alcohol content BAC.
Were you dispatched to a DWI?
No.
Let's have a look at page 5. Do you see up here number 23?
23 is cut off on my screen.
Oops.
Yeah. Of alcohol or drugs.
Was this an incident that was related to alcohol or drugs?
Not that I'm aware of.
Let's jump down here, if you would, to number 10. Do you see that?
It says accidental quantity 0 and then withdrawal.
Does that have anything to do with this incident?
No.
Why are we seeing that language?
It's what the NCI.
Hey, Debbie. Sorry, I almost missed your message. I was checking my cameras. I was trying to see what my dogs were barking at. I'm glad you finally caught us live. They went off the rails a little bit when I went, because I left for a minute. So just be warned if you go back through the chat. But I'm glad you are here. We are all well. A little bored. This is a little boring. But other than that, we are great. And thank you for being here. Appreciate it.
IC return gives our CAD. As you can see, it's all within the same 1/10 of a second. So it's generated by the computer system itself.
So I've now turned the page to page 6. Do you see 10 there where it says 10 parentheses?
Accidental quantity 0 withdrawal.
Is the word accident reflective of Ms. Hutchins being shot on accident?
No.
Is the word accident in that report? Does it appear anywhere where it's talking about what happened to Ms. Hutchins?
No, right here, it's just a bunch of returns.
Well, thank you, Debbie.
Thank you
I
for your time,
appreciate
sir.
that.
I don't have anything further. All right, thank you.
Really, really do. Thank
Excuse
you.
next witness.
The state calls, were you?
We would now move to page 14 of that exhibit.
Come over here.
He's the only witness we've had today, right? Like, he was the first witness. Have I forgotten a witness? Did we see anybody else after openings? It's been so long. It's been so long. Please tell me we're still not on witness number 1. Because I think if the state thinks they're getting any more than 8 days, they're wrong, and the defense needs something. Oh,
Your Honor, the state calls Timoteo Benavides.
finally, number 2.
Face the judge and raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law?
Sorry, Major.
Sorry.
What's going on?
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, have a seat talking to the microphone.
May I proceed? Good afternoon, Mr. Benavides. Would you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
Yes, my name's Timoteo Benavides.
And sir, on October 21st, 2021, how were you employed?
I was employed by the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office as a lieutenant.
And are you still employed with the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department?
I am not.
And why not?
I retired doing 20 years of law enforcement for Santa Fe County.
And what was your rank when you retired?
Lieutenant.
And on October 21st, 2021, were you working?
Yes, I was.
And what were your duties that day?
That day I was day shift commander, which entails taking care of Santa Fe County during the day and 7 deputies we had.
How large is Santa Fe County?
It's pretty big. It goes from the city limits of Espanola to all the way to I-40 down in Edgewood and to Pecos and then to the off-ramp to Cochiti.
You said you were commander that day. What does that mean? What duties did that entail?
I'm pretty much in charge of the county on what happens and responsible for the deputies that are working.
On that day at approximately 1:48, did you receive a dispatch to a call?
Yes, I did.
And what was that call for service about?
The call of service was on a movie set for an accidental shooting.
Okay. And where was that located?
It was located at the Bonanza Creek movie ranch.
Okay. And is that in Santa Fe County?
It is in Santa Fe County.
Okay. In New Mexico?
In the state of New Mexico, yes.
Okay. And do you recall approximately what time you arrived?
I was dispatched about 1:50. I didn't arrive till almost I think it was like 2:20.
Okay. Why did it take you a while to arrive?
I was pretty much on the other side of the county when the dispatch call came in.
Now, when you arrived, do you recall what you observed?
When I arrived, there was a security guard at the gate, and he told us that he was gonna drive us into the movie set where the incident happened.
Were other deputies already there when you arrived?
Deputy LaFleur was already on scene from what I heard over the radio, and I had at the time Corporal Alderete was in front of me, literally in front of me when we got there.
Were there other uploaded? How's it preserved? Do you know?
Yes, at the time it's uploaded. We, as deputies, we don't have no control how we show up to the sheriff's office and it downloads automatically from our, I take off my lapel, I put it in a docking station in my unit, and everything downloads into the sheriff's office room servers.
Okay. On October 21st, 2021, did your lapel camera capture what you observed when you arrived on scene at the Bonanza Creek Ranch?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And what did you do with your lapel camera after you left the scene?
Sorry, I just moved close
When
caption.
I completed my duties on that scene, I put it in my docking station, which is also a charger, and I proceeded to the sheriff's office so it could download.
Now, have you viewed your lapel camera video since October 21st, 2021?
Yes, I have.
And in fact, did you view a portion of it this morning before you testified?
Yes, I did.
And did I show you State's Exhibit number 5 earlier this morning?
Yes, you did.
And what was that?
It was pretty much the beginning from when I activated my lights and sirens to the end.
What was it, the entire thing to the end, or was it part of it?
It was part of it. It was not the entire thing because I did stop it several times to talk to commanders and deputies, and then I reactivated.
And how long is your entire lapel camera video?
I arrived on scene about 2:20, and I didn't leave till almost 8:30 that night.
So State's Exhibit 1 is just a portion of your lapel camera?
That is correct.
Excuse me, video?
Yes.
Okay. After you viewed it, did you notice if it's been modified or changed in any way?
It has not.
Your Honor, I would move into evidence State's Exhibit number 5.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Sorry, Major. What's going on? They said that they.
Let me pause it there. Is that your lapel camera video, Mr. Benavides?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm going to forward it. How long does it take you to drive? How long are we going to watch you driving?
It's about 20 minutes.
Okay. So I'm going to fast forward a little bit here to about 17 minutes, or excuse me, 15 minutes.
Gonna be en route to Bonanza Creek.
Hey, I got one shot in the chest. One shot in the chest, and one shot in the chest, and another shot in the stomach. So you have 2 victims up there? 2 victims.
Are you still driving?
I am still driving, yes.
Now, I've fast forwarded to 15 minutes and 59 seconds. Have you arrived on scene yet?
Yes, I could see the makeshift church right in front of me.
We're gonna secure the film and all the crew members.
Why did you say you're going to secure the film and all the crew members?
Pretty much common sense. I'm not on scene yet, but I'm trying to picture everything that was going on, and maybe the film caught it. I don't know.
Can you describe for the members of the jury, when you're pulling up to this church, what does it look like? How many people are you actually seeing?
So this scene was probably the biggest scene I've been to. There was people everywhere. I had medics running in and out. From what I saw from the back of the church, there was medics going to their vehicles, grabbing items, and there was just people everywhere. As in people, I mean, I couldn't distinguish who it was. It was actors, it was film personnel, bystander. I didn't know, but there was a lot of people there.
Do you know if those people were people who worked on the set?
Yes, you could distinguish them. They had a lot of sunblock on, a lot of hats, big hats for the sun. So that's pretty much how I noticed that.
Okay. Cool. Thanks. I have like 200 people out here, so. Alrighty. I'll see if. Yes, I already called for them. All right.
Well, if Bob's still around, he's going to be super excited that we get to watch more body cam. What up, Bree? Whoop. What up, Bree? How's my granddaughter? Other than perfect. Giving you more side eye today. Chat's been super exciting. I can't say that so much yet about this trial. It's been kind of lame so far. I was hoping for more. But we get more body cam footage that I hope doesn't go on for the rest of the day.
We're gonna need to get everybody right away, so we're gonna do it through on her. Do it through on her.
What's happening at this, excuse me, at this point?
So as soon as I walked into the makeshift church, Deputy LaFleur started to let me know what was happening and what was going on with the victims.
How would you describe this scene as soon as you walked into the church?
The medics were doing a wonderful job. They had separated each other and they were working on the victims.
How many victims did you have?
I saw 2 on the ground.
Must be the name.
Corporal, I need you to know who's in charge. Everybody stops what they're doing right now. This is a crime scene.
Yeah. Why did you say this was a crime scene?
Because we had 2 victims, Halyna and Joel, fighting for their life on the ground. And it wasn't natural. This is a movie set. And
Told you, Bob.
it was now a crime scene. We had to figure out what happened.
So what directives are you giving the other deputies?
So I'm letting them know I let Corporal Aldaleta know to have whoever's in charge, have everybody stop what they're doing because there was no more filming. If they were, I did not know. And so we could try to control what we could.
Everybody stops what they're doing, and I need the film secured by whoever's in charge of the.
Can I pull these guys down, get them the hell with the helicopter?
Yes, please.
Did you ask for anything else when you were out there speaking with those people?
Yes, I asked who was in charge to help me out, and then I asked Corporal Aldaleta to start taking pictures.
Did you ask for anything else?
Not that I recall.
Hey, I need pictures right away. Where's the props guy?
Why did you ask for pictures?
I have my lapel on, which captures a lot, but the pictures would capture detailed that's on the floor that you can't really tell from my lapel.
And you just said that you asked for the props guy. Why did you ask for the props guy?
I work security for in the sheriff's office at movie sets. The props guy is the guy that does the little stuff with sound effects or whatever. But I asked for the props guy because I needed to find out where the gun was.
Why was it important to find out where the gun was?
Because I didn't need the gun going off or getting used again on somebody else.
And did you find the gun?
I had somebody. Yes, I did find the gun.
Where did you find the gun?
Hannah Gutierrez had the gun walking out of the movie set.
And who did you understand Hannah Gutierrez to be?
She was the armorer.
Props guy out.
I'm sorry, you have a job? We need to make sure that they.
Yes, they're taking care of business. What else do you need there, Chief?
It's just here. Thank you.
Cleared the gun. Where is it?
got the clear gun?
Where is it?
Where are you going at this point?
I'm being directed by a gentleman, I assume who is a person in charge to look for the gun.
No, it's very hectic
And
and it wasn't great.
I did not find it there.
There's one there, and there's one there, that's none of them? That's nothing. Okay. I need to know where it is.
What is it that you are pointing at with this gentleman here?
There was guns laid in the open on the cart, on this gray cart.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibits number 7 and number 8. May I approach, Your Honor?
By the way, I just want you guys to notice the person that I thought was a dude took her hair down. She must have heard me. Because her hair is.
Yes, Your Honor. I would move into evidence 7 and 8, but I'll publish it in a second. I'm going to finish the video. Yeah.
I don't want to go to Mulligan's, Carmen, but you can watch Madison. Yeah, I didn't mean it. I thought she looked like a dude.
Trying to look for the armor.
You're in charge, ma'am? I need to know where the gun's at right now.
Armor, I need to know where the guns are at. There, go and get right there.
How do I know this is a gun?
That's the gun.
Okay.
Who is that?
That is Hannah Gutierrez.
And who is she?
She's the armor on set.
And did you obtain anything from her?
Yes, I did. I obtained a revolver she was carrying.
And what did you understand that revolver to be?
To be the revolver that shot the projectile into these two victims.
May I have a minute, Your Honor, to bring up Exhibit 6?
How did you know that was a weapon? They told me that was the weapon. I took that was the weapon. Good police work. I'm surprised they've questioned any of it. You guys let witnesses talk to each other when you told them not to, and they continued to right in front of you, and you did nothing. And now we have the weapon because they said it was the weapon. All right, good. All clear.
All right. State's Exhibit 6 is going to be handed to you, Mr. Benavides. If you could put on some gloves and just open it and let us know if you recognize what's in State's Exhibit 6.
I don't think we have any graphic content now. I think that was an accident when they showed her the first time.
Yes, sir. I have a question from one of the witnesses.
Well, lots of sidebars. I think Court TV had a shift change because they moved the closed cap. Well, they went black, moved the closed captionings, and then they started putting things on the bottom of the screen. At least 3. He found them on top of the snow, even though it'd been snowing all day. And it doesn't. I guess it can snow in New Mexico.
Brian, can you come here for a second, please?
Brian, they're calling me.
Ms. Johnson, make note of where you ended.
We need to fix this. The audio is not in sync with the video. And we need
Oh, good grief. I think I'm like a couple seconds behind. We'll jump live. Still not fixed. Darn the luck. But hair is down in the back. I know she is a woman. She actually has pretty hair. Just what's up? I couldn't see it. We're gonna get like we still have another break to get in. She's going till 5. It's 2:10 out there and 2:12 because my clock just changed. We still yeah, 2 witnesses. They've have 44 now, obviously. They're not gonna call 44 witnesses. But if they're taking this long just with police body cam stuff, we're gonna be here for a year. Although I don't think this judge is gonna allow it. She is not gonna bev it. She's not gonna be hello. Like I said, I'm glad they have the IT guy in the court. All right, y'all. I came back and then y'all got super, super quiet. It's like mom came back in the room. Yes. Well, does that mean they all got A's since it's such a mess? Oh no, now we got a post-it note. Oh. You know, I thought this would just be like rolling right along. This judge was like, this has to happen here, here, and here, and here. I just figured we'd just roll along through all the witnesses and everything. And no, we're on witness number
Correct me if
2.
I'm misstating, the video does not have the time of day on it, so they're going to elicit that from the witness, okay?
Well, I hope my dad is doing well. 100% a tech course in law school. I mean, I can't talk, but they are.
Let's go back, Mr. Benavides, if we could. Do you recall approximately what time it was when you actually arrived on scene?
Oops.
It was 2:20, 2:30.
Do you have a specific recollection of the time or not?
I do not.
Would reviewing the CAD refresh your memory?
Yes, it would.
May I approach, Your Honor? I'm going to show you what's been marked as defendants and admitted DX8T.
For the record, I think it's now H.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's a dispatch log.
Well, if you could review it and let us know if your memory is refreshed after you review it, and I'll take that document back from you.
Is that a smile from Alec Baldwin? Huh. Who knew? I can see you over there, Stephen. What are you doing?
Yes.
Your memory's refreshed?
Yes.
All right, if I can take that back. What time did you arrive on scene?
2:20.
All right, and would your lapel camera video be at 2:20, start like at 2:20 when you arrive on scene?
It started when I first activated my lights and sirens. So when I was dispatched at 1:49.
Right, but when you arrive on scene, would it be 2:20 in the afternoon?
Yes, it would be.
Okay, so even though we can't see the actual time on your lapel cam, is this your lapel cam?
Yes, it is.
And would this accurately reflect what you are seeing around 2:20 or so in the afternoon?
Yes, it is.
I was keeping my thoughts to myself on your comment, Brian.
How do I know this is a gun? That's the gun.
Well, it's his trial. He should have made a more entertaining one.
And so you had testified earlier that this woman with the multicolored hair was the armor and she gave you the gun.
Yes.
If you could look at State's Exhibit 6 and I'll ask you if you recognize what's in the box.
Okay.
I think Hannah lost weight before she went to trial. She doesn't look like that during her trial. All of you that like to listen to noises, there was some good ones for you.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 6?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is the gun that Hannah Gutierrez, the armor, handed to me.
Now, what did you do with this gun once she handed it to you?
I took custody of it from her and I walked it over to the passenger side of my unit, my marked sheriff's unit.
What did you do with it once you walked over to the
I-
marked sheriff's unit?
I put it in the front seat and I locked it.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 13.
No objection.
Because she's a lot of that commissary in prison for the next 18 months. She might come back out looking like that.
I haven't tendered 6 because we have other witnesses through whom we're going
Okay,
to
so
tender
7,
6.
and I thought you had 7 and 8 that you were
7
gonna.
and 8, yes, sir. Haven't published yet.
Okay, but, okay, those were admitted, now you're doing 13.
13.
Okay.
Don't do that.
Do you recognize what's on the screen there, Mr. Benavides?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is the gun that's in front of me, and this is the gun that the armor Hannah Gutierrez handed me.
You testified that you put it in the front seat of your patrol vehicle.
Yes, I did.
Why did you put it there?
It was the most secure spot that I had control over at the time.
And what did you do to ensure that this gun was secured?
I locked I locked my unit, and nobody entered it except for me because I'm the only one with the key.
Where was State's Exhibit number 13 taken? Where was this gun when this photo was taken?
From the passenger side of my unit.
Why did you not stick it in an evidence bag?
It was so fluid, and the scene was so active. I put it there. It was secure there. That's where it stayed.
Did you do anything with this gun? Open the cylinder, or anything at all once you received it from Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes, as soon as I got to my unit, I opened up the cylinder and I made it safe for myself and whoever else was going to handle it.
And when you say you made it safe, what do you mean by that?
I opened up the cylinder on this wheel gun and I ran the wheel to make sure there was no rounds in it.
And were there any rounds in it?
There was no rounds in it.
Did you do anything else to the gun?
I did not.
To your knowledge, did anybody else have access to this gun once you put it in your patrol vehicle?
No.
So what is the next thing you did after you secured the gun in your patrol car?
What I remember is I was talking to the armor, Hannah. I put her in back of my unit and I told her she wasn't under arrest. I kept the door open because the detectives needed to speak to her.
Now, did anybody have access to the front part of your patrol car?
They did not.
While this gun was in your possession, did you do anything, or to your knowledge, did anybody else touch it or do anything to it?
No.
Does Exhibit 13 accurately reflect the condition of the gun when it was handed to you?
Yes, it is.
Did you secure any other items of evidence?
I did. I secured 2 boxes of ammunition.
And where did you find those?
They were on a gray cart, which Hannah directed me to, that they were on a gray cart that were used for this gun.
All right, let's go to State's Exhibit 7, which has already been admitted.
All right, you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it is the gray cart that Hannah directed that the ammunition was on.
And where was that cart when you were directed to it?
My first lapel video where that gentleman directed me, walked me over, and he said none of these guns were used. This was the cart that he was talking about.
And where was this photo taken? Where was the cart when this photo was taken?
It looks like it was taken in front of my unit, in front of my in-car camera.
So was that cart moved from where you initially saw it to in front of your car?
Yes, it was.
Why?
Hannah had she directed that the ammunition was there, so there was a gentleman that officer services because I was dealing with Hannah, and I watched him bring the cart from where it was to me.
Does State's Exhibit 7 accurately represent the cart in the condition that you saw it when you first were directed to it?
Yes, it is.
And why did you move it to the front of your patrol car?
It was evidence. Hannah said that ammunition was on it used in the church.
I agree, Bri. I was shocked when I
Is there
saw
another reason why you moved
That's
it to
how it
the
was.
front of your patrol car?
To keep an eye on it, to make sure nothing was taken, nothing was put in.
Yeah.
Was
Insane.
anything capturing what would happen if anybody got close to this cart?
To where it is right now, they would have captured from my in-car camera.
So do you have a dash camera?
Yes, a dash camera, yes.
So was the dash camera running and filming this cart as it's sitting there in front of your patrol car?
Yes, it was.
To your knowledge, did anybody come over to this cart and remove any items?
No, not when it was sitting there, no.
Why not collect the items instead of moving, or why not collect the items before you moved it?
I'm in a patrol car. I'm not in a van or anything that would fit the whole cart in a hole to secure it.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 8, which has already been admitted. May I publish, Your Honor? Yeah. Is that a close-up of the cart?
Yes, it is.
What are we looking at? What was on the cart? What did you observe?
Loose ammunition, gun belts, a gun, various other items.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 9. Counsel, do you want to see it?
No objection.
May I, Your Honor, I move into evidence State's Exhibit 9.
Yes.
May I publish?
Yes.
Do you recognize that? It's State's Exhibit 9.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is a wheel gun.
Is there anything else that you see there?
There's car keys. There's loose ammunition.
Okay. And is this on the cart that we just saw?
Yes, it is.
And again, what did you do to preserve this evidence?
Like I said, I kept it in front of my unit for my dash cam to capture if it got tampered with.
Now, was there a perimeter established on this scene?
Yes, we did. We did a perimeter of yellow crime scene tape, and we tried to preserve everything that was in the church and everything that was out as in film.
Is that what we saw, the yellow tape around the cart?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And to your knowledge, were people allowed into the area that was enclosed or encased by that yellow tape?
People were not, unless you were a deputy.
And who came and collected this evidence? Do you know?
I believe our crime scene tech, Marissa Popple.
You testified that you observed some rounds. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 10.
No objection, Your Honor.
May I publish on? Yes. I move into evidence State's Exhibit 10. Do you recognize those 2 rounds that we see there?
Yes,
How do you recognize them?
they were on the cart.
Did you touch them in any way or remove them from the cart?
I did not.
Now, you told us you also seized some boxes of ammunition.
Yes, I did.
And where did you take those from?
I took those physically from the cart.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 11 and 12.
No objection.
Your Honor, the state would move into evidence State's Exhibits 11 and 12. What are we seeing here on State's Exhibit 11?
That is the front driver's seat of my marked sheriff's unit, and there are 2 white boxes on my seat.
And where did you get those boxes from?
I physically took them from the cart, from the gray cart.
Why did you take those from the gray cart?
Those were the 2 boxes that Halyna Gutierrez, the armor, told me that were used.
Did you see what was inside those boxes?
I assume there were bullets.
Why remove just those boxes and not the other stuff on the cart?
The armor, Hannah, she pointed those out, and those were the ammunition used for the gun.
Let me show you State's Exhibit number 12. Your Honor, I move into evidence State's Exhibit 12 and ask to publish. Yes. What is State's Exhibit 12, Mr. Benavides?
They are a close-up of the 2 white boxes.
And what kind of rounds are those?
Those rounds say 45 long Colt dummies.
Did you then turn these over to someone else, these boxes of ammunition?
Yes.
And who did you turn them over to?
The crime scene tech, Marissa Popple.
Let's go back to your lapel cam. You had testified earlier that you had placed Ms. Gutierrez in your vehicle. What happened to Ms. Gutierrez after we're seeing her here at 20 minutes and 8 seconds?
From this point, I took custody of the gun and we walked over to my marked sheriff unit.
Welcome to my world, Debbie.
I'm sorry, let me pause it there. This was the wrong
Absolutely.
copy.
Yeah, Bri, I believe you. I believe you were looking at peanut butter jellies, or you were thinking of a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Sorry, Major. What's going on? They said 2. No.
What's happening? Not that I care, because it's goddamn. He's showing her.
Where are they at?
What are you being directed to at this point?
I don't remember. I couldn't really hear her.
Okay, let's go back. And I apologize. It looks like the audio is a little behind the video.
Joy, Carmen.
Where are they at?
What were you referring to when you said, where are they at?
She was telling me about the rounds.
And where are you headed at this point at 20 minutes and 16 seconds?
That is my unit that I'm looking at right in front of me.
Is that when you secured the gun in your vehicle?
That is the front of my unit on the passenger side. Yes, it is.
Oh my God, fuck. I'm so, are they okay?
Hey, turn the video off. We need more units out here.
And have been cited. Oh my God.
I'm confused by their clothes. Some people are all bundled up. Other people are barely bundled, have anything.
What is happening right now?
It's everything.
There was a helicopter just landed. Hannah's there on my right-hand side, and I'm watching the guy on the cart.
Is somebody bringing the cart to you at this point?
Yes, it was a gentleman. I didn't get his name, or I don't remember his name. That was bringing the cart.
Your Honor, did you want us to approach?
Are these the rounds here?
Okay,
Yeah, rounds here.
okay, now, so this is the one I'm pretty sure about. This is that's the one. And okay. Sorry.
You're okay.
Sorry.
Just relax. Just relax.
Here, I'm
Yeah, you're all right. Just relax.
but it's the box that I got around it.
Okay, you go right there. You go right there, okay? Relax. I just need you to.
What's happening right here?
Hannah, as you could see, she's upset, visibly upset, and she's showing me where the rounds are that were used.
And was it the same rounds that you put in your vehicle?
Yes, it is.
Just relax, okay? I just need you to relax. Just please relax, okay? Just take deep breaths and relax. Can somebody get water for her? No, the helicopter's here for her. Yeah, no, the helicopter's here for her.
Where the fuck are these injuries? Is she okay?
What other involvement did you have in this investigation, Mr. Benavides?
That's all the involvement was, just trying to control the scene and taking care of Hannah and taking care of the evidence.
How long were you out there at the Bonanza Creek Ranch?
I didn't leave until about 8:30 that night, so about 6 hours.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
I didn't want you to approach a second ago, but I would like for you to approach now on the thing I didn't want you to approach for. I hope this picks up. I hope this picks up. I won't start singing again, but I about did because it's been that long of a day. He did better at securing the scene than the first guy. At least he's got his stuff, kind of, I guess, and Hannah. And he is talking to her, not just letting her talk to everybody else. It's a big scene, though.
Mr. Benavides, do you know where the gun was from the time of the shooting of Ms. Hutchins and Mr. Souza to the time that it was given to you by Ms. Gutierrez?
I do not.
No.
And do
This is
you
at
know
court.
who handled that gun from the time of after the shooting to the time that it was given to you?
I do not, other than Hannah handing it to me.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Thank you, Mr. Benavides, and you can take those gloves off.
You know, because you've touched this, wiped your face, and oh, like I just hit my microphone. Ah, I was hoping the other guy was going to cross-examine him.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You know, when you get to this scene, you can hear yourself yelling in the lapel, "Where's the prop person?" Right?
Correct.
And when you get to the cart that we looked at, I think it's State's Exhibit 7, and if we could publish that when we can in a moment. But fair to say that the cart was sort of disorderly, right?
Oh, it was a mess.
Okay. And you don't know whether anybody moved anything before you got there, right?
I do not.
Okay. And you didn't see Sarah Zachary, the prop master, there, correct?
No, I don't know who that is.
And so when you first get to the prop cart, you eventually sort of leave it and go back to going to deal with other things, right?
Well, the gentleman that was there, he told me that the gun wasn't there. There was a lot of guns on that. There was a couple of guns on that cart, but he told me I have to take him for his word because I wasn't there. He told me that the gun used in the church was not there.
Right, but there was, and you anticipated, there were other guns on that.
That is correct.
Okay. And you left those firearms and you left them there and you went to do what you did next, right?
Correct.
Okay. And, you know, in a typical homicide scene, right, you probably wouldn't be walking away from all sorts of, you know, firearms, but this was a movie set, right?
That is correct.
And an empty prop gun without live ammunition isn't going to hurt anybody, fair?
I do not know, but
Objection mischaracterizes the evidence.
I mean, other than if you drop the empty gun on your toe or something, an empty gun, a completely empty gun, isn't going to hurt anybody, true?
a complete, yeah, of course.
That's not true. But I mean, Brian, he's wearing all of us.
You know, and then you go back to the armorer and she hands you the firearm, right?
Yes, they direct me to the armor because I didn't know who the armorer was, and they directed me to her. And I asked her, "Is this the gun?" And she said yes.
And I can see you're wearing gloves as you're taking out the exhibit today, right? You've got purple gloves on.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't think you have to keep them on, by the way, if you don't want to keep them on.
I didn't know if you wanted to see the gun or not.
Okay. I don't have to see it.
No.
But the reason I'm asking this is, and I don't think you talked about this in direct, but the day you took the gun, you weren't wearing gloves, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And but you were sort of careful when you took it, and you sort of you took it without touching the trigger. So if somebody wanted to swab the trigger for DNA, they still could. Fair?
The way I handled it was trying to be as safe as possible because I didn't have a holster for it. So I was trying to hold it so I didn't pull the trigger because I didn't know if it was empty or loaded or not.
And because you handled it that way, also somebody could have swabbed the trigger for DNA, right?
I guess so, yes.
Okay. Do you know if law enforcement ever swabbed the trigger for DNA?
I have no idea.
So there was a question posed to you about, you know, the prop gun when you got it was empty, fair?
Yes, when I cleared it at my unit, it was empty.
But you don't know what happened exactly to the ammo that was in it at the time of the incident, right?
No, I do not.
And somebody told you that Dave, the first assistant director, head of safety, had the rounds, right?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
He's asking him.
It's just a question. Do you know that?
I don't know who Dave is. I don't remember any of their names to this date,
Okay.
other than the victims.
Well, do you remember somebody telling you that the rounds were back at the cart?
I believe Hannah was talking to somebody and they directed it to that they were on the cart.
And was that a male?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
Oh,
And you don't
Steven's
know as you
back.
sit here today whether that was Dave Hall's head of safety of the set.
Yeah, I don't remember. No.
Okay.
I don't know.
I'm going to refresh you in a moment on that, but while I'm doing that, I'm just going to move on for a second, which is the next time you see the cart, right? It's being brought to you in a different location, right? The cart gets moved.
Yes,
Where?
from the first time I saw it, where that gentleman directed me to it, and he said that the gun used wasn't there until the gentleman brought it to me. Yes.
And you've said that ideally that's not how it would have gone down, right?
Not at all. But I was trying to improvise as much as I could.
Okay. There were eventually, when you get the prop cart back, the sort of third viewing of the prop cart, there was ammunition on top of the cart. Fair?
Yes, and that's what I saw when I first saw it.
And you saw it again when the cart came back, right?
Correct.
And at one point, you actually sort of reached down and touched some of the ammunition. True?
I believe I picked them up and put them down. I didn't know if they were live. I didn't know anything. So.
And another civilian came over and picked one up and showed you one was this and one was that, right?
Yeah, he explained real quick, which it didn't register too much to me, but he was trying to instruct me what to look for, I guess.
And if I could just show the witness, I assume no objection to states 26. Okay. If I could offer, I don't know how to do this. If I could offer states 26, or should I make it a defense exhibit?
Your Honor, we have no objection to admitting our own exhibit, so thank you.
Great. So I'll admit states 26.
States 22.
26, Your Honor.
They don't have to be snotty about it. He doesn't practice in that courtroom, and he's probably just trying to make sure he's doing it to how the judge wants it to be done. So calm down, women. Gee whiz. Don't have to be so intense. It's fine. It's all fine. I will be
You see
right
that on your
back.
screen, sir?
Behave.
Yes, I do.
Gotta go grab my dinner.
And if you look sort of in the middle section, the 2 and 2, the 2 and the 2.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Can you tell which ones are dummies and lives by looking at them?
I do not.
We can take that down. Where was the backup? You're talking about a lot in direct about how, this happens and that happens. And I'm just sort of curious, where was backup?
Backup is in.
That's in more, reinforcements, sir, so that you didn't have to try to manage all of this.
So that day I had 7 deputies, including myself, on duty here in Santa Fe County. I had Deputy LaFleur was a swing shift deputy, so he was coming into work. I believe he lives somewhere in Albuquerque, and he was coming into work when the call came in. And it was myself and the corporal who were available at the time. So there was only 3 of us, and the rest were northern part of the county and the eastern part of the county and the southern part of the county.
And you called backups for the state police, right?
I did.
And they, that request for backup was denied by supervisors, correct?
As if I remember correctly, yes. Or they didn't have. I don't remember if they said they didn't have enough, or they didn't have availability, or the supervisor just said no.
Didn't the supervisor say that they believed this would likely be unfounded and it was probably an accident?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay and assumes facts not in evidence.
It's a proper question, obviously, because I'm asking why the backup didn't come in if he knows that.
And answer, and he can rephrase. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
When I say strike, that means disregard the question and the answer. Thank you.
You called for the state police and they didn't come, right?
Yes.
And that would have been your supervisor's call, not yours, correct?
My supervisor? No,
Yeah, I'm asking.
no,
Whether or not that request went to the state.
no.
That wouldn't have been your supervisor's call?
That wouldn't have been my supervisor's call then.
Did you make that call direct?
I asked dispatch to talk to state police to see if they could send people to help me with the scene.
The perimeter that you talked about did not include the prop truck, correct?
Yeah, I didn't know what any of that was. I was just trying to take care of what happened in the church.
Right. So, but just so that then it's clear for the members of the jury, you later learned that cart that we're looking at rolls up and goes into a prop truck that housed the rest of the firearms and ammunition. Right?
Objection, speculation.
If he knows.
I did not know that. I did not.
No, I know you did. I know you're saying you didn't know that then. I'm saying you did become aware later that there was a prop truck, right?
Objection, hearsay, and speculation.
I think it's asked and answered. Didn't you just ask that question?
I can just move on to another if he doesn't know. Okay. But fair to say law enforcement wanted to find the origin of the bullet that struck Ms. Hutchins, right?
My personal involvement was just taking care of the evidence, and I don't know what happened after that.
Well, you collected those white boxes, right? Those
Yes.
2 white generic boxes, didn't you?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. So, I mean, you wanted to, as I think you testified direct, find the source of the ammunition, correct?
Yes, whatever Hannah directed me to, yes.
And you wanted to talk to Hannah about this, correct?
I kept her for the detectives, yes.
She said, "Oh my God, fuck, I'm so sorry."
I did hear that on my lapel, yes.
Okay. Everyone's been yelling at her.
I did hear that in my lapel.
And you placed her in the police car, right?
In the back of my patrol car, yes.
Right. Nobody placed Mr. Baldwin in a police car, correct?
Objection, relevance.
Correct.
Correct.
Now, when you're at the scene talking to witnesses, which you can hear yourself doing on that lapel, you're letting witnesses give you information. Fair?
Yes.
You're not, trying to put words in their mouth, right?
No.
You're not cutting them off, right?
I probably did some of them, but I try to listen to them, yes.
Well, you're trying to look at the facts and circumstances and trying to figure out whether or not a crime occurred or whether this was an accident. Fair?
All I was trying to do was preserve the evidence for the detectives. That's all I was trying to do.
And you understood that the detectives were trying to rule out that it was a crime, correct?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. He can ask if he understood that or not.
You understood from meeting with the detectives that they were trying to figure out and rule out if this was a crime.
Well, that's our main function, is to see if there was a crime committed or not.
So you agree with me, right?
That's our main function as law enforcement, yes.
Okay. You don't know how the live bullet got on the movie set?
I do not.
You don't know why the armor loaded into the prop gun. She didn't tell you that.
No, I do not.
And you don't know why the first AD failed to detect it?
The what?
The first assistant director, that guy Dave.
Oh, I do not. I don't.
Okay. And you still work for the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office?
Do I still work? No, I'm retired.
You've retired. Okay. I have nothing further for this witness at this time.
All right, thank you. Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor, briefly, thank you.
Mr. Benavides, you were shown State's Exhibit 26 on cross-examination. Do you know where those rounds that we see on 26 came from?
I do not.
You testified on cross-examination that this cart was disorderly, I believe is what you said. It was a mess.
Yeah, it was a mess.
Was that cart in a place where it was visible to everybody who worked on that set?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Well, if I'll rephrase, Your Honor, was it in a visible place?
Objection, vague, unclear.
Well, why don't you describe where you saw it?
I believe it was next to a tent, and there was people all around it.
Now, you were asked a question about leaving the cart, this prop cart, unattended. Did you leave it unattended where anybody would come and be able to remove and take things off it?
When I took custody, when I saw the gentleman bringing it
Yes,
to
sir.
front of my unit,
Yes,
it
sir.
stayed right there, and nobody messed with it. No.
Now, you were shown photos of the, let me show you State's Exhibit number 7, if I may. Showing you State's Exhibit number 9. Did you have any reason to believe that was a fake gun?
It was a movie set. I did not know if it was fake or real.
How about State's Exhibit number 6 that you have in front of you? When you took that into custody, did you have any reason to believe that that was not a real gun?
No.
Did you have any involvement in this prop truck that you were asked about?
No, at the time I didn't know anything about a prop truck.
Why did you place Ms. Gutierrez in the back of your police car?
She was the main person that was handling the firearm. And common sense told me that detectives wanted to speak to her.
Were you asked about where to place Mr. Baldwin?
No. I believe Deputy LaFleur asked me, but there was so many witnesses on his side. I just told him to keep him separated from everybody and everybody from each other as much as possible.
Now, is the reason he was not placed in a police car because he wasn't a suspect?
At the time, I don't remember if somebody told. At the time, I don't remember if somebody told me he was handling the gun. I don't remember. So no.
So he wasn't placed in a police car just because there were other reasons?
She has not asked the question. So
I'll rephrase, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Spiro asked you, you didn't place Mr. Baldwin in a police car, but you placed Hannah. Is it because Mr. Baldwin was different from Hannah, or was it other reasons?
It was other reasons. Like I said, Deputy LaFleur had a lot of people on his side of the movie set. So keeping one person in a police car, you got to watch them, and then you got to watch everybody else. So he was able to watch everybody all at once.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
I'm here. I'm just eating my dinner.
All right, we're going to take our bathroom break. We'll be back at 3:15. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. We are in recess.
Because I knew she was going to call a break as soon as I got a dinner. Yes. Please hit that like and subscribe button. We are, I think, still 10 away. I was there apparently. I'm not there anymore. So I need 10. Well, George, if England is through to the final, playing Spain makes you happy, It makes me happy because I can't tell you. Uh-oh. So as long as that makes you happy, then I am happy. It's like Jody trying to figure out what our football is and who we're talking about. It would be like me trying to figure out soccer. I mean, I think I have a better grasp, just a little, than Jody. Go! Well, Bri, you know what I can tell you about today? I've heard the word unit more than I need to for the rest of my life. Like, please stop saying that word, Gabby. I, I'm I don't need to hear that word anymore. We don't need to have any units of measurement. We don't need to have any units of anything. I can't think of any more because my brain does not want to hear that word. It's been a lot. It's been a lot. We're all tied. Gabby, why does a Massachusetts girl like you say roll tide? That's so south. 15 minutes. Go pickleball. That's a dare. That's a dares thing. The dare will be like, somebody say pickleball? I'm playing. Adair and loves freaking pickleball. He hurt his knee playing pickleball though, so I'm not sure how much pickleball he's playing at the moment. But he does like it. Well, should we go back and watch? It's the question has never been answered, Carmen. Nobody knows. But that is his gangsta name, is Lil Pickleball. That's the only thing we can tell you is his gangsta name. But what pickleball is, I don't know. It makes me think of doing weird. Never mind. Maybe they throw pickles at each other. I gotta be careful with my words today, and my brain is getting tired. I'm kidding. My brain is getting sleepy. There, that's perfect. You take a pickle, make it into a ball. Could you just take pickle chips then? They're already round. And then just use those. Like, put a rubber band around them. What'd you get? You got 2 bags of ice and a case of water. No MREs, they were out. Some of our food got waterlogged. Yeah. Well, water is the most important out of that. So that stinks. And they must have got either didn't have very many MREs or got swamped by people. Too many crumbs from pickled chips. Not those kind of chips. The little pickles that come out of the jar that you put on hamburgers. Those kind of pickled chips. Aren't those called chips? I don't know. Not pickled potato chips. Gross. For one. I know y'all like your dill pickles, which I like dill pickles too, but I hate pickle juice, which makes me hate pickles. I'm sure y'all wanted to know that. Well, if a car with a dog, a cat, and a tortoise show up in your driveway, Vaughn, that'd be Carmen. You, I just don't like, ah. That is the truth. That is the truth. I'm not gonna read it, but there it is. I'm not reading it. Not. Oh, I was gonna say, I bet she is because I bet Penelope is like, this is awesome. I don't have to worry about getting cold. It's hot. It's amazing. Living her best tortoise life. Thank you, Gabby. I do appreciate you keeping that door closed. I mean, don't even have it open because if you open it, you're going to be tempted. You're going to look inside. You just be like, just this once. Just this once. All right. Do you guys want to go back to watch a little more Fleischer? What do you guys want to do? We got like 10 minutes. Bob. No more units. No units pickles. No units of units. No units of whatever comes in a unit that I can't think of right now. I just keep hearing that word over and over and over. And then I just keep waiting. Nobody has so far made a single comment, and it's hilarious. There's pickle and bean. There's our pickleball player. Hey, swimming's good for you, Adair. Get your knee back in shape. None of us know what well, I don't know what pickleball is. Carmen doesn't know what pickleball is. Little pickleball has entered the room. I think I kind of know what it is, but I wouldn't ever try to explain it. Ever. Adair, do you like playing a league? I guess they're a pickleball league. I thought it was like mini tennis, but you're closer, right? Because you're not like, Serena Williams. So you can be closer because you won't get a tennis ball through your chest. I'm pretty sure you didn't. I think that's handball, right? That handball? Is there? I don't even, if I'm wrong, just leave me, just leave it alone. Oh, wow. I need to stop talking, but I can't because then we'd be sitting here in silence. I don't know. I don't know. Is it not? I don't know. I don't know. Oh, fun. I, handball is a real thing. Okay, I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. Look at that. Yeah, Bond came in with the zinger. I was scared somebody was going to tee off on it. Zinger. Gabby, zinger. uh, Brian and Daryl have to help you out with that one, Bob. I cannot. Gabby, if you're doing talk to text, be careful. There you go. Zinger. Because your word was one word off from the word from, was that last week? Has it been longer? I've got some PTSD from that day. I can't leave it. It's stuck in my mind. Yes. I live there in that day now forever until the next thing happens. Shouldn't be anything in this trial. We got Alcoholic Baldwin, which was hilarious, but not, it was just funny. Yes, poor me. I'm Bob, you do not have to expand on that in any way, shape, or form. My daughter's probably like, bye. Just think, hmm. I don't have anything. I got nothing. I got nothing. I can't. Lord. Carmen's backing out of the room slowly so nobody sees her. Well, I was going to ask if you guys wanted to go watch Judge Fleischer, but you have successfully passed 10 out of the 15 supposed minutes that this break is going to be. Because she certainly was not back at 3 o'clock. Oh, you guys. Have I lost any subs yet? YouTube's like, we can make that happen. We'll take some from you. No worries. No worries. That word. That word. I'm just going to start naming every stream unit. That's it. The unit stream. You just have to. Never mind. I can't say it anyway. I just can't. We could have, yeah, the big unit stream, small unit stream. One officer said my unit is over there stream. You can use that word a lot, as we've seen today, because that's all they have done is say that word repeatedly. I mean, Jody should be waking up, sometime soon here. We're going to have, we're going to have the unit and the cat. That's right. That's right. That's right, Bond. They are pushing me. My brain is also like You've been sitting here for 7 hours almost. I know. I'm trying to figure out. I think I may have to because I want to recap. I want to do a recap stream tomorrow of tomorrow's testimony, but I would probably start that right when court finished, which means I wouldn't have part of the testimony. So I'm going to have to think about how to do that. We may have to. I won't run into Jody as long as she's done because I'm not going to go over her stream. But we may have to, we may have to push back a little bit. On Wednesday, Wednesday's a bad day for me to. I'm gonna have to think about it. I have to think about it. Proud of Hoban, no doubt in my mind. I like how Bond's like, I'm the perfect lady. Here's the devil. Absolutely. Everybody in this chat will be protected at all costs. Unless they're the ones making trouble. But so far, that hasn't been anybody. So everybody here will be protected because we ain't putting up with it. Well, right. I hope you got enough sleep to run your 12 hours. So hope you have a good night and it's easy going. See you tomorrow if Jody streams. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night. Save some babies. Why current oops, sorry, Brian. Why are they protesting? What are they protesting? Like, hell, we got something in the courtroom. Oh, yes. Grandma is very protected for sure. Anybody messes with grandma from grandma's house, you'd be in trouble. I mean, a dare, maybe, but if he gets found not guilty, you're going to have all the people saying he bought the jury off. He didn't buy the jury off. He didn't buy the judge off. He didn't. That's movies. But I mean, he has the money. I would too if it was me. Please don't make me defend this man. Because I'm not a fan of his. But if I had to, and I was him, I would be buying the best, hiring the best attorneys that I could hire. Because it's your life. I mean, it's 18 months of his. But then he's convicted felon. I don't think he's a convicted felon of anything. Sorry. Even all his run-ins that he's had, I think they have either been dismissed or they've been pled down or what have you. But yes, here is the link to Grandma's house. She plays games and she does trivia. She has kids on her channel, so she's very careful about, none of this conversation today would be allowed to happen on that channel. None of it. But she's great. She's really, really sweet. She's very supportive. And she's popped into chat a few times here. She's done my Discord. She's just super nice. I cannot say anything but nice things about her. She's awesome. Okay, so Centerpoint screwed up and protesting is going to fix it. How? Me too, Gabby. High five. High five in Mod Town. But Gabby's actually a way better mod than me. They're bored, they're hot. Do something like constructive. Like like you. You've been reading. Read a book. Weird. Blast from the past. It's thing it has pages. You turn them. They have words on there. Most of us used to know how to read them. No, we will not. No, we will not. No, we will not. I'm not done. I'll take it down. Thank you. I know. I know they are, Bond, but still, what's protesting going to do except make you hotter and more angry and more stressed out because now you're protesting? See? Carm read a book. Stephen King. Pass the time nicely. She can read the violence on the pages. Oh, yes. Adair, listen, Adair, you're preaching to the choir. 100%. I'm not a fan of his at all. I don't like him. I think he's a jerk. I think his ego is massive. I think he thinks he's too good to be in most places where us normies are. But I can't blame him for stuff. I can't blame him for trying to give himself the best chance. Yeah, he was in and out. He was here and gone. He's here and gone. He was coming to get my plate, but I'm like, I'm not done. They went to break. I knew they were going to do that. Papa? Did you guys couldn't see him though? You just heard me talking to him because if you can see him, there's a weird camera angle in my room that I'm not familiar with, and I'd like to know. Would I like to know? In fact, I would have to know. I need to know. I've told you guys a story about Carmen when she was a little kid, right? Going through the store, like the aisles in the grocery store when she was in the cart, and every guy that passed, she would ask me, "Is that my dad? Is that my dad? Is that my dad?" And I'm just like, "Oh my gosh, stop talking. Your dad is at work. I swear he's at work." She doesn't know what she's talking about. Don't worry, you're not gonna be on Maury Povich. Like when you're not gonna find out that you're the dad or you're not the dad. Her dad is at work. I don't know why she started doing that. Other than her dad worked a lot when she was a little kid. And but you talk about trying feeling like you really, really, really have to explain yourself to people. Like, not that kind of person. I'm not that kind of woman. Like, it's all good. It's all good. Yes, that was one person. I don't know why that person asked me that because I'm like, does it matter? And then when I said, does it matter? She was like, no. Then don't ask me that question. That's rude. It's very rude. I couldn't even tell you who that person was if they walked up to me today. Be like, Unless they told me they were the person that asked me that. Hey, Sarah. How you doing? You came to join the fun of the old Alec Baldwin trial. We're getting ready to have our third witness of the day. Of the day. It's been awful. Break was supposed to be 15 minutes. It's now going on 23. Ah, it's been awful. So, yes, I'm glad you're here, joining our fun. These guys have gone off the rails a few times today, so be ready. No. No. It has not been interesting at all. We saw one of the officers' body cam footage took till lunch, after lunch. Yeah, he was still on the stand after lunch. Wasn't that great? And then the next officer, we saw his body cam footage, which was the same as the other guy's body cam footage. And no, do not, Sarah, don't listen to Gabby. Don't listen to Gabby. She's leading you down the wrong path. Carmen. Yes. That's what I'm going with. Oh, it's been awful. Been awful. You know, I've been sitting here thinking, I never realized that Alec Baldwin had such squinty little eyes. I was like, you can't hear me? Did I mute him? No, I didn't. It's Core TV again. He needs those glasses, you know, like the thick glasses that make your eyes look bigger. He would benefit from those. Adair. Don't make me tear up your pickleball court. I'll tear everything out of the ground. His eyes disappear in his head. Maybe some eyeliner or something would do him some good. I didn't remember them. Maybe. Because I didn't remember them being that squinty. They are super, super squinty. Like Kenny Rogers' eyes became super squinty when he had everything pulled back. But his brother's eyes are just as squinty. All right. Well, just give us some sound.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, have a seat, talk into the microphone.
Yes, ma'am.
Might be seated.
Mhm.
Good afternoon, Deputy Lujan. Would you
afternoon.
please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
Deputy Joseph Lujan, Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
Would you pull that microphone a little bit closer to you, sir? Thank you.
All right. I'm going to be sitting right
How are
here.
you
I'm
employed?
going to finish eating my dinner.
With the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department.
Hey.
And how long have you been with the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department?
A little over 10 years now.
And what are your duties?
I'm currently assigned to the Court Services Division.
And how long have you been assigned to the Court Services Division?
About 10 months now, I believe.
And prior to that, where were you assigned?
I was on the Patrol Division.
And what does a patrol division do?
We answer calls throughout the county, anything from DWI, crash investigations, criminal investigations, that type of thing.
Were you on duty on October 21st, 2021?
Yes, it was.
And do you recall what you were assigned to do that day?
Just normal patrol duties.
And were you involved in the investigation into a shooting that occurred at the Bonanza Creek Ranch?
Yes, it was.
And what role did you play in that investigation?
Deputy or sheriff's office personnel had already been dispatched to the scene at the movie set. Lieutenant Benavides advised that one of the persons shot was being transported to the hospital and requested a deputy respond to the hospital as well.
Which hospital?
The St. Vincent's Hospital here in Santa Fe.
Okay. And was that deputy you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall approximately what time you were dispatched or you went to the hospital?
It was a little bit after 2:00.
And once you arrived at the hospital, where did you go?
I arrived to the emergency room.
And why did you go to the emergency room?
We had been notified, or I had been notified through dispatch that the ambulance was transporting that subject to the emergency room.
And so once you were in the ER, did you go into a room or did you wait in the lobby? What did you do?
I arrived at the one of the trauma rooms that's there at the hospital.
What did you observe when you walked into the trauma room?
A gentleman sitting on or laying on like a gurney hospital bed type thing in the upright position. He had an approximate half-inch hole to, I believe it was the right side of his shoulder.
Do you remember his name?
Yes, it was Mr. Joel Souza.
And what did you do next?
I briefly made contact with Mr. Souza in an attempt to collect preliminary facts surrounding what had occurred.
Okay. And we're not going to talk about what Mr. Souza told you, but after you spoke with Mr. Souza, what did you do?
I observed medical doctors administer some sort of medication to him, and then they retrieved a projectile from his shoulder.
Okay. Were you watching this as it was taking place?
Yes, it was.
So did you watch doctors retrieve that projectile from his shoulder?
Yes, ma'am.
And what happened to that projectile once it was taken out of Mr. Souza's shoulder?
It was placed into a plastic container. It was handed to me, and I kept possession of it.
And where did you take it?
It was in my possession until Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office investigators arrived, at which point I transferred it. I gave it to them.
Do you recall who you gave it to?
Yes, Miss Marissa Pop. I can't pronounce her last
Popple?
name. Yes, ma'am.
And who is she?
She is an evidence tech, crime scene tech with the Sheriff's Office.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 14. May I approach you?
No objection.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 14?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it?
That was the projectile that was retrieved by medical staff at the hospital out of Mr. Joel Souza.
Does Exhibit 14 appear to be in the same condition it was in when it was given to you by doctors?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state would move into evidence State's Exhibit 14.
Yes.
Thank you. So after you provided this to the crime scene technician, did you have any other involvement in this investigation?
Other than just writing a report, and that was it.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? I have nothing further. Thank you, Deputy.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir. You were the first member of law enforcement to meet with Mr. Souza, the director of the film, afterwards, right?
I believe so, at the hospital, yes, sir.
Right. And I think you told the prosecutor you briefly made contact with him to get some preliminary facts.
Yes, sir.
And he was willing to speak to you, right?
Yes, sir.
And he never once mentioned Alec Baldwin, did he?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Not hearsay. Never once mentioned Alec Baldwin, correct?
Objection, hearsay.
All right, I don't think that, no, I'm going to overrule.
He never, in describing the preliminary facts to you, ever mentioned Alec Baldwin, correct? Correct. No further questions for this witness.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You're excused.
Haha, gotcha. And it fooled court TV too. I thought we were going to sidebar.
The state calls Marissa Popple.
I had to ignore you guys while I finished eating my dinner. I saw Bob say 2 units and pickleball was the most interesting. then I then I kind of ignored you. I did see Sarah. Sarah. Yes, please. That would be a dear baby Jesus will get our cat and grandma's cat confused. Oh, good. We got a big box up
Do
there.
you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Have a seat, tuck into the microphone.
It's all good. I'm good. I'm an adult. I can handle most of it, except for when you start talking about
Good
things.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I had to stop you.
Please state your name for the record.
Marissa Popple,
Would you spell your last name?
Poppell.
How are you currently employed?
I'm a crime scene technician with Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you held that position?
3 years.
Prior to being the crime scene technician for Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office, were you a crime scene technician elsewhere?
Yes.
Where was that?
With the Fort Myers Police Department in Fort Myers, Florida.
And how long did you do crime scene technician work in Florida?
4 years.
Good grief.
And can you briefly describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a crime scene technician does?
Yes, as a crime scene technician, I respond to all sorts of different scenes, whether they're death investigations, burglaries, robberies, whenever there's an abundance of evidence or an abundance of documentation that's needed. I take photographs of the scenes, of the evidence. I collect the evidence, and then I package it at our office.
Stop sinning, Gabby.
And do you ever send any of the evidence that you collect somewhere else for additional testing?
Yes.
And tell us, where would you send things, and give us an idea?
Sometimes things are sent to our local state lab here in Santa Fe. Sometimes they are sent to private labs, or sometimes they are sent to the FBI if they're working with us.
Why would you send things to any of those places?
So our state lab is local, so it's nice to be able to have them in the backyard so that they can help us with more common day items. For independent labs, if we have something that needs done within a very quick time frame, we'll utilize them, but they require us to pay for the testing ourselves. Or if the FBI is assisting with us, sometimes they can do additional testing that maybe our local lab wouldn't be able to do.
I think every time she
I want you to give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury an idea of what kind of testing you are requesting when you send items out.
Yes, this could be latent print analysis, DNA analysis, firearms testing, things of that nature.
And Ms. Popple, how did you become involved in this case?
I was asked to respond to a scene of a shooting along with my criminal investigations division. That would be the detectives and myself responding to a scene on October 21st of 2021.
Do you recall approximately what time you arrived on scene?
I believe it was between 2:30 and 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
How is she doing that?
When you arrived on scene, kind of walk us through what you were tasked with doing.
The first thing I was asked to do was photograph the initial scene and what was going on around me, essentially.
And can you give us an idea of, so you indicated that you were asked to photograph the initial scene. Is that common?
Yes.
And generally speaking, after you photograph the initial scene, do you photograph other things?
Yes.
And what do you photograph?
So any items of evidence would be photographed on scene, and then if additional photographs are needed, then those items could be laid out at our office in a secure area and re-photographed.
And did you take photographs of items of evidence at the scene?
Yes.
Did you also take photographs of some of those same items back at the sheriff's department?
Yes.
What's the point to that?
If there are areas of detail that would be difficult to photograph on scene, we can do so at the office in controlled lighting conditions, areas where we could move the objects in order to see different parts of it a little easier.
Did you, and I don't want to get too much into the details right now, but did you also participate in the execution of search warrants?
Yes.
And why do you, as the crime scene technician, participate in the execution of search warrants?
Part of my duties when we're executing a search warrant is I'm not only documenting all of the evidence on scene, but I'm also collecting all of that evidence, and that evidence stays in my custody.
Other than collecting evidence at the scene itself, did you collect evidence in other places pursuant to search warrants?
Yes.
Go ahead and explain to the jury the different places that you went to, just to kind of give them an overview before we get into it.
I was asked to collect evidence at the initial scene at the church. I was then later asked to collect evidence out of a prop truck that was nearby. And then at an even later date, asked to assist with a search warrant at an office in Albuquerque.
Can I have the Elmo?
Can
maybe
we
start
move the
that
mic
way.
so she stops breathing?
And the
yeah.
office in Albuquerque that you were asked to participate in a search of, what office was that?
That was a PDQ warehouse.
And do you know now what PDQ is?
By the way, I take it back. I do not think that white-haired woman sitting next to Stephen Baldwin is Alec Baldwin's mom. Alec Baldwin's 66. If she's, let's just say, 88, I hope I look that good when I'm 88. I don't think that's her. I mean, his dad's been gone for a while. His mom's probably gone too. So it's not impressive, Carmen. It's annoying. I don't understand how she's doing it. She must have that in her nose to be deflecting things, or a really badly deviated septum, because she's not even in front of it. She's to the side of it. Nobody else has done that all day. And then she gets up there and it's like Hensley's here with a freaking obscene phone call, 1980s obscene phone call, breathing. That's who I thought was his mom. I think she's she's going to get you, my pretties. You can't see, his brother is right behind Alec Baldwin's huge head, but you can't see skinny Stephen Baldwin's head. And then his wife is over the other way. I don't know how old his mom is. I don't know. I'm not saying that's not his mom. I'm not saying it is his mom. I don't know. She looks more maybe to be the age that maybe she's Stephen Baldwin's wife. Maybe that is it Stephen Baldwin's daughter that married Justin Bieber, Haley? His mom. Because I can kind of see that. And I hope you just mean you take Martha Stewart out to dinner because you're a nice person. It is a lady. It is a lady. Sarah. Sarah, I debated all the first part of the stream. I didn't say anything, but I was sitting there debating the whole first part of the stream if that was a man or a woman. It's a woman because I saw her in her clothes full, like when she was walking. It's definitely a woman. But I did call a person back there, a dude who is not earlier. I couldn't see that I didn't see that she was a woman until she had her hair pulled back and it kind of parted perfectly like a young guy's hair would, and was smiling, and she looked like a dude. And I got ready to make a comment and I said that dude, and then she turned and I saw her hair was back in the clip in the back. She has since taken it down. Poffle tea waffle. So there's weird things going on in that courtroom. Maybe there's like Hollywood things going on in that courtroom because, they call it Hollywood for a reason. Back to this.
Yes, it's a prop supply company.
Fabulous testimony.
And that's in Albuquerque?
Yes.
Did you search and take your photographs at PDQ in Albuquerque on the same day as this incident?
Be a dare, but
on the 21st of October?
No.
Do you recall approximately when you did the search warrant at PDQ?
November 30th.
And the search warrant that was executed on that prop truck, do you recall when you participated in that?
October 27th.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 7. Let's see if I need to adjust.
I swear they're listening because every time we say something.
Did you take that photograph?
Yes, I did.
Hair down.
And why did you take that photograph?
This photograph is of the prop truck that was at our initial scene.
Did you say, is this a truck?
Or I apologize, a prop cart at our initial scene.
Do you know what a prop cart is used for on the movie set?
My understanding was that it was a cart that had some props on it.
Do you know whether or not those props included real guns?
I muted myself. Are you talking about her? Wait, my cursor was there a second ago. Can you see? Are you talking about the blonde and the blue? Okay, got it. All right.
I do not.
Still today, you don't know?
The firearms that are visible on this, one is a plastic gun and the other is a firearm that has a blocked cylinder. So it's not a loadable gun. So they're not usable firearms.
Understood. Can you, if you recall, did you collect real firearms from the set of Rust?
Yes.
How many real firearms did you collect from the set of Rust?
There was one firearm that was taken on the initial scene.
But when you continued your searching, when you indicated you searched the prop truck, is that right?
Yes.
So let me back up. The initial real firearm that you took, where was it when you first saw it? And do we have number 6? What happened to the item of evidence? He's got it. I'm sorry. Ms. Popple, this is State's Exhibit 6, and it has previously been admitted into evidence. So if you would open it. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is the firearm that was taken out of Lieutenant Benavidez's vehicle.
And what did you do with it?
I photographed this item and then collected it, took it back to my office where it was photographed in more detail.
And then what did you do with it?
100%
It was submitted to the FBI for analysis.
And why did you submit it to the FBI for analysis? What kind of analysis?
Believe that we were requesting DNA, latent prints, and firearms testing on it.
DNA, you said latent prints?
Yes.
For those folks that aren't involved in law enforcement, what does latent prints mean?
So your fingerprints leave behind oils and waters on surfaces, which are then referred to as latent, meaning invisible. So we have your fingers leaving behind invisible fingerprints.
And what was the other analysis that you asked the FBI?
The firearms functioning test.
And why would you ask the FBI to perform a firearms functioning test?
We wanted to make sure that the firearm was in proper working order.
From the time that you collected that from Lieutenant Benavidez's patrol unit to the time that it was sent to the FBI, where was it kept?
It was first secured in my office and then submitted into our evidence vault.
And when you say vault, does that mean that it's secure?
Yes.
And how long was it kept in the vault before it was sent to the FBI, if you recall?
I don't recall exactly. I would say it was within that week that it was sent out.
And when we send items of evidence to the FBI, how do you do that? Do you just throw them in a box and put them in the mail?
No, a formal request was made to the FBI lab, and then they had an agent respond and take custody of the items.
Who was that agent?
I believe that was Agent Cortez.
So does Agent Cortez come to the sheriff's department and take the items?
Stickers
Yes.
over here.
Okay. And then at some point, do you get the items back?
Yes.
And do you recall when you got these items back?
I do not.
Okay. Were they away from the sheriff's department and at the FBI for a considerable amount of time?
Yes.
And I apologize, I have been corrected. I thought that State's Exhibit 6 had already been admitted into evidence, but I've been notified that it hasn't been, so I would like to move it into evidence.
Pretty sure it has been admitted into evidence. It is,
She didn't move it.
no, she didn't. It's 57813. Yeah. You did not move it in.
Okay, I'd like to go ahead and move it into evidence at this time.
No objection.
You may publish.
When you,
I think she's related to Bev. She sounds not quite as annoying.
when you sent this firearm to the FBI, did it appear intact?
Yes.
At some point, did you receive it back from the FBI?
Yes.
Had its condition changed?
Yes.
Describe just generally, when you opened the box, what had changed about its condition?
The cylinder of the firearm had been removed and placed separately, and there appears to be an internal component that was bagged in a small plastic bag separate from the firearm.
Okay, and may I approach? I just want to, I haven't actually seen what's in the box.
Yes.
It has to be her breathing. It hasn't happened any time until she got on the stand.
I think that maybe what I'd like to do is have it moved to the elbow.
It has to be her.
Or does someone else have to do that?
What, you can't carry a box over there? Give me a break. Those stupid rules.
You want the Japanese package?
A
Let's
double
open it and
barrel
sit right there
Alec.
so that the jury can see what we've been looking at and talking about.
Yeah, because they've never seen one
As best
before.
we can. Thank you, sir.
And I guess that's better than her taking
Just
it.
to be clear, this is the same firearm that you collected from Lieutenant Benavidez's patrol unit?
Yes.
And is this generally the condition that it was in when you received it back from the FBI?
Yes.
I see that there's a little plastic bag. Can you tell us what's in that plastic bag?
So there are 3 small metal
They just
broken pieces in the plastic bag.
Okay. But other than those broken pieces, was the firearm in generally the same condition?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Apparently, they didn't destroy it. I've always heard they have destroyed that thing trying to get
Does
it
this stay
higher.
at the courthouse overnight?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know if you
If you want
back there
to.
with it or.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you, sir. I want to go back to State's Exhibit 7 if we can. This cart, did you go through the items that were on it?
Yes.
And did you photograph them?
Yes.
Can you give the jury an idea of what's on that cart? Because it's kind of hard to see everything.
There were multiple boxes of ammunition on the bottom section of the cart, bags, the fake firearms, gun belts with ammunition, earplugs, candy, a fanny pack with ammunition inside, just a multitude of items.
Did those items appear to be in any discernible order?
No.
Was there loose ammunition on the cart?
Yes.
And did you collect that?
Yes.
And when you collected that ammunition, did you take it back to the sheriff's office?
Yes.
And what did you do with it when you got it back there?
It was then laid out and photographed.
Now, is this the first time that you've been called to an investigation on a movie set?
Yes.
And have you learned, based on your work on this case, what a dummy round is?
Yes.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a dummy round is?
A dummy round is essentially ammunition that is not designed to fire a projectile. It is ammunition that's made distinct by either a hole being drilled through the side of it, so it's obvious that there's no gunpowder inside. The primer has been removed so that it can't be fired, so it makes it obvious that it's a dummy round.
And I'm going to stop you real quick. I want you to explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you mean when you say primer.
The primer is the base of the round. So it's the small circle that the firing pin hits. So since that's removed, there's nothing there for the firing pin to hit and project that projectile. The dummy rounds are also indicated by, if you shake them, they make a rattle sound. Instead of having gunpowder inside, they have ball bearings inside so that you can shake them and know that they're not live ammunition.
So you just kind of went through some of the distinguishing characteristics of dummy rounds. Would a dummy round have all 3 of those distinguishing characteristics?
No, it could have 2 out of the 3, but I haven't run into any that have had all 3.
So approximately how many dummy rounds did you end up taking into evidence?
Specifically that were dummy rounds, I think we have 50. I might be mistaken about that. I apologize. I'm not sure of the exact.
I apologize too, because your breathing's getting on my nerves. Adair, so the FBI didn't intentionally destroy the weapon. They were trying to get it to fire the way he says it happened. And in doing so, they inadvertently destroyed it. They broke it. And so they could never get it to replicate that action. They never got that to happen. But while trying to get that to happen, it broke. So that's why it'll be really interesting to see what, if both Haigs testify. I don't know that I know Lucian or Luke Haig's going to testify. I don't know about his son, Mike. Their testimony will be really interesting because they are so familiar with firearms, and, or it should be interesting. I don't know. I thought this would be way better than what it is today. It's been today. Like a snooze fest of body cams and nose breathers.
Exact number of dummy rounds that
No
we
problem.
have.
And
I have zero feelings. I don't care.
let me just ask you this: you talked about how a round may have a ball bearing in it. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Would that dummy round that has the ball bearing in it, would that also have a hole in the side?
No, because then the ball bearings would fall out.
Okay. So do the dummy rounds either have a hole in the side or a ball bearing?
Correct.
And based on your work on this case, how would someone know that the dummy round with the ball bearing in it is actually inert?
They would shake it and it would make a rattle noise.
Okay. And did many of the dummy rounds that you took to the sheriff's department make those noises?
Yes.
Did you also collect any other kind of ammunition from the movie set? Any other types?
Yes.
What other types of ammunition?
It's a type of ammunition that's referred to as a blank.
And can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury generally what a blank is?
So a blank is a round of ammunition that has gunpowder in it. However, it does not have a projectile head on the top. So it has a crimped end, kind of like you would see a dumpling have crimps. And that way there's nothing for that gunpowder to project out the barrel of the gun.
And when you collected all of this ammunition, you took it back to the sheriff's department?
Yes.
And at some point, did you examine closely all of the ammunition?
Yes.
And did you develop any suspicions?
Yes.
What suspicions did you develop?
There were several rounds that when shaken did not make the rattle noise, and they all had a silver in color primer at the end instead of a brass colored primer.
And did the primer appear to be intact?
Yes.
And did those have a hole in the side?
No.
You indicated that you had some suspicions about them. What was your suspicion?
My suspicion was that they were live rounds.
And what did you do with those live rounds, or suspected live rounds, rather?
They were sent to the FBI for testing to see if they were live rounds or not.
So you...
It was good. It was good to see you, Vaughn. We'll be here the rest of the week. Yay for us in this riveting trial. It's got to get better. It's got to get better. It has to. It has to. And Sarah's right. Too late. Too late. Have a good night, Vaughn. And hopefully we'll see you again soon. Also, I might want to know what you're going to have for dinner. Is it casserole? Just kidding.
You didn't take them apart there at the sheriff's department?
No, I did not.
Did you, can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a casing is, or a spent casing?
Once a live round is used in a firearm, the casing is what was encasing that round. So in a regular firearm, it was what would be ejected out of it, out the side. In a case of a revolver, it's what's left in the cylinder. So the projectile has come out of the firearm and the casing is what's left behind.
Did you collect any spent casings from the scene?
Yes.
How many did you collect from the initial scene?
1.
I'm going to show you what has been, I believe, previously admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 10. Is that a photograph that you took?
Yes.
Let me make it, there we go. And can you tell us what we're looking at?
Yes, this is a close-up image of the top of the cart. There was a spent casing on top of the cart, which is what we see up top here, where it has no projectile head on the end. And then there was another round next to it.
Let me move this.
Good luck, Bon. And you have a great night
As you
too.
sit here today, do you recall whether that round was the one that we're looking at that appears intact? Was that a dummy round or a live round?
That was a dummy round.
Okay. So in addition to collecting this ammunition, did you also collect other items of evidence?
Yes.
Did you collect any gun belts?
Yes.
And let me also ask you, and let me show you, if I have it here, I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 12. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what are we looking at there?
These were 2 boxes of ammunition that were inside of Lieutenant Benavidez's unit.
So let's talk about exactly what we see in the photograph. Do you see the white box that says 45 long Colt dummies with a very small JS in the middle?
Yes.
Did you open that box?
Yes.
And what was inside that box?
There were rounds inside of the box and a foam insert. Some of them were marked as 45 LC. Some of them were 4440 rounds.
And what's the difference between 45 LC and 4440?
They are different caliber rounds.
And were there any rounds inside that box that you suspected to be live rounds?
Yes.
How many?
1.
I bet this is our last day.
Let me ask you this. How many rounds altogether did you discover that you thought were suspected live rounds on the set of Rust?
5 and the spent casing, so 6 in total.
And I want to talk a little bit about where those rounds were located. So we've got one that you suspected came out of this box. Is that right?
Yes.
And just so that we're clear, the box on the right in the photograph, what was inside that box?
There were blank rounds inside that box.
And were they all legitimately blank rounds?
Yes.
And give me just one moment to pull up some additional exhibits here.
You're just, you have all the time in the world. We got nothing better to do. Alec, wake up. Alec, wake up. I think he dozed for a second.
I think you testified that you collected some items of evidence from inside the church. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Did you collect any gun belts from inside the church?
Yes.
How many, if you recall?
There was a gun holster, just one inside the church.
And did you take that back? Well, the holster, was there anything unique about it? Was it just a piece of leather or did it have additional parts to it?
It appeared to be a shoulder holster. So the one that would not go around your waist, but one that would go over your shoulder. And it had a fake knife attachment to it.
And were there the piece of leather? Did the holster hold anything?
Yes, it was able to hold ammunition.
And when you collected that holster, did it have ammunition sitting inside of it?
Yes.
And
she's like, leave me.
The ammunition that was inside of that holster, did you closely examine it?
Yes.
And did any of that was in the holster cause you to suspect that there were any live rounds in the holster?
Quick as an art can works too.
How many rounds that were in that holster did you suspect were live?
1.
And you sent that to the FBI?
Yes.
And based on your work on this case, do you know who was the actor who was assigned to that holster?
Alec Baldwin.
Can we go ahead and, I don't know exactly. Yeah, let's publish it. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you have any objection to the exhibits that I showed you previously?
I certainly don't have to this picture.
Okay, so I'm going to move for the admission of State's Exhibit
I'm gonna have him try
22 and
OJ and
ask for
gloves.
permission to
That did
publish.
not go well.
Hearing no objection, States 22 will be admitted to
It's just his eyes are that small, and there was supposedly he rolled his eyes in court, and I watched
Did you
that.
take this photograph?
Yes.
You can't see his eyes to see.
And what are we looking at here?
This is the interior of the church, and it is a close-up of some of the benches or pews that were inside of the church.
And what is, do you see something leather there?
Yes, on the second row of benches, there's a jacket and a holster.
Is that the holster that we've been talking about?
Yes.
Is that where it was when you collected it?
Yes.
And I would
I think he's taking notes just to
like
stay
to
awake.
show you what has been previously marked as.
It's a drink down.
Just one moment.
That's okay.
I
Gabby,
think it's
earlier
12 and 13.
I was staring at my cameras because I thought a FedEx truck was trying to go from my driveway to the neighbor's driveway by cutting through my trees, between the little like strip of yard we have between our two driveways and my pine trees. But it was just the angle that the sun was hitting the pine trees in front in a different part of my yard. I stared at that forever, thinking, what are you doing? So you can see a horse inside a wooden gate on a bench. It's fine. When it's really just a bench with a holster on it, it's fine.
Mr. Spyro, do you need to go through these with me?
I don't got
If you
nothing.
could show me the picture quickly, I'm sure I have no objection.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to unplug, or do you?
Oh, no, I can pull another cell.
Okay,
I'll look at this one quickly.
well, but it's gonna come up on the screen, so I don't
It
wanna
comes up,
publish
I'll
it.
look at it and I'm sure it's
No, but as soon as I move it, it's gonna come up on all the screens.
There you go.
Okay. Here, let's do it that way.
I have no objection to exhibits 12 and 13. Thank you.
And how about let's do 15?
I don't know. I can show you my security camera from earlier and you tell
No
me what
objections to 15 and 16.
17,
I saw a truck.
No objection.
18,
No objection. I'm happy to stipulate that whatever this investigator Popple recovered at the scene.
Well, we need a little more identity, but it's 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18.
hang on, there's a little bit more than that. It's 19, 20, 21, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. We have 31, 32, 33.
Okay, so what's missing is so you're not doing 22, 23, 24, 25, right?
22's on the screen.
All right, what about 23, 24, 25? I didn't hear you name those.
There's no issue. The only one.
I just want to get the numbers. This becomes a problem later.
23 is already in evidence? What were the other ones you had?
24,
concerned
25.
about? I don't think I'm, all right, I'll go ahead and do 24 and 25.
Wait,
No objection?
okay, so
Over at her, so
22 is in
annoyed.
evidence. I don't have 23.
Get your crap together.
You don't either, do you?
What do you mean?
Well, we've been
23.
keeping track and we don't
Right,
have.
so I think that, I think this is what we're moving into evidence, 23.
Okay, just, I don't need to be, yeah. 22
23 is already in evidence. Or maybe it's, here, what number is this? Because I'm looking at the same picture that's up here.
That's, I think she's tested the church benches. Oh, that's not it.
22 is the church bench.
Mhm. What's
Okay.
up on the screen?
7 and 8, so that's wrong. That is 22. You can see in the lower left there.
This one on the screen?
We can't see on the lower left. Oh, exhibit 22. Okay, 22. Yes, it is. All right, so
Stand here with me so I can.
let me just clarify. All right, 13 has already been admitted. 12 has already been admitted. 26 has already been admitted.
I was just thinking of her like she's one of
You're
those people
tracking me as well, right?
that has to tell you she's
Mhm.
joking when she's
Okay,
joking.
so
but
what we
does
don't have,
because she
we,
just
14 has
such an
been
RBF.
admitted,
She
so
doesn't
15
smile. So when she does, you're just
through 21, 22 was just admitted. We don't have 23.
That's fine. I'm not moving for the admission of 23. I think it's a duplicate.
Okay, let me just. All right, we don't have 25.
I don't
We
know.
do have
Can't
26.
tell. Never
Right.
can.
So did
Okay.
you want, so you said, what
We-
about
we-
25?
Yes, I will be moving for the admission of 25.
Okay, and then 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33.
Correct.
Okay, so on the record, the court is going to admit 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 23, 25, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33.
Your Honor, there's objections, as I think the court might remember, to 31, 32, 33, they're not relevant.
All
I
right,
can
well,
come up and show you.
let's not confuse me at the late
Sure.
day, so I'm just going to write down what's been admitted, and then we will go from there. Okay. This gets to be a real mess later, so 15,
All right, I gotta move my fan. I think the dogs bumped it. Be right
so we've
back.
got 15. Sorry to slow us down. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 23, 25, 27, 28, 29,
I'm sorry.
30. And you're objecting to 31, 32, 33.
Yes, Your Honor, we've discussed that issue.
And I believe the court reserved ruling on it. We can take it up in the morning if you want.
All right, so let's just go with what we've admitted. You may publish.
Okay, and I apologize. I will move also for the admission of 23. What I was looking at there is different than the actual 23. Any objection to 23?
No, you said you needed 23. You said 24 you didn't want to
I did.
publish.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Mhm.
Dear Lord. Please learn how to count before we come back tomorrow. That is all. Don't break the Elmo because then we're just going to make even further. This is riveting stuff. Counting is hard. Use your fingers and your toes.
Okay. Ready?
For an hour now.
Okay. Do you want to approach?
Oh, good. Sidebar.
This is court's four. Court's four.
Here's what I'm going to tell you guys. While I'm watching this tomorrow, if those witnesses tomorrow are as riveting as these witnesses today, we're not doing the tomorrow night stream. I'm not. No way. I will just tell you, hey, guess what? They were boring on Friday. That's what it will happen. There better be some important crap said. Because
Ms. Popple, I'm going to show you what has been marked, and I think these are all stipulated too, so we've just moved these into evidence. I think we're just collectively moving them into evidence, and I can go through them now. Okay, State's Exhibit 15.
Oh, yeah, now she's got to go show her all
Ms.
of them.
Popple, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that a photo of?
This is a close-up of the rounds that were in the holster that we were discussing.
Mr. Baldwin's holster.
Yes.
And I see, how many silver primers do you see there?
There are two.
And which one did you suspect was a live round?
The one that's closer to the center that has a cleaner look to it.
This one here?
Yes.
And the one that was on the left that has the silver primer,
you're all going crazy.
When you examined that, what happened?
When that one was examined, it was determined to be a dummy round.
Do you know who provided that dummy round?
You big
to the set of Rust.
I do not.
Okay. Other than Mr. Baldwin's holster, were there other gun holsters that you collected?
Yes.
And were there other holsters that contained what you suspected to be live ammunition?
Yes.
How many others?
There was one other, a gun belt that was located on top of the cart that had a suspected live round.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 16. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
Yes, this is a close-up of the gun belt that was taken from the top of the cart, and it is a close-up specifically of the rounds that were inside of it.
And was the suspected live round the one with the silver primer?
Yes.
We talked a little bit about that box of ammunition that you, the box of dummies that you took out of Lieutenant Benavidez's unit. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 17. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And can you point us to the suspected live round that you testified to inside that box?
Yes, it's the round on the far right with the silver and color primer.
This one right here.
Yes.
And I think you testified that there was some loose ammunition on the top of that prop cart. Is that right?
Yes.
And did you collect all that?
Yes, I did.
And you took it back to the sheriff's department?
Yes.
Any of the ammunition that you collected from the top of the prop cart, did you suspect any of that to be live ammunition?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 26, which I believe was previously in evidence. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And did you take that photo?
Yes, I did.
So what is this a photo of?
This is an overall photo of all of the loose ammunition that was collected from the top of the cart.
So these 6 items here at the top, what are those?
Those are all blank rounds. They have the crimped end.
So they're missing the projectile.
Yes.
Do they ignite? Do they make a sound? If you know.
Yes, they do.
Do they have gunpowder in them?
Yes.
What are they missing? Just the projectile?
Correct.
And these here on the left, these two rounds that look very much like each other, were you able to determine whether those were dummies or suspected live rounds?
Those were dummy rounds.
And the two rounds over here on the right, when you examined those, did you have any concerns?
Yes.
What were your concerns?
My concern was that they were live rounds.
And did you send those to the FBI?
Yes.
And then we see this round down here at the bottom. And I see a hole in the casing. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is that what you were describing as a dummy round with a hole in the casing?
Yes.
So was that sent to the FBI?
It was not.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 27. Do you see that?
Yes.
And those rounds that we're looking at right there, are they also in the previous photo?
Yes, they are.
Let's go back to 26. Are they these right here?
Yes, they are.
So they had silver primers, is that right?
Correct.
And did you collect and photograph that spent casing?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's
I've already
Exhibit
had another
28.
grandchild born and I don't even know it yet.
Is that the spent casing?
Yes, it is.
That's my
I'm
concern.
going to show you what's been marked as State's
Madison's now
Exhibit
driving a car
29.
and going to college.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is the bottom of that same spent casing.
So when you talked about the primer being the area that the firing pin of the gun strikes, are you referring to this silver right here?
Yes, I am.
And do you know what that little dimple in the top is called?
That is made from the firing pin.
Okay, that's the mark that's left?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you ultimately conducted a search of the prop truck, did you collect additional ammunition?
Yes.
And was there any live ammunition found in the prop truck?
No.
Probably
Or
means
any
I'm not
suspected
live
live
anymore.
ammunition, rather? No?
No.
So what kind of ammunition did you take out of the prop truck?
We took blanks and dummy rounds.
My timer says I'm approaching 8 hours.
Do you remember approximately how many?
I would approximate 1,000 to 1,500.
Did you closely examine each and every one of those?
Yes.
Hang on, here we go.
Don't put your hair up, lady.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 19.
You still up? Yeah.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And where was that located?
This was located in a bag on the prop truck.
When you say on the prop truck, because we weren't there, can you describe this truck?
I apologize. It is a storage truck. So almost like you would see a moving vehicle. It has that amount of storage in the back area of it.
And does it have a door that comes down?
Yes.
So you found this inside that prop truck in a bag, is that right?
Yes.
And did you go through the contents of this box?
Yes, I did.
And there were no dummy rounds?
Have mercy.
I'm sorry, there were no suspected live rounds.
There was one round that did not make a sound, so it was sent to the FBI as well. But
okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 30. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that and how does it relate to the previous photo that we saw?
These are the rounds that were inside of that box, but they were taken out of the box and laid out to be photographed.
Is there anything unusual or noteworthy about these dummy rounds compared to the other dummy rounds that you found on set?
Yes.
What is that?
The dummy rounds found on set had this almost new shine to them. These rounds that were located have this antique look to them.
And do you mean that kind of brown color, that sort of antique color on the brass?
Yes.
And was one of these dummy rounds located in Mr. Baldwin's bandolier?
Yes.
Let's just jump back for a moment. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 23. Just for completeness, can you tell us what that is?
Yes, this is a close-up of the jacket and holster that were found on the bench inside of the church.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 25. Can you tell us what that is?
This is a projectile that was recovered from Joel Souza's shoulder.
And how did you get that?
I responded to the hospital and received it from Deputy Lujan.
And when you took it from Deputy Lujan, what was it in?
It was in a plastic cylinder container.
And what did you do with it?
I took it to the office and photographed it with scale.
And after you photographed it, this is your picture here, right?
Yes.
After you photographed it, did it get sent anywhere?
Yes, it got sent to the FBI lab.
State's Exhibit 20, can you just tell us what that is?
This is the exterior of the church.
State's Exhibit 21, can you tell us what that is?
This is the interior of the church.
State's Exhibit 24, did you take that photo?
Yes, I did.
When did you take that photo?
This was after the firearm was recovered from Lieutenant Benavidez's vehicle.
Is this the condition the firearm was in when you recovered it from Lieutenant Benavidez's vehicle?
Yes.
Is this the condition it was in when it was sent to the FBI?
Yes.
All right, bear with me. Let me catch up with you here. Did you participate in making the decision about which items of evidence were going to be analyzed at the FBI?
Yes.
And let's go through the items of evidence that were sent to the FBI for analysis. State's Exhibit 24, we understand it was sent, correct?
Yes.
And I think you testified previously that you sent it for DNA testing, is that right?
Yes.
And without talking about specifically that testing, did you get results back?
Yes.
Did you, I think you indicated that you sent it for functionality testing, is that right?
Yes.
And did you get the results of that?
Yes.
And then at some point, did you participate in a discussion or a decision to have additional testing done on this gun?
I believe I was part of that conversation, yes.
Okay. And so was additional testing of this gun requested at the FBI?
Yes.
And do you recall generally what that requested testing was?
I'm uncertain as to what they phrase it as, but I believe it was a drop test that was requested.
And what did you intend them to test for?
That the firearm, whether or not it would be able to go off without the trigger being pulled, I believe.
Okay. And did you send some of the boxes of ammunition to the FBI?
Yes.
Why?
We sent all of the suspected rounds, suspected live rounds, to determine if they were in fact live rounds. One additional round was sent that did not make a sound to determine whether or not it was a dummy round. And I believe that in the case of the box that was recovered from Lieutenant Benavidez's vehicle, they wanted it in its entirety, so we sent them the entire box.
Okay. And when you're talking about the box, are you talking about the box that we saw earlier that said 45 long Colt dummies with a JS in the middle?
Yes.
And what kind of analysis did you want done on the box? Did it have anything to do with the box itself?
We wanted latent prints completed on the box itself.
Okay. And is it customary, if you can explain to us how this works, is it customary that the sheriff's department swabs items of evidence for DNA?
There are times where we will swab items for DNA. However, most labs, when we are requesting that they assist us, they want the items in their entirety. So they want to complete the swabbing themselves.
So with regard to State's Exhibit 24, which is a photograph of the firearm, with regard to that firearm, did you swab it for DNA?
No.
Why not?
Because we were sending it to the lab and that determination had already been made. We wanted to send it in its entirety to the lab.
So was it swabbed at the FBI?
Yes.
And in terms of...
I thought he already was there.
Sounded like you did another search.
Only
You did a
political
search
one
of a business in Albuquerque. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you know why the sheriff's department wanted to search that location?
It was my understanding that because the owner of that business had assisted in supplying dummy rounds to the set, that we wanted to ensure that we weren't finding any additional live rounds. And to determine that, we needed to search that warehouse as well.
And what was that person's name, the person who owned that business?
Seth Kenny.
And was Mr. Kenny there when you conducted the search?
Yes.
And did you find live ammunition inside that business?
Yes.
Visibly, in terms of the details of the ammunition, did it appear to be identical to the live ammunition that you collected from the set of Rust?
No.
What did you do with the live ammunition that you collected from PDQ, Mr. Kinney's business?
It was sent to the FBI.
Why? What were you asking them to do?
We were asking them to compare the gunpowder inside of the rounds found at PDQ to the gunpowder found inside the live rounds on set.
Why?
We wanted to determine if they originated from the same place.
And did you get the results back?
Yes.
And if you would, I see that you've got a box with you.
Yes, I do.
Can you pull that box out for us?
She will not pull that box out any more than he will whip it out. Stop it. So much innuendo in this. Stop it. Bad prosecutor.
May I approach? Yes. Let's have a look at what's in your box.
No, do not have a look at what is in her box. Stop it. I got one for you. All of Alec Baldwin's children have grown up, have children of their own, and they are now grandparents, and she's still questioning.
Can you give them to me?
Oh, darn. Thanks for muting. We didn't care. but we're okay with it. His attorney just looks like I need to go find some art or something.
I'm going to show you what I am going to mark as State's Exhibit 34.
That lady's hair was brown when
Mr.
she came
Spyro,
in.
do you want to have a look?
I think because it's in the box, I don't have a.
Do you want to come up here and have a look?
Good, good. I'm not putting any of that up. Nope, nope, nope. All grandma's gonna tell me is, I'm sorry, I can't promote your channel anymore.
For searches.
No objection to 34.
Okay, I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 34. And I would ask you to tell us what we're looking at here.
So this this is the live round that was taken from the box located in Lieutenant Benavidez's vehicle. It's been deconstructed by the FBI. Therefore, we have the casing, the projectile, and the gunpowder that was inside all separated.
And is the gunpowder in this container here?
Yes.
For all of the 5 live rounds, suspected live rounds that were sent to the FBI, were they all disassembled by the FBI?
Yes.
And were they all returned to you in this condition?
Yes.
Do they all look exactly the same?
Yes.
I'm going to move into evidence States Exhibit 35, 36, 37, and 38.
Your Honor, if I could just ask one clarifying, just to find out the date of that, just so I know, because I haven't examined it.
The date of what?
When she received them back, or the date.
I don't know
of
what that
approximately even is fine.
Did I know what that
Do you
is?
know approximately when you received them back?
I do not. I have that back at the office, but I don't have it on me at the moment.
Can you give us an estimate? Was it a month? Was it a year?
I would estimate 6 months to a year.
That's fine, Your Honor, thank you.
Did you also say 39 or just?
You just now noticing that?
I ended at 38, but there will be a 39.
That's because 39 comes after 38. In case y'all didn't know. It's new math and stuff.
You said they all look the same, right?
Yes.
Is that true also of the powder in the little container?
Yes.
It all appears to be the same.
Correct.
And I'm showing you, sorry, I keep throwing them down, 35, 36, here's 37, here's 38. The live rounds that you sent to the FBI that you collected from PDQ, did those live rounds come back in kind of this same condition, disassembled?
They could
Yes.
promote today's stream for sure.
And,
Are you able to zoom out?
oh, here. Is the glare, would it be easier if I just handed it to you?
It's okay.
Well, can I approach and I'll hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 38.
Yes.
That's fair.
For the
And
record, these have all
still
been
asking
admitted
questions.
and published.
I have to end it now.
Yes, they all returned in such a condition.
So the live rounds that you took from PDQ, did I ask you to bring those here today?
You did not.
Do you have them back at the Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
And when they were returned to you from the FBI, they were deconstructed like this, right?
Yes.
So you had a casing, a projectile, and a container of powder.
Yes.
Did the container that holds the gunpowder just visibly, did it appear the same or different than the live rounds that came from the set of Rust?
It was different.
And you could just see that with your eye.
Correct.
And I'm going to show you what has been, or what I will mark right now as State's Exhibit 39, just for completeness. And what is that?
This is the spent casing that was located on top of the cart.
Okay. Is there anything else
No.
that you did in this case, generally?
In general terms, I was also asked to collect DNA standards, fingerprint standards from various parties so that those could also be sent for comparison at the FBI.
No.
And what parties did you collect DNA standards from?
I collected them from David Halls, Hannah Gutierrez, and I believe Lieutenant Benavidez as well.
Did you, I'm sorry, do you know whether or not a DNA standard from Mr. Baldwin was collected?
It was collected by another agency.
Okay. Bear with me.
We're only going to bear with you for 15 more minutes because that's what this judge said. We're not even going to cross-examine
the firearm out of Mr. Benavidez's patrol unit. Did it appear to be damaged or modified in any way?
And not that I was able to see.
And let me go back to State's Exhibit 21. What are we looking at there?
This is the interior of the church after I've laid down evidence markers.
So just explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury so that they know what are evidence markers and where do we see them in this picture so they can make sense of what they're looking at.
Evidence markers are utilized so that when we go back and reference photos, we can easily determine where things were placed in a scene, where things were when we went there. So in this photo specifically, any numbered areas were physical items of evidence or possible evidence that was collected by myself. Any areas that are marked with a letter were areas of suspected blood that were also swabbed and collected.
And just to be clear, the evidence that we've looked at that was photographed, all of these, is that all the evidence in the case?
No.
And the items of evidence that you brought in the box, that's not all the evidence in this case, right?
Right.
Do you still have all of the evidence?
Yes.
And where is it?
It is in the evidence vault at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
So if anyone wants you to bring it in, you can do that. Is that right?
Yes.
All right.
Don't fall in. How in the world could you hand her a note of something she hasn't asked?
Thank you. I will pass the witness.
Thank you. Call it.
I think we're gonna end for the day so that you all can get your exhibits together for faith. Okay, David. I'm sorry, I thought I looked and said the right name. Okay, thank you. Jury, please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Don't be looking at anything about the trial, anything about the subject matter, either on TV, Googling, research, whatever, news accounts, what the caution I've told you, okay? At 8:30, according to Steve Bing, have a good evening. Thank you.
All rise to the jury.
Thank you. God. Yeah, they're going to go home. You're right. They're going to go home. They're going to sit in silence. Any family member says, "How's your day?" They're going to be like, "Shut up. Don't talk to me. Don't look at me. Don't make me think about anything. I'm going to go home, go to bed." That's what they're doing. Yikes. That was torture. Just short of it, anyway. I've got like stuff on my head. I haven't even been anywhere. How do I have stuff on my head? My brains are leaking out or something. I don't know. All right. I will watch tomorrow. Here, see this right here? You see that girl in the yellow and you see her face. That's kind of how I feel right now. Like, ugh. Yeah. Yuck. Well, have fun, work, be safe, all the stuff. Gabby goes to the little dummy room and she's still asking questions. Thank you. Yes, Gabby. Thanks everyone for hanging out all day, all year. If tomorrow is like today, I'm not doing a tomorrow night stream. I will just give you the rundown on Thursday because why do we need to torture ourselves any further? Do we? If you say we do, I'll do it. I'll do it. But I'm kind of not like one to torture myself generally. But if you guys like to be tortured, let me know. I will torture you. Figuratively speaking. You're down for the rundown? Good. Good. I knew these were going to be long days. I'm not complaining about that. Certainly not complaining about hanging out with all of you because I've had a blast today. I really have. These last 2 hours have been hard. They've been awful. I've thought about the breathing in the microphone and everything else. Going over the same repetitive questions like, stop talking. You're down. Are you off tomorrow, Carmen? Do you say you're off Thursday and Friday? Because you have to work this weekend. So you have to work tonight and then you're off 2 days. Hey, oh well. Gabby, thank you for all the super chats. I appreciate them. Bri, I know you're not listening, but thank you for becoming a new member and for the 5 gifted memberships. I appreciate all of those too. And yeah, Dare, I hope she gets her electricity back soon. So that's the plan. Let me watch tomorrow because it won't even be over by the time I would want to start streaming. So I wouldn't be able to do a full day recap anyway because I'm not going to start at 8 o'clock because I get up too early to start that late. And I know it's not late for most of you. It's just me, old person. I don't have anything else. I was trying to I found it, but I couldn't get it downloaded, set up in time, and to make sure that I wouldn't get copyright strike. I was trying to find Fred Sanford saying, "You big dummy," because that's what that needed. I'm not old. I'm responsible. So I tell myself. So whatever you're doing for the rest of this short evening that we have left, oh, that is perfect. Oh my gosh, that is hilarious. Oh my gosh. We were joking that you were going to show up right at the end of the stream. Oh my gosh. That made this whole 8 almost and a half hours worth it. That is hilarious. Amazing. Amazing. Australia's waking up, my friends. Australia is waking up. And she's still asking questions. Oh, they just finished, Jody. They just Finished. I didn't even wait for her to excuse the jury. I will be here every day. Well, except tomorrow. On Friday, I'll be here till 7. On Monday, I'll be here till 7. On Wednesday, I'll be here till 7. On Friday, I'll probably be here till they come back with a verdict. Yeah, because they're 2 hours behind me time-wise, Jody. So it's just 5 o'clock where she's at. That puts it very late for me. So it's a very long day. It's been a very boring day. Chat was hilarious. My dogs are howling because they're probably in pain that we are all feeling from this torturous day. They're so annoying sometimes. Chat was hilarious. Scroll back at your own risk. I do have it set to replay. So if you want to torture yourself for 8 hours, well, you be my guest. So yeah. So Jody, I told them if tomorrow I'm going to watch it, and if it's as awful as today was, we're not doing a tomorrow night recap. If there's something to do, I will recap tomorrow, but they won't even be done testifying. So I'm just probably going to give them a Wednesday morning or Thursday, Friday. What the hell? I don't even know what day it is. Whatever you see me next, I will give you a rundown of whatever happened the day before. Does that work? Does that make sense? Because otherwise, I don't know. My brain is too tired. Yeah, Gabby just wants to know if you're going to be streaming so she can just, time right over. Is that the time or the year? I don't know. 2035? I don't know. I'm toast. My brain is tired. My body needs to move from this chair. It's so yeah, Jody, Carmen. I can't do it anymore. Gabby would like for you to start streaming as soon as I shut mine down. So that she has something to do for the rest of the evening. I don't even know what's happening. Something's happening. It's getting dark outside or something. Yeah, she can yell at me. Nobody will have to yell at me. Nobody will have to yell at me. I cannot believe we've been on here long enough for Jody to have gone to bed and woke back up. Oh my goodness. Yeah, yeah. I think I've got up like 3 times. So I need to go walk around for a little bit or just go to bed. I'm not sure which one. Probably go to bed. Gabby, because I don't have his link in my description and I don't have it up. I need to get his link. I don't know if he cares or if he doesn't care about that kind of stuff. Do you know, Jody, if he cares? Because I don't have the glare link in my description to say that he is sweet baby Jesus. I don't know. So let me fix that. And I can have it for tomorrow. The next day. Whenever. I don't know. Gabby's like, here it is. Damn it, Gabby. I click on your name and it's like, remove from moderator. No, I would never. I would never. All right. Ew. Jody, are you watching the glare? It says live now. Fourth juror comes forward. Is that new? Is this fourth juror new from Karen Reed? Or is that what you did this morning? Was that 4 jurors? Is he late? Is he like me? All right, I will play this for you. And then I'm going to say bye. Oh, that's new? The fourth juror? Yeah, it says fourth juror comes forward, Kevin Albert on administrative leave, which we knew. That he is doing that live right now on the glare. So maybe check it out. Good night, Adair. Thanks for hanging out. Don't let this trial get you too angry because I know it's frustrating, but it'll all come out in the wash. Or wash. However you want to say it. I don't care. You're over it? What'd you do? Go find it? I'm playing it. And you're going to like it and you're going to listen. I'm going. It's like 7 o'clock here, but I'm going. So, all right. Thank you guys. See you sometime, either tomorrow or the next day. Gabby, you better freaking listen for the next 22 seconds. And everybody else, I'll see you guys later.
Dear sweet baby Jesus, please don't ever let me get hit by a car in the state of Massachusetts, where any Massachusetts State Police expert is going to reconstruct the accident. Please. Thank you, Jesus. Amen.